come in is this really have to? How did I manage this?
How's it going? You guys over there seem pretty cool. You might be. Actually, I think you are. Hope you're doing very well today. It's an exciting day, you know? Day of excitement. Day of wildness. I see somebody joining me in this room. Of the cougar variety. Hope you guys are doing very well today. Today we're just going to take our time. Today we're living in the breeze, baby. What's going on, Aretha? We're just chilling. Like a villain. We're doing our thing, you know? Hope you guys are doing very well. Hope you had an amazing weekend and that your week is off to the right foot. Whether that foot is covered by a Sadie Hawkins shoes or an orange Nike or maybe a ragged work boot. Who knows? How's it going, Aretha? How are you? Aretha's obviously very happy about things. Her Pavlovian response has kicked in with my initial comments over here. Classic stuff, huh? Well, you know what it is. It's time to run around and run amok, I suppose. Back here doing one of our favorite things in the world, and couldn't be better. We're just taking it breezy, you know? Been thinking about my boy Will McKenzie these days, and what makes him tick, you know? I don't really know a lot about the old boy. I've just pretty much played survival mode, and I don't know exactly what happened during the story with him. From the glimpses I've seen of other folks playing the story mode, I gather that he's underestimated above everything. Will McKenzie is a pilot. He is a man that storms the steeds, and he's like many people that we root for in life. He's, you know, the classic underdog. It's McKenzie way. Yeah, Aretha, you're gonna have to wait a little bit, sweetheart. She thinks that every time that this gets going, it's gonna have something to do with her. Will McKenzie will not stop complaining about it being cold in Canada. What's happening? Gus, the man. How are you today? I appreciate that awesome context. Hope you're having a good Tuesday, Gus. We're ready to storm the steeds. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, just like thinking about my boy, getting ready for a good Tuesday here. And life couldn't be better when you get to hang out with your pals and play some Long Dark, I'll tell you that. I have a great kitty around me, Gus. Roasting our chestnuts by the fire over here with this nice ambiance. The trader gruffling over the radio. It's happening. It's good to see you, Gus. We got a long one ahead of us, you know. Bit of a marathon. Bit of an exciting one. And Gus, you might not know, but there's a situation where Aretha basically thinks every time we get going at the beginning here, it's going to have something to do with her. So now she's underneath the wires down there and just trying to get my attention and stuff. Little does she know that this doesn't have to do with me, you know? Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see you, Gus. Yo, Sweet Potato Melito, great to see you. I hope you're doing very well and that the dodo birds have awesome haircuts. It is great to see you, Melito. I do hope you're doing very well. It is great to see you. We're just getting started over here and you haven't missed anything. We're just chilling, talking about our boy Will getting settled in over here. Just being grateful, really. It's probably one of our general mottos, but it's another one of the mottos for today, I'd suppose. Just feeling grateful with a capital G, you know? It's good to see you guys. We're just kind of hanging out and breezing around, you know? Look at this guy. You think this is the type of guy that can rise to the occasion? He always has this look on his face that's anything but happy. He has like a sad face, a worried face, but he doesn't really have a happy, hey, I'm having a great time, Will face. I've never seen that expression on him. Handsome fella, though. Maybe an ancestor of Santa Claus with the skin complexion. Definitely an ancestor of department store mannequins, that's for sure. I think if you put a polo shirt on him and make his hands go like this, I think he'd look pretty good, and I would buy that shirt. There's no question. I think he's got the answers. That's our guy right there. I'm just wondering what his situation is. And he is a champ. So I hope you guys are doing well and you're ready for an exciting Tuesday. For me, it's about the afternoon time. Yo, Cubit the man! What is going on, Cubit? I see a mini cougar. Hey, Aretha. How's it going? Yeah, she's ferocious, I'll tell you. Get a lot of points if you bag that kitty. But if you try to, you gotta come through us. How are you, Cubit? How's it going, my friend? It is great to see you, Cubit. Hope you're doing well. Well, I've just been kind of talking about my boy over here, Will, and just wondering about him, you know? Talking about how I never see him happy. Maybe that's what life is like when you're separated from Astrid, you know? When you're away from the love of your life, it's hard to find joy. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. But regardless, he's still a hero. Our blue-eyed hero. Yeah, it's good to see you, Cubit. Hope everything's been going well. It's Tuesday, and it's a perfect day for the long dark. It's a nice afternoon here. Absolutely grateful and happy to play my favorite game, you know? I got a big milestone coming up, too, in this one. Coming up on 1,000 hours in the long dark, and I absolutely can't believe it. It's crazy stuff. Been nerding out. Just absolutely love the sandbox mode in this one. You get to go around and set your settings and things. And we've also talked about the things we might want to see in the sandbox mode or just any mode in Black Frost, too. That's another thing I've been thinking about lately. I think we got some solid ideas, and we might be able to come up with a couple more. Tender love and care is what's going to make that one special. The same thing that made the first one so awesome. Seemed like they cared. Okay, Aretha. She's not the patient type. She keeps meowing over there. It's probably not audible, but it's happening. The roars of the kitty. So yeah, here we are. Ready to storm the steeds. Ready to get it going. It's good to see you, Cubit. Well, our boy Mackenzie needs somebody who's going to take up more responsibility, I think, and be a little more diligent when facing all these wolves without the stone pump fake. He's going to need somebody that's going to come in there with a little bit of responsibility, you know? A little bit of strength and perseverance. So, here we are. Me and Aretha are thinking about doing something. We're not exactly sure what this game's 2 adjectives are that describe it. I'm pretty sure we got it right. But there's a chance that we're off with the 2 words we think describe this game best. There's a small chance. Just a small one. So the first word that I think might describe it is short. It's definitely short. The game is called The Short Something. I think it's The Short Bright, actually. Yeah. It's The Short Bright. I'm certain of it. We're about to play The Short Bright. Wait a second. That's not what it is. No. I'm actually thinking that we might have that one wrong. It isn't The Short Bright. On second thought, I think there's another name to describe it. It's The Long Dark, baby! And we are back! This is a crazy game. This is a game where you go outside in the Canadian wilderness and you have to fight against everything. The supplies are limited, the weather is horrible, and it gets even crazier when the northern lights are out. If you see a beautiful sky at night with greens and pinks and all kinds of rainbow colors, don't let it pull you in by its tractor beam of beauty, because the animals are even more aggressive and crazy during the aurora, and they'll come after you. This is The Long Dark, baby, and it's wild. It's the best survival game ever, and it's one of our favorite video games of all time. This is what it's all about. This is what I love about surviving. You have to scrounge and claw and scrape to get everything together. And you know what? This is what we love to do, baby. And we're going to do everything we can to storm the steeds. Last episode saw us running into a bit of trouble. Sometimes things malfunction when it's going, and we had to do the hardest part of the hardest possible way to play this game on our chat screen last time. So I was literally looking to this direction and trying to look through a light to see if I could shoot the hardest bad guy in the game on the hardest difficulty ever. So, needless to say, it was daunting and intense. So, today is going to be a different day. Today is going to be a day of responsibilities. Steed storming will happen. We're going to try to do everything to get strength in our bones and in our heart. And we're going to go out there. I don't know what we can do to make things successful because we're an absolute jabroni, but we can try. That's all I could say about it. We're playing The Long Dark, and we're trying to get everything going. And in The Long Dark, we are doing the absolute hardest challenge that has ever existed on planet Earth. And it's ladies' night, baby, so come on down. You come on down for those watered-down drinks, the bottom shelf whiskey, or maybe Dave's famous margaritas. Who knows? Either way, when you come on down, you're going to see a lot of lookers in there because it's ladies' night, baby. We got a broken jukebox that's just sitting over there. So hope you enjoy just singing along with the lumps over at the cave. We're trying everything we can to get through this thing over here. It's going to take 14 days. We have 14 minimum bow shots, and our accuracy must be 100. No stones, of course, so the stone pump fake to get wolves off of us is out of there, and you have to be a lot more creative, I suppose, to get away from those guys. That's definitely been one of our downfalls in the past. We tried stink walking past wolves on the hardest settings possible, and we met our maker a little bit. Old Willie ended up being the lunch for Scruffy. It was tough scenes, I'll tell you. But Today during Ladies' Night, I believe we can get back and we can storm those steeds with righteous fury and actually do more to persevere, I suppose. I don't know what it is, but I know that we have to get it going. We have a couple points here that we're going to be looking for. We're going to be trying to get all kinds of stuff, including that one cougar we have to get for the 1250 here. So we're going to try to maybe get a couple bears to get our accuracy closer to that 14 minimum we need to take. And then we're going to go after the cougar and try to, of course, not miss while fighting her. Last time we did what we could. We were trying to get the Pensive Pond cougar action going, and we were trying to take the one over there in Pleasant Valley closer to that fishing hut, and I think we can do it. We just got to go into the battle at full strength, temperature-wise, calorie-wise, and all those different things. So hopefully we'll be able to avoid IRL technical difficulties that allow us to stay locked in so I can come fully prepared for the cougar fight, not get impatient and take hasty shots, because she runs by that fishing hut door real quickly. And I want to make sure that I take those shots concertedly and don't miss anything. Give up! Oh! It's good to see the Terminator in the mix. How are you, Scabura? We're just getting started over here, baby. We're talking about Ladies' Night. How's it going, Terminator? One of the coolest guys ever. It's good to see you, Scabura. Yeah, we're talking about the old Ladies' Night over here and just kind of getting settled in. Oh, thank you, Lily. This is actually, it was getting crazy in here, Lily. Thank you very much. Did you manage to fix the monitor power supply situation? Cubit, it is fixed, baby. You know what time it is. It's party time, baby. This is Frisky's Party Mix Beachside Crunch Edition. This is one of Aretha's favorite things in the world, and she absolutely appreciates that. It's got ocean whitefish. It's got flavors of shrimp, crab, and there's even one more flavor in this thing. Nobody's gonna believe it, but I'm telling you, it's an important ingredient in this thing. And you know what it is? It starts with a T. It's tuna. So it's party time, baby. We're going to the beach. So what we like to do is give Aretha about 4 or 5 of these, a little, handful or so. She's watching her figure like we all are. Then the real life cougar gets her meat. Here you go, sweetheart. She just got this giant case of her favorite treat, and she's been absolutely loving it. My cat gets something similar and like that too. Nice, Cubit. Well, you're treating your kitty right, I can tell. That's the thing. Now, I know that this isn't maybe something she can have 24/7, but she loves it, baby. The kitty is on red alert. She does always think the beginning of these things have something to do with her, Scabura. I'll tell you that. She absolutely is ready all the time. The second she hears me go, hey, what's going on? She comes running in the room from wherever she is in the house. It's good to see you guys, man. We're getting serious. We're about to play the long dark. It is wild and crazy and crazy. I hope you've been doing well, Scabura. I don't know if you've tried Ladies' Night. I know you were trying the 21 challenge. Ladies' Night includes a cougar and just a little bit more difficulty than what we thought was the furthest difficulty. It's got all kinds of stuff. Failed the 21. Well, don't you worry, Scabura. That's okay, because we have one that's even harder here. And you can try this one. It's Ladies' Night, baby. I got greedy. Yeah. I did too, my friend. Last time, I faded into the long dark because I was carrying a bunch of uncured guts, trying to get cute through like the Bear Creek campgrounds area, and I got 2 wolves, one on each side, and they closed in on me, and I had no stone to defend myself. Day 19, wolves missed arrow shot. Tough scenes. Well, we're going to try to get in here and do what we can. This is the hardest challenge in the history of everything in the long dark. But one day, maybe we will get it. Who knows? We just have to be responsible and patient and good about making our arrow and getting things going and being serious, you know? That's what I do think. So, I don't think we should really mess about. And I do think we should get right to it. But I'm going to tell you something. We're not playing the short bright. We're playing the long dark, baby. Let's do it! Here we are, back at the long dark. Yep, we're doing it. We have Christmas Will from the past, old Wild 9, Will 9 Bigfoot, the 21 hero over here, and then the guy that did the bear hunt tournament too. We have all of our past glories over here, but today's a new glory. I can't exactly remember how many attempts we have, though. I guess I would have to check the tape, so this guy's name might not be appropriate. So let's go and get that custom code for the ladies' night. And this is something anybody could do, of course, like Skabura did, or anybody that's interested in trying these things. You can get the custom code, and you can get it going. Anybody can make their own custom code and suit the game to their needs. I'm over here as an ultra nerd that likes to push the difficulty to the furthest way possible. But if you just want to go around taking it easy and be creative and survive for a little while in a beautiful environment, you could set the settings that way too. For now, we must go into the craziness of ladies' night. Oh my gosh. Here we go. All right, we're going to go over to DP. It's our most familiar town, and it's the way we can make the bow in about 6 to 7 days, giving us 6 or 7 days to do some hunting. That really doesn't give you a lot of time to get all those shots off. Okay, as usual, no feats, no trader. And then this one, I'm kind of just guessing over here. I'm going to guess maybe 4. Will. Ladies' night, Will 4. I guess. I learned about a Korean streamer who got over to 11,000 days before the last major update that wiped out old saves. Oh, nice. How's it going, Lily? I hope you're doing very well today. I appreciate you hooking up my girl, too, by the way. It's good to see you, Lily. We're just about to get going over here. We're thinking this is our 4th attempt at this challenge. And we're going to check the tapes later and see what the one where we got eaten by the wolves at the end of last time was. Maybe it was a 3rd. So, we're going to try number 4 over here, and we're going to try to get going. This is craziness, baby. I'm over here trying to prolong the inevitable, which is me going out there and getting my butt whooped by the entire island and every bad guy on it. If the wolves come around us, we cannot use the torch stone pump fake. We have to do this crazy kind of Barry Sanders move on them and go up on the rocks and juke the wolves, basically. And sometimes they come at us in gangs. What is that about? A mysterious geomagnetic storm has brought your crane plashing down. So dramatic. Carl Sagan. All right. I hope you guys are having a great Tuesday. I gotta say, this is one of the best ways that you can spend your day, hanging out with your pals, doing some TLD action. So, as usual, we start in a blizzard. This is craziness, and we just kind of have to navigate things by complete memory at this point. Since we often fade into the long dark, we kind of know our way around here a little bit. And there's only 2 spawn points at Desolation. It's one of the reasons why we choose it as our starter location. We enjoy the fact that we can kind of get memorized those 2 specific routes and get to an indoor location with minimal damage. So those glorious stones on the ground that use as a great decoy and things for animals, we're going to have to leave behind. The stones are banned. Just asking, why are you not going to the lighthouse first? I'll tell you, Skabura, because it's basically one big speed run for me to cut a maple right now. And As lovely as the lighthouse is, and I would probably keep a couple HP on my health bar, I like to get straight to business, and that's the hacksaw and then the maple. There are absolutely zero things I'm interested in doing before I get that maple cut, since it requires 6 days after being cut and placed inside either a cave or an indoor shelter to cure. What you got, man? You got a feather. We're heavily interested in acquiring all feathers on Great Bear Island. Okay, this is the little slope we come down if we're at the other spot. So we know now that once we hit this diagonal part up here, we're going to take the kind of cut across the ice. I try again and again for maple on the shore. Yeah, I'll tell you, you know what keeps me from beachcombing for that maple? Is that you're subject to that RNG you're mentioning there, Scabura. So my thought is that I don't want to leave up to chance the most important objective I have for that first week. So I just go and get it done guaranteed. And that is through the hacksaw and finding the stump, baby. Yeah, I love this game. Thank you, Scabura. All right, everybody knows what time it is. This is Christmas morning strat. We're going to go into blue outline mode. We're going to look to the right and see if there's a storm lantern. If there is, we act like it's great and we're grateful for it. Okay, we don't have to pretend. Here we go. We're going to sleep. Okay, what we're talking about there is essentially the lantern indicates that we're on a tough loot pool. We are such nerds that we have an Excel sheet that kind of outlines the 4 potential loot pools that you could get on. Basically meaning that the starter gear that you're going to find here in the whale factory for us can kind of be ascertained based upon the process of elimination on the things that we find. So if we go and find a storm lantern or a bedroll, we're on one of the loot pools that we're not as interested in. So objective number 2 is going to be strafe to the left. And if we find a bedroll back there, we're still going to implement Christmas morning. Oh, thank you for this bedroll. This is great. I appreciate it. Awesome. So we do not want the bedroll, but we're going to feign gratefulness because we should be grateful for anything we get if we do get a bedroll. But we're hoping it's not there, so we get an early hacksaw. Here we go. I'm going to go left. We're going to see. Oh, wow, Raph. This bedroll you got for us is awesome, man. Thanks, Raph, for this bedroll. Son of a gun. All right. Well, thank you, Raph, for this bedroll. I believe that means we're on loot pool 4. And since we love Will so much and don't re-roll him over here, we're stuck with it. And I'm going to carry on a little bit. There's going to be plenty of salt in the mines, and I got some extra for you right here. We got the bedroll. Cheeky Will this time. Wow, Lily. That was pretty sick. Raph prepared you maple on the shore just for you.
Freezing.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to go get some wood here and start the fire up, boil some water, and go get our things from this place. We're on pool 4. We're cheeking it up. All right, if you're a real thinker, you do your tinder before you light the flare. All right, we're taking a little bit of a drip here. We're probably hovering around 90 HP after the first day. And let's hope that that pretty much is the only tinder we lose. I'm sorry, not Tinder, health. So, here we are, back with the old bedroll, cheeking it up. And now we're probably going to have to get our hacksaw from a place like Quincy's Quonset, the car there, or the big abandoned lookout. We'll have to check the Excel sheet to be sure about all that. But we've faded again enough times that I do believe that's where we're headed. Craziness. All right, where's this pry bar at? That's one thing I need for these exclusive lockers. Man, this game's great. I'll tell you, at the end of it all, you just need to get out there and do your best to storm the steeds. I don't know. Might be over here. Sometimes they put it next to where the hacksaw can spawn. Nope, it's across the way. All right, we're getting our starter gear, and then we're going to cut the maple, baby. Unless we got it on the beach, like a beachcomber, we're not going to be able to get it until Coastal Highway, pretty much. So that kind of prolongs the amount of time you can cure it there. And this probably means we're going to do a Forlorn Muskeg Forge, rather than coming back here to DP. So we're going to forge ahead to Forlorn. And we're going to make our improvised knife and everything over there. Oh my gosh, Heartbeat Alley. What an entrance, by the way. Man, I'll tell you, Alley, I wish I had more Alley in our lives, but I'll take whatever I can get, and this is amazing. We got hips for me, hips for you, and more hips for you. Thank you, Alley. Not coming back here. I'm thinking we aren't coming back here, Scabura. I'm actually thinking we might forge ahead to Forlorn. That's what Loot Pool 4 kind of, if you're really adapting to the Loot Pool, I think that's the wise move with that one, because we're ending up in Coastal before we can even get the maple. Now we'll be able to go down to Dave's Cave, check the bunker, and a bunch of fun stuff. Because we're going to need to go down to that end of the place for a reason, and the other one we didn't need to. We could just go straight through Winding River once we got to Mystery. All right, I'm looking for this third one here. We're looking for a very fancy... Ah! Son of a gun. Safe games. All right, we're looking for that Mackinac and some work boots. We're not looking for beans and jeans. Bean, what is happening? I was just talking about Beans. How's it going, Bean? I hope you guys are having a good time communicating back and forth with the taxidermy man, because he's going to have a heart attack when he sees what kind of cougar Rossetti brought him. Excellent work. It's good to see you, Bean. I'm just over here getting absolutely dick butt kiss out of this safe over here. But hey, Raph, thank you for all this stuff, man. We appreciate it. All right, let's go get some exclusive lockers opened up. This is so fun. I'm a big fan of early games, so I guess that's good since I fade into the long dark so often and I'm a jabroni, because I love playing the beginning. There's everything ahead of you. Maybe this will be the guy. You know, I never really thought Neurodivergent Will was going to be the guy. He turned out to be quite a persevering son of a gun, though. So you never know who your hero's going to be. It's good to see you, Allie. We were so pumped, and we were extra excited you were there to see it. Yeah, it was fantastic. Rossetti stayed in the pocket, baby.
Wonder if this is any good to eat.
Yeah, I think it is. 55%. Oh! All right, we're looking for matches here. I've heard a rumor that there's guaranteed matches here at the Whale Factory, so I'm not leaving here without them. Where are these guaranteed matches? And maybe I just need more confirmation on if that's exactly true that they are guaranteed here. I didn't know that. But then when I left here one time, I think it was told to me that it was.
I could
Oh.
use this.
So Sweet Dreams Herbal Tea acts as a little bit different thing here for us on this challenge. Since we can't get the improved rest buffs when we're sleeping and get more health back, since basically the only way to get health in this one besides an emergency stim is birch bark tea. Nuts and stuff. All right, let's talk about those guaranteed matches because I sure didn't find them yet. All right, we're doing the Skabura trick. Look how cool we are. Crunchy stuff. Yeah, so we need to continue to talk about those guaranteed matches because I think I'm leaving here without matches. So, rumor has it it's supposed to be guaranteed, but I ain't seeing it. All right, I'm smashing open this can. Hate to say it, I don't have a can opener yet. Just don't tell anybody. From what I've read, there are guaranteed matches, but it can be in many different places like dark corners. Maybe bust out a torch. You got it. Hope you guys are having a great day so far. We've had a lovely morning. Wow. You were exactly right, Bean. Look, I looked right in this spot and I couldn't see it because of the awesome shadows they put in this one. You got it, Bean. Boom! Trusty brand, baby. We're living here with 12 trusty brand matches to light our fires. That's what I'm talking about. All right, we got our mega torch lit, baby. We're going to have to think about this moving forward. So now's the time when maybe going to the lighthouse would make sense if we're really thinking we're going to be in emergencies. I'm going to tell you, I'm hoping we have a run where we don't have any emergencies, but who knows? We're going for a forlorn forge.
My fingers feel numb.
We're not coming back to DP. All lumps must be acquired. would say probably another one of the upsides to going through this whole cave at the beginning and going through a couple cave systems is that our gear is so weak right now, since we're probably walking around with no hat or gloves and just this raggedy old shirt. So when we go through all these cave systems, it gives us the ability to kind of be inside while we're traveling at the time we're most susceptible to the weather. The weather has a cool mechanic where it gets colder over time, so at least we're in the time when it's still ramping up for a little bit. Man, this pains me. I have to leave behind these birch. All right, let's keep moving. We have birch memories. So trusty, they never fail. That's it, Cubit. Trusty brand, baby. All right, we're grabbing lumps and mega torches, baby. Going through, storming the steeds. Everything's in front of us. Hopes and dreams. Dog food. Of course, no fire striker. If we were on the coolest loot pool, right now we'd have a pry bar, a hacksaw, and a fire striker. That's how different things can be. But hey, everybody loves a good old bedroll, right? Oh, thanks for this bedroll. This is lovely. The feathering inside is really warm. Goose down. Alright, we're the king of the lumps right now. And if you guys are looking for good prices on appetizers, I think you know exactly where to go. Okay, let's think about this. We're just gonna keep going through this place. We can't cut a maple here early. We usually check for a maple here in DP. So we'll probably just keep on moving straight towards Crumbling and get over to Coastal. I don't know if I'm stopping at the lighthouse for that stem. There's maybe a can of soup and a stem there. Maybe some matches. I think we're gonna keep moving, go over to Coastal. Let's get that maple cut. Yikes, look at our temperature, it's weak.
Never felt so cold in my life.
Alright, so when I'm traveling, especially with stink lines, I gotta be even more responsible. Yep, that's it, Bean. I think it's going to be at 3 spots. If you guys are interested, there is an Excel sheet, and it has all the loot pools. And you can see by the fact that we got the bedroll, where the stuff is going to be for the rest of the important items, like the hacksaw and stuff. Beautiful day. Yo, what's up, Versette? How's it going, buddy?
I'd die if I didn't warm up soon.
All right, let's get over here. It's going pretty good. This is usually the time we're able to survive when we haven't seen too many bad guys. Oh! Red tools. I got something to show you, though. Look how great this is. Whoa! 84% bedroll. What a thrill. All right, we're going to be Mr. Encumbered over here. I think we're leaving no lump left behind. Lumps will give us 20 Celsius to our fires and are an absolute lifesaver. Basically, any time you're playing this game. If you throw one of these glorious lumps on here, you're going to get 20 Celsius to your fire. And it's kind of a situation where, man, you're outside, you're caught in a blizzard. You didn't prepare for this. You didn't know Raph was going to bring his wrath. Well, guess what? The coal will take you out of the drama. All right, we're not coming back, so we're getting it going. I wasn't sold on the bedroll until I heard 84%. Now I'm on board. Yeah, we got an 84% bedroll.
Could end up being
Decent shirt. Here we go. You ever seen a decent shirt so decent? Each one of these lumps is probably going to get used all the way up until day 14. On our first attempt, we were pretty close to using just about every lump that we had on ourselves. And we needed every bit. Same with our calories, too. That last week, it gets pretty wild, and there's not a lot of time to go around and gather stuff. So we kind of got to do the planning for the winter type of situation. Grass hog. What was it? Grasshopper and the squirrel? The old fable? It's exactly what it's like. Alright, here's a little wolf zone right here. Sometimes you can hear nature call. One of the big sadnesses of last time is that we were set up with 4 rabbit pelts even before day 4 or 5. We had a gut and 4 rabbit pelts, and we were going to make ourselves some rabbit gloves for that last week. But we don't live in the past. We're going to live in the now, man. Man, our lump game is serious. I hope you guys are ready for an exciting week. It is summertime, but I still find myself loving the long, dark, baby. It's cooling me down. All right, I'm gonna go light a spot fire next to this car. Or, just when you thought the bedroll So, now with our cheeky bedroll, we can get cheeky in this basement. We all know that Mr. Mackenzie over here has his limitations, and he would rather fade into the long dark, actually fade, than sleep on this little area here next to the washing machine or something. He's not into that. But if he gets a Christmas morning bedroll, things change, and he starts to feel a little more like he will. All right, we're gonna eat some ketchup chips, drink some of this toilet water, and bang, time to take a sleep. So we get some bedroll bonus over here. We're just trying to warm up here in the basement. Okay, the downside to just doing our cheeky little things here in the basement is that we don't get full warmth and heat our tea up for the trip. Let's see how far we get. This is a long dark, and we're doing a crazy challenge over here. This challenge is basically, right now, one big focus on getting the bow made. If we only have 14 days to get everything done over here, and the bow takes 6 days to cure the longest part of it, you can imagine how tight your calendar will be in that situation. So we're kind of in one big race right now to get over to Coastal, identify where our maple is, and chop that bad boy and get him curing inside. If we travel with that maple, those travel times, it won't be curing either.
Might
So
have to drop some gear.
smart, concerted transportation of the uncured maple will also be at the forefront of our responsible planning. Now we're going to get up here to this car and take a rest next to it and do a cheeky little 1 hour inside. Trying to maintain our heat vital.
Freeze.
Yeah, because we're freezing over here. Losing 20 HP per hour. All right, trusty brand down. Accelerant to get off the drip.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
All right, and now we heat something so that our travels, we have something warm in our belly. Yeah, I hope everything's been going good for you guys' long, dark endeavors. And that the island has been treating you well. Saw my buddy bag a cougar the other day. That was pretty fantastic. Can't get enough. All right, stale granola bar. All right, we have two options in here. One of them is sleep. We're going to take that option. And this one, basically, anytime the weather is open, you have to get moving. All right, so I'll check the Excel sheet here in a couple minutes on this loot pool 4 that we're probably on. I got to remember exactly where the hammer is. I think the hammer's in somewhere crazy, and I don't think it's coastal.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
All right, we got a maple over here. We'd be backtracking like crazy, unfortunately, so we'd have to come back to the entrance of Crumbling and Coastal if we wanted to get it. Definitely wouldn't work as the crow flies style if we went and got that maple. So I think we forego Misanthropes and go straight to Quincy's looking for our hacksaw. Let's do it. So there's a Timberwolf spawn over here right next to Misanthropes. I'm going to try to keep away from those guys. Well, this is what we're doing. We're trying to do it. Trying to keep it going. We just have to be more responsible a little bit. I think last time Versetti was exactly right that if I'm going to be lugging around a 2-kilogram hammer, when I get mauled by a wolf, I need to be using it because it's a silly thing to carry that heavy thing around and not actually use it when I get into the drama. That's the only reason I'm basically carrying it around. So I got to get to it. Sometimes in those moments you aren't ready for it and you just panic a little bit. And that's why I think I chose the little knife last time and wasn't able to get the wolf off of me. I'm not sure I'm even going to survive the minigame if I pick the hammer, but it's definitely a better opportunity. The knife will take the wolf out and make him bleed out, but the hammer donks him on the head and gets him off of you quick and kind of stuns him. So we definitely need to hammer that fool if I'm still carrying it after the forge. I likely will still have it on me if we get it from somewhere like the ravine or something like that. I'm going to check the loot pool. It's either the ravine or trappers. Needs muscle memory to choose the hammer. Yeah. I got to get to the hammer. We had a really good thing going. We had a mega fast maple and just everything. The rabbit gloves, it was promise in our eyes. So to keep those things going, I got a donk. Gotta bonk those dogs. We gotta bonk them, man. Weather's clearing up a bit. So now it's check for the maple on a few spots here on the west side of Coastal. And I will be pulling up that Excel sheet pretty soon and making sure that our hammer spawn locations are checked out too. I'm going off of memory that it's the 3 spots I'm checking for hacksaw. Are you guys ready to party? Are you ready to survive? Are you ready to storm steeds and go out into the Canadian wilderness? Are you ready to come on down? Can't wait to go see Dave's cave later. Let's hope we live to get over there. We're gonna go to Dave's cave. We gotta get over to Mystery Lake, baby. Go behind the Canadian office through the little snow valley. You'll find yourself having a pretty good time. Been a long day at the office? You need someplace to get greasy onion ring towers? I got just a spot. Coastal town site. All right, we seek the hacksaw. I don't know if it's going to be inside or on the outside.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
All right, buddy, we're going inside Quincy's. Let's do it.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
All right, we got all kinds of goodies. I'm going for the hacksaw first. Oh boy, we got a goofy storm lantern. Look at us. Son of a gun. We got some cool stuff. One of the cool things I don't see is a hacksaw. All right, time to loot. We're going to that car down the road, I suppose.
Never would have thought to look here.
Oh! Get in there! Random number greatness, baby. What I'm talking about. 76%. Now, percentage matters on these clothes, Versetti, that's for sure. Let's go flying with this aviator hat, huh? Boom! Look at this guy. All right, we just got some solid action going right there. 1.5 windproof and waterproof at 30% there with this aviator. I think we need to throw, as cool as it is to wear a t-shirt on the outside of a long sleeve shirt, we got to throw the long sleeve on the outside for the windproof. It's done. He's got the Otto Graham look, yeah. You know, kind of an Orville Redenbacher, Amelia Earhart. Yeah, pretty solid, perfectly fitting for our pilot. Yep. That's our guy right there. Settle down, Will.
This stuff will come in handy.
There we go. Improvised hand wraps coming up if we don't get gloves here. Let's go tear up a neighbor's curtain or two. My goodness, the red tools. So, this is what it is. When you're surviving, you go around and you rummage through people's stuff. You get all the gear you need for your big endeavors, and you kind of take liberties with other people's possessions because you assume that the world is broken down enough that it's okay that you steal your neighbor Quincy's aviator cap out of his bathroom. Listen, Quincy, since we were pilots, we thought it was okay. And I always talk about it, but when we find fish,
Almost anything about now.
we find that fish and it's still edible. Now you ask yourself, how is it still edible and these people haven't been here for a long time? So that's how you know we're just definitely taking liberties. He's just eating other people's food at that point.
Something behind.
Yeah, this is why I left the torch inside. Think we're gonna lose a match and maybe go to our neighbor's house for some cloth to make into improvised hand wraps. Let's do it. Our next stop after getting our neighbor's curtains torn up, we're gonna go down that road and look for the hacksaw in that car down the road. We're still seeking the hacksaw. Worst case scenario, we don't find it there and we might have to go up the hill. I'm gonna check the loophole if we don't find it in the car and see if there's a more convenient spot to find it in the ravine or mystery since we're going that way anyways. It just would be a shame to wait all that time before we end up cutting the maple. We're gonna be behind the old 8-ball at that point. All right, I'm gonna tear up these curtains, huh? Crazy part is I think the improvised Davy hat is better than this thing. Davy's gonna be 1 and 5, I believe. The one downside to your improvised head wraps is I believe that they deteriorate a little quicker than the other stuff. Man, look at this guy. 6
I need
Celsius.
to drop something.
All right. The neighbors are going to return to find their cabinets rummaged through and their curtains torn to shreds. But that's survival. Blame it on a raccoon. Nice, Bean. I'm going to tell my neighbor to talk to you when he comes back, screaming about his blue curtains. Well, it's time for the old goofy storm lantern. So if the past has told me anything, it's that I might find a decent amount of scrap metal through all of my
Gotta be something
traveling.
useful in here.
Oh, midlife crisis vest. Oh, and orange Nikes. Look at this guy. All right, we got 45% Sadie, and the orange Nikes are a little warmer. Yeah, orange Nikes. They aren't as waterproof. They have more wind and warmth. All right, Sadie, we love you, but we are now kind of... I don't even know what to say about this, Will. Oh! 86% Canadian toque. Oh my gosh. Talk about our hat game right now. We are the king of the hats. The Mad Hatter. He's kind of rocking that look. Oh, you like the look, Rossetti. Nice. He appreciates that compliment. How about now? Do you still think he's cool? Yeah, you're cool, Will. Oh, you took it back? Alright, I'll tell him to have earmuffs when I say that. That's a deal breaker. Alright, we're probably going to need to go to sleep and wait for this weather to turn a little bit before we go check the car. It's the evening time. Let's eat some of this pre-made food. Moldy granola bar. How delicious. Stale beef jerky to follow it up. I'm thinking about it, Bean. I have to... My thing is a little further away. My forge is going to be over at Forlorn this time. The crazy part is that we're used to doing our forge at DP, so we kind of got to adapt to the new circumstances today. So, we started over here in Desolation Point. Then we went to Old Island Connector and to Coastal Highway. Normally, we'd get a maple pretty early, like in DP, because we found a hacksaw there. But since we have yet to find our hacksaw, even at the pictured here place. Oh my gosh, PT the man! What is shaking, PT? How's it going? You just came at the time when we're over here talking about... Okay, sounds good, PT. I'll see you, buddy. You're an absolute legend, by the way. Don't forget it. And thank you for saving us from the zombie apocalypse. I'm just over here kind of putting red strings together on a conspiracy board with my crazy map, talking about our plan for toasters and things like that for scrap metal. So basically, we didn't find our hacksaw at DP where we started. So we're still looking for it in Coastal. I believe that we're going to be on Loot Pool 4. Who knows? But we're going to go to try to get our hacksaw and hammer probably from one of the locations like the Ravine or Mystery Lake. So once we pull it up, we'll ascertain exactly where those things are going to be. But since we travel so much more, rather than going straight back to DP for the forge, we're probably going to have a bunch of stuff that we're going to find on the ground in the way of scrap metal and things. So I think that we can get a couple of them when we're chilling, and that's what we're going to do is break down these extra pry bars and things for some scrap. Let's keep moving. Yeah, PT's an absolute legend. He's one of the people that I've looked up to since I began playing TLD 1,000 hours ago. Absolute monster. He's just efficient. Alright, we're gonna keep on getting our rest over here. Waiting for that weather to turn. When the weather turns, we go check for our hacksaw at the car down the road. Hopefully on a beautiful, clear evening full of no wolves. Still sounds a little Whistler's windy out there.
Too much stuff to carry.
Oh, man. TLD is so darn beautiful. Alright, we're going to the car down the road. We're going to keep a lookout for any shadows or any bad guys we see here on the ice, too. Trusty brand down. I think we're down to about 10 matches. Let's get a hacksaw. We must find the hacksaw and cut the maple. We must survive. Great Bear Island. Yo, what's up, Chris? 10 magical matches. It's good to see you, Chris. I hope you're doing very well on this Tuesday. We're over here just kind of getting going and trying to up our responsibilities a little bit. We did fade into the long dark, trying this craziness, but we're not going to stay laying down. We will beat the unbeatable. It's good to see you, Chris. It's nice that you join for once at a time when I'm not getting mauled by a bear or something. Usually, most of the time when Chris shows up, I'm either getting mauled or my health is on Heartbeat Alley. So remember this moment, Chris. Look at us. Look at our vitals. We got like 75 HP. What a world. Alright, we might have to expedite our trip over to the car. We gotta light a spot fire next to it. Alright, this is our hacksaw moment. Backseat hacksaw, baby. What do you say? We've done it. That is what I'm talking about right there. Having a tough time ascertaining the wind here. Thank you, Bean. It's the little things in life, right? Car hacksaws. I always keep a hacksaw in the backseat of my 2005 Honda Civic Smart Move. Well, the thing is the Honda Civic can take you places other cars can't. And most of those places have short trees that you want to cut down to make into bows. So if you're a wise consumer of the 2005 turquoise-colored Honda Civic on Great Bear Island, well, of course, carry a hacksaw in the back seat. Alright, we're going for cheat. Or if I want to be more responsible, I break down scrap right now. So I don't risk the fire going out. Excellent. You always like to sort that category by condition so that we have our worst torches at the top, and those are the ones we can break down when we're doing our responsibilities. We should make some responsible tinder while we're in here too. Man, I love this game. We We survive. We craft. I don't know. I love how grounded it is, I think. It's not very fantastical. Potions or anything. No, this is fire. Water. All the Captain Planet things. Alright. So now we need to think about this. Got some tinder made. Wow, Bean. Talk about responsible minds think alike. Look how nerdy we are, Bean. Alright, so I'm thinking about checking out the old Excel sheet maybe and figuring out where we're going to get this hammer on loot pool 4. So I'm pretty sure that's the loot pool we're on. So we just need to think now about exactly where we're going to get this bad boy. Because I'm pretty sure it's in places like the Ravine and maybe over in Trappers for us. So we just have to go check about that. Because I don't think it's going to come anywhere other than those spots. So I'm going to go over and check out that Excel sheet and see what it's about. As far as yeah, we're on loot pool 4. So Coastal, we got the hacksaw, and there is no hammer in Coastal. And the hammer comes at the Ravine in a million different places. Train car top, train car bottom, train...
Get off of me!
I hope it showed. I didn't check. Bezos better not be playing games. Bottom cave, train car bottom of the ravine, and train car top of the ravine for the hammer on loot pool 4. And it is in the ravine. And then if we don't get it there, it's at Trappers. And then we're going over that direction towards Forlorn for the Forge anyways. And the only way we would end up getting the Trappers one is if we had problems with having to go to the bottom of the ravine. There's no way I'm climbing down that rope and doing that whole shenanigan right now. Not a chance, man. Not doing it. Yo, Thor the man! Bringing the hammer! What a shaking, Thor! How's it going, buddy? We're just talking about it all being in the hips over here and positions, apparently. We just made some responsible tinder, and we're fired up to go get ourselves a hammer. Now that we have our hacksaw, we can look for some maple along the way, and any sort of ravaged deer, we're grabbing the guts out of. But last time we faded into the long dark because we stank walk with those uncured guts. Thank you for those hips, Thor. Making a big impression. That's what I'm talking about. Good to see you, Thor. Man, I love these clear nights. We have a full moon and a beautiful sky. And I'm pretty sure Raph put the Big Dipper and stuff in the constellations. Unbelievable stuff. Consulting Nancy Reagan and putting the stars in the skies. Here we go. Let's go get our hammer. We're going to continue westward throughout Coastal Highway and probably just keep on moving. We're going to have a good attitude about it. Yeah, we got the bedroll early. Woohoo. It's not so bad, really. It just forces you to improvise a little bit off of your normal plan. And sometimes that's the type of whimsy you need, you know? Just a little bit of whimsy in your life. These are my favorite nights when the stars are out and you can see all over the place when you're walking. I guess that's like saying the most obvious thing in the world, though, right? I love it in this game when there's no blizzards. Back to my water is wet analogy. Did you know, Thor, that water is wet? Fire is hot? Can you believe it? So here we are. Going to make our bow, doing it responsibly. You just gotta stay on track, you know? Coming up here on the blue trailer over on the left, And I see a bunch of disbelievers. I see a bunch of people that don't think this world has whimsy. I'm here to tell you it does. Oh. You trying to say it doesn't have whimsy, huh? That there's no whimsy in this world? Well, guess what? There is whimsy. And sometimes it's contained right here inside this blue trailer. You say you don't believe in whimsy, and you're a doubter? Come on. We're gonna change that.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Bust out our goofy storm lantern and take a look in here. I'll tell you what I see. I see a nice marine flare for us. That's pretty cool. But I don't see a lot. I'll tell you what I definitely don't see is anybody in this thing. To me, there's just empty floors, pieces of cloth on the ground, but not much, right? Just when you thought there wasn't whimsy in the world, huh? I'll tell you what I think. I think this green shelf over here could use a plastic container on it. I don't know about you guys or anybody out there who thinks whimsy doesn't exist, but if I were to move this green shelf and I saw a plastic container show up on the second to bottom shelf, it would sure bring a little whimsy in my day. Holy. Now, if I was over here and I moved this bed, there's zero chance. Now, nobody could convince me that somebody might join us on this bottom bunk. Come on. Oh my gosh. Oh, something's going on over here. I don't know what's happening. We got to see what Bezos is up to. Oh, well, thank you, Belfer. Thank you very much. Thank you for zipping and zapping, my friend. Was it the whimsy that really opened up your spirit today? Could you not believe how unbelievable this green jacket person is that showed up here on this bunk bed? Thank you, Belfer. Thank you for zipping and zapping with your Bezos. Now listen, Belfer. Versetti, do you really think that there's going to be a heavyset gal that would show up on this top bunk? There's no way there could be more whimsy in this trailer. That has to be all the whimsy, right? But just when you thought the whimsy was done, oh! I know. Everybody, it's okay. Just hold on to your chairs while your head feels light from all this whimsy. It's okay. You did just see 2 corpses show up and a blue-white plastic container on a green shelf. But it's okay. We're all going to get through this together. It was very whimsical, indeed. I don't know what I'm talking about over here. Ketchup chips.
Someone's gotta go.
Alright, this is a Grandpa Simpson situation. I'm going back inside. Before I take any sort of drip, I'm going to check for a ravage over here for feathers. I'm going to try to stay on top of getting feathers responsibly and early. We need 3 feathers per arrow. Oh! Thank you, Wizard! Thank you very much for zipping and zapping, my friend. Holy! Coming out of the woodworks of the woodworks. It's good to see you, Wizard. Oh my gosh, something's happening. Thank you, Wizard. Another Bezos, my man. He's gonna be pleased with us. Thank you, Wizard. I have a good friend named Wizard who's the man. He's a long dark legend. Oh. Thank you, Wizard. Oh, I'm taking the drip. I got too excited. All that whimsy. The feather drip. All right, I'm getting a bit negligent here. Doesn't take much. I got caught up in the whimsy.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
All right, I'm going to take a rest here. And we're going to get into the sunlight before we make some moves, or at least the weather dying down. We're going to pick up scrap metal along the way for our eventual forge and scout out some maple, because we're going to be on about a day behind schedule here. We've lived for 21 hours, so we still have 6 days after the maple is chopped and put inside. Ketchup chips in the morning, baby. And banged up dog food. You see how we smash it open so primitively? Unacceptable. Gotta find a can opener, man. Alright. Let's go see what the morning brings us. Or the night still. Alright, Trusty Bren, check. Down to 9 Trusty Bren, huh? I'm not liking that. I'm passing a few of my loot opportunities. We had a neighbor's house at Quincy's I left behind. And I left behind the 2 islands of Jackrabbit and Misanthropes, too. Those would have been match opportunities for us. And this is close to a Grandpa Simpson situation again. I can see our temperature plummeting. We're gonna get a few more hours of rest and wait till the morning comes. Man, look at that. Alright. This is what we do. We Grandpa Simpson a little bit. Sometimes you just have to take the loss. If you walk outside with your own plans, the weather will tell you, hey man, maybe you need to wait a little bit. Sometimes your impatience will make you want to push forward, but it's good to be responsible. Okay, now we see what the morning brings us. It's just a little overcast morning with 3 down arrows, still super cold out here. We're going to use one of our 9 Trusty Brand matches, get a torch going, travel down past these wolves on the main road here. Definitely don't want to run into any timber wolves, the Kevin Garnett variety.
Too heavy.
Alright, our match numbers are seriously low. Sometimes you could find a fire striker when you get over there to Mystery Lake. So we might do that. That would be swell. What do you think about that idea? Hey, what's up, Cookies? How you doing? Hiya to you, Cookies. I hope you're doing well. And it's lovely to see your smiling face today on this Tuesday. How are you? Hey, one thing about Cookies, every time she shows up, it becomes cooler. It's good to see you, Cookies. We're just walking down a road to nowhere. Well, hopefully a road to hope, where we find our gal Astrid again and are reunited, and we get the white picket fence. and we're grilling outside, and I'm wearing an apron that says, I don't know, the chef is cool, and I'm making burgers and throwing them on potato rolls with fresh beefsteak tomato and iceberg lettuce. What do you think of that? Pepper jack or provolone cheese. Hot off the grill. Hey, Astrid, I burned him again. Oh, don't worry about it, Will. We're not sweating the small stuff anymore. We've survived craziness. It's okay, the burgers are a little well done. Ha ha ha. You're the best, honey. What a life. That's the type of dream he has when he's in one of these desolate cabins, and then he wakes up and realizes he is in the long dark still. Poor Will. Yeah. That's it. That's the end of the movie there. Then he wakes up. That's it right there. He wakes up in a trailer and he realizes that's the sad part of it all, that it's a horror movie and not like a blockbuster hit the way he sees it in his mind where there's a happy ending. Poor Will.
Come on. Well, thank goodness for that.
Some nightmares you can never wake up from. This summer. Holy. That's it. So we got dusty floor potatoes on the menu here. Best part about those is you can use them as a heating mechanism, much like our herbal tea here. Let's get some responsible bandages made up for our sprained ankle negligence. We should be coming up on some cattail dreams when we get over here to Bear Creek Campground. That'll be where we pick up some more tinder. Pre-made. No big deal. We got 3 copies of L.O. Kingley's Sewing Primer. Not to brag or anything. No big deal. Put that potato in some tea. Oh! Potato tea, huh? I've heard of potato vodka, but never potato tea. I still don't even know what potato vodka is, though, really. How do you make vodka with potatoes? Sounds wild. Very carefully. Oh, LD the man! Vodka is made from potato. How's it going, LD? It's good to have a legend in the mix. How are you, my friend? Night of the Living LD. Holy. Good to see you, buddy. We're just over here with a little bit of striving happening, and a side dish of striving, and maybe a little bit of thriving, and also some whimsy. So vodka's made from potatoes. Is that all vodka? There's just got to be potato vodka. Other vodka's got to be made from like rubbing alcohol or something. Not sure what it smells like. Alright, we're gonna have to seek out this glorious birch bark from the old ravine over there. Good thing we're going there. That'll be the location. We're looking at 3 different spots for our heavy hammer as well. All right, let's blow this candy stand. Hey, what's up, Foil the Man? How's it going, buddy? What's good to you, my friend? I hope you and the missus are doing well in your new spot. Good to see you, Foil. The whole crew is here. We're going to these fishing huts right up here. Probably not going to do too much as to pop in, grab the nuts and stuff from the recycled wood box crate thing in there, and then probably just pop right on out. Just stash and go with the loot in these little fishing huts. Part of me wonders if I should check for the maple over here on this little island. It'd be great if I could spot it from here. That would be next level. On this little island right up here, there's a potential for a maple. Of course, we all have PTSD from this boardwalk over here. We were attacked by Boris on it during a blizzard. It was a whole thing. Hopefully we get some matches from one of these cabins. Yes, I've been slowly getting my stuff here. That's why I haven't been active very much. Awesome, buddy. That's cool. The island will be here whenever you come back. Waiting. Okay, sounds good, bud. What do you say, maple? Ah. All right, the maple would be basically right here. And also, if you're looking for a birch sapling, you can most of the time get one from that island right there. They're kind of loner saplings, though. So now we're going to have to continue looking for a maple on our journeys. It's going to be a minimum of 6 days until we get that thing cut and put inside before we're even able to shoot anything on this island. And we only have 14 days to get everything done. The second the clock on the calendar in there shows 14, the challenge is done. So you have to have a lot done in those 2 weeks. It's craziness. Fishing camp. Sometimes you find Trusty Brand over here. Nope. Oh! Tried to save the torch.
I need to drop something.
Got me right at the end. Alright, we're gonna quickly loot these guys here, warm up real super fast, and then head up the Bear Creek campgrounds. We seek the maple, the saplings, and probably the guts shortly after. We could probably get nice, safe ravine guts from one of the 2 ravaged deers over there. That might be the big move to make. So we don't have to stink walk through this town. Can't have the stink walk. Oh,
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Well, you're taking it either way, aren't you, Will? Gotta go get ready for my stream. Here's some hips for good luck and RNG. Thank you, Lily. Well, we just got that amazing luck. We're just gonna keep complimenting Raph and tell him how awesome salads are when you go to a steakhouse and you have an awesome opportunity to get a big old T-bone and you still opt for a salad. That's a great choice. I'll see you, Lily.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Yeah. Oh, sports socks. The green alien color variety. I don't know what's going on. The aliens are watching Will. Man, these socks are terrible. 0.1 Celsius warmth bonus. Nuts and
It's
stuff.
food.
All right, so our scrap numbers are going to be a little light right now. We got 3. But since there's a lot of stuff going on outside, we have time to get a few pieces. All right, we're going to rest till the wind goes away, and we're going up the creek right here, scouting for all the saplings and just being responsible because we don't have stones to get this stone pump fake off the wolves off of us. Summit soda. A nice stale chocolate bar. All right, we're sleeping till the wind dies. Still going. Loft numbers are sitting at big fat 0. All right, I'm gonna tear up one of these neckties over here. We got 7 feathers. So we're in the warm part of the day. If this weather would give out on us, we could actually do some traveling. But the winds keep on going. All right, I'm probably going to get about 1 more hour. Hope that we get a little bit of sunlight to travel in. It'll still be warm once this thing breaks. There we go. All right, let's get going.
Something's gotta go.
Loop 4, baby. Bedroll City. So this is the long dark in all its glory. Man, I'm thinking about going down that way for extra birch sapling opportunities because I know next to the bear cave there's an opportunity for a couple of them. I'm thinking we need 3 to 4 birch saplings because you get 3 arrow shafts from every 1 birch sap. So I need a total of about 9 to 12 arrows total when we do our hunt. We just have to get 14 shots. You just got to make them all count. I think there's an opportunity for a maple next to this burnt down cabin up here. But there are bears and wolves everywhere around the place we are right now. All right, in this clearing, sometimes you see birch saps. Nothing. But we are headed to a couple maple opportunities up here on the shelf. Oh boy. Alright, this is a bit of a hairy situation here. One of my big obstacles right now is being kind of short on the main things I need, like birch and maple saps. So up here on this shelf, I think I got a hit on the maple, and then I definitely got to find some birch ASAP. Right behind me on this creek downhill, there's a bear cave that might have some birch. And the wolf kind of prevented me from checking over there. So we're coming up on our maple spot up here on this shelf. Alright, I think we got some bad news on the maple. We didn't get a maple! Yeah, it would be right up there on that hill. We're not getting anything. Alright, we need to get to probably the Rabbit Grove cabin to regroup right now. And I'm going to have to decide whether I want to backtrack down the Bear Creek River here. I don't know where he was coming from. It sounded like he was coming from over this way. It sounded like trouble. Yeah. I don't like this. Alright, we need to think about this maple location. And if we were going to want to go check for the loner maple down there on the far west corner of this place. And that wolf is just coming barreling down on us too, isn't he? Alright, here's what we got. Our location is as follows. We're over here next to Bear Creek Campgrounds, and we're trying to deal with this whole maple situation we have in front of us. This was the one I was saying was up on the shelf, basically, and we're kind of in this vicinity here at the Bear Creek Campgrounds. I know of a loner maple if we go backwards, and my inner min-max nerd doesn't really want to backtrack too much, given that we're on kind of a time crunch. The maple I'm referring to is this loner maple right down here next to the ravaged deer. We would just go down the river here and go over to this clearing, and there's a maple opportunity there. Along the way, we'll hit that birch opportunity, maybe get some arrow potentials out of this area here. Also, there's a couple on this way too. There's a birch that could be behind this rock formation. I've never seen it. I always look for it. And then there's a maple that could be in the distance. I have seen that one. So if we don't backtrack, we can go to those two opportunities and hope we hit on there. Probably the more important one is the maple, given that there's definitely a couple birch opportunities in the ravine where we're headed, taking this exit right there. So it's basically, do I risk not going and backtracking for these two maple opportunity and birch? And then I just keep going this way and up and check these two. It's kind of the gamble that I'm not getting a maple at this spot, basically. That's the one that's most pertinent. So, I think we'll take a Bezos, take a quick, analysis of what we got going on and try to get a good plan. A responsible plan. You know what I mean? That's what I think. So, whatever we decide, it'll be either going back to check those other 2 locations or just gambling that we're going to find one at the top of this hill. Those are basically the 2 things we're going back and forth on. I sure would love to just keep going to the ravine. I'm not sure if we're going to find any maple opportunities there. There might be one in Mystery Lake, down underneath the bridge where the ptarmigans are. That might be where a maple could be in Mystery Lake. Definitely not in the ravine, though. Ravine is birch saplings most of the time over there. So, nerdiness unite, basically. We do have a glorious bedroll. I suppose we should probably go take a responsible note and write down that we're on Loophole 4 and get things kind of grounded for us and make our first responsible note. What do you say to that? Oh, I'm getting chased by a wolf, and I can't unpause and write Mario Lopez for president in the notepad. I'm going to get mauled. Good Lord. Well, but that's what's going in there. You can guarantee that's what will be written when we start it. ML for president. Everybody knows that his jerry curl and his wrestling skills precede his reputation, you know what I mean? That's AC Slater right there. The greatest. The one. Look at this guy. You think this guy's kidding around? No, he's not. Okay, so you guys have been nonstop with your varying opinions on whether we backtrack for that maple or go for this one, and I appreciate all the input. I'm probably just gonna go to the one up the hill and gamble and not backtrack. So I might just be taking a big loop around this wolf and trying to keep a wide berth on him, going up the river and seeing if we can see that one that's kind of on the way. I would love to find both, and we're just going to have to hit on the maple pretty much. Otherwise, we're not getting it until Mystery Lake, and then it's going to be a long 6 days. Our forge is probably not going to last 6 days, so there might be a little bit of downtime chilling there. Let's hope maybe we make nature call, can make some rabbit mittens or something, some sort of situation. The Cubit says, risk it for the biscuit, or for a biscuit. Nice. Sorry about that. All right, I'm gonna grab these reishi mushrooms. Oh, we're taking the drip. Gotta get to the rabbit cabin. Man, this is all ridiculous. Alright, I'm taking way too many negligent drips on this first couple days here. I'm not enjoying it. Thank goodness we're coming into the world of birch bark. Rose hips.
Too much stuff to carry.
Okay, we're here at the old rabbit cabin. And this is where we're gonna warm up before we travel. We're pretty much heading into the night now, so we definitely won't be daytime traveling where we can spot the saplings as well. Would love to heat up pretty quickly. Let's bust out this goofy storm lantern so we don't miss any loot here. All right, banged up tomato soup and cattails in our future, pretty much. Have we checked the area that's to the southwest of Rabbit Cabin for maple? We absolutely have been. That's the shelf we were hoping it was going to be on. We usually can see that as we're coming over the horizon. It's up there on like a hill. Oh, we got an aurora. That's a bit crazy. Got something going on over here. Holy crap. Within all the lines I put out today, I was happy to get some decent returns. Been a while since I put down numbers like that in my book. Holy. Guy's putting numbers down. He's making moves. Alright, I'm worried about our calories. Let's craft up a tea. I'm gonna try one more to get rid of these Whistler winds out there. And then if it's a calm night, we can travel. We're gonna be trying to scout saplings in the dark. Oh, I just realized there's an aurora. What kind of world do I think I'm traveling in right now? Holy crap.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Alright, so I might have to take a risk it for the biscuit, walk down to the river and grab some cattails. Just to keep our streak of calories in our belly. We're gonna have to assume how long this aurora lasts. It could last till almost sunrise. That would be not cool. And these lumps are going to be a pain in the tail to pick up. And I'm scared. Wolves usually spawn up this direction. If I go too much further, an aurora wolf is going to get me.
Might have to drop some gear.
Crouching kind of keeps you unidentified a little bit from the animals sometimes. So you'll see kind of pros crouching when they're coming towards bad guys. Or heading into their territories and trying to stay away from them. Let's grab these reishi mushrooms. Okay, we got cattails. What a thrill. Look at us over here. 150 calories each in these bad boys. They pack a dry punch full of cattailiness. Alright, now we can probably sleep out this aurora over here. The reason we're trying to maintain calories in our bellies so much is because we're trying to acquire the often sought after and often attempted to be retained well-fed. And you keep that by always having calories in your belly for 3 days straight. If you go to absolute zero with calories in your belly, it basically like wipes away the streak and goes straight back to zero. And then it's another 3 days minimum until you get well-fed back. The reason well-fed's so important is because when you go over to your backpack and look at your carrying capacity, something that comes into play just about every time you go traveling, you have 5 extra kilograms of carrying to it. Normal weight is 30, and you can have 35 if you have that well fed. Just got to keep calories in your belly. So that's what we tried to do with those cattails there. Let's go get our saplings and head over to the ravine. We're pretty well rested. We'll grab a couple more tails along the way. Stop for a spot fire if we get chilly. And it'll be Grandpa Simpson if it's windy. All right, here we go. I'm gonna say this is the worst visibility to spot those saplings, so I'm gonna need some serious carrot-eating assistance from you guys. No games. All seriousness. Yo, Naku the man! How's it going, Naku? How's everything been going and how's the songs coming? Great to see you, Nak. We're over here on Bear Creek Campgrounds, heading up the old river. We're having a good time.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
And we seek the saplings. Excellent. What a way to wake up and on the island. We are here. We are storming the steeds. Spot fire. Things picked up a little bit out here, I think. Also, the wind changed directions. I'm going to see if this duration stays above 9 minutes for a couple minutes before I throw a lump on there. Actually, I'm going to freeze and take a drip. Lump, wrist. All right, it's freezing out here. More lumps.
My life.
We're taking way too much drip on these first couple days. Our health is down to 63 HP. Weak sauce. Okay, so right up here behind this rock formation, I believe, this thing right there, there's a potential for birch saps. And then in the distance up the hill a little bit more will be our maple sap shot. 5 kilograms equals almost 3 hammers worth. Well, cubit. I don't know if you're taking, you know, I'm a bit sensitive about hammer talk these days. My parachute pants are still at the cleaners, you know. I wonder what MC Hammer's second biggest hit was. I bet you there was a song he put out maybe like 20 years later, and everybody was like, oh, MC's back. And, you know, it was like, oh, it's actually not bad. It sounds kind of contemporary or something. Maybe he came out with a song in like the early 2000s, I would guess. And that was probably his second biggest song. Since, of course, we're talking about a gentleman whose #1 hit took place in the 80s. We gotta get moving. Hey, what's up, Claire? How's it going? I think we're all big fans of your cool jewelry store in the mall. How's it going, Claire? Just walking around in a blizzard out here. Living it up. Not seeing any of the saplings we were hoping to identify. Sure feeling bad about it too, because if I keep walking here, I'll probably pass both opportunities to get these birch and maple. Well, I got kind of turned around too. Excellent. We're over here trying to stay alive in this trepidatious blizzard right now. So the maple's kind of in this vicinity over there, but it's snowing cats and dogs out here. I can't see Jackrabbit Island in this piece. Came out with another hit. It would probably be coffee time. Oh!
Head feel thick.
Man, I gotta start these fires before I take the drip. I'm still working on that responsibility. Let's drink a little tea there. There we go. All right, we're using LL Kingley's sewing primer basically because we're not going to be reading any books in this short little challenge we're doing here. There's really no mending needed since we're not going to risk disqualifying and trying to fix our clothes. We're going to take what we can get.
That did it.
Double lump. Feels like out here is crazy right now. Each one of these lumps will give 20 Celsius to this. So if we were in the sub minus 26 range, 2 lumps will get us over and warm enough to chill for a second. Let's make some more herbal tea so we can travel with warm bellies. I'm gonna have to get some cattails pretty shortly after arriving at the ravine there. I didn't have too much time to get tails here in the blizzard. I see a loose lump. If he came out with another hit, it'd be coffee time from all that hammering. Yeah, I think it was like a comeback song. I think he had a song maybe 20 years later, and everybody said, man, it's been a while since we've heard MC Hammer. I'm guessing it was in the early 2000s, and if I were to look at his chart numbers and stuff, I think his number 2 hit would probably be somewhere in the 2000s. I do believe. I'm gonna grab this lump. Alright, we're just kind of planning here. The weather's been whooping us. RNG has been doing the pretty good job on us too. It gave us a bedroll and not much. The saplings might be there, but the blizzards are coming at the time when we're walking by them and not giving us the opportunity to cut them. So we're basically kind of torn between moving forward or sticking around in a place for a while. I think what we're just going to be doing is warming up and getting moving. All right, no cheeks in a blizzard because of that right there.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Raven Falls Trestle. So, we just had to light a fire without the wind blowing on it. Since the wind changed direction on us, we put the fire over here in this little cubby. Ahead of us, we have a pretty crazy walk across a broken rail. And there's a piece of metal about as wide as our shoe that we have to walk on to get across. And the whole run will fall and plummet to the bottom of this trestle if we fall off. Can't have that. 80%. All right. When we do the math, it's minus 26 again. Double lump action. I bust out the bedroll, and we'll just kind of pass some time in there. Play a little bit of solitaire in a blizzard in a bedroll. Morning's here.
Looks like I made it through another night.
Let's get going. There we go. This is Raven Falls Trestle. It's nice to be able to see it a little bit more, and the blizzard's dead. Pretty intense. And there's all kinds of sharp trees down there and everything. So my one piece of advice crossing the Raven Falls Trestle is make sure auto walk is off. Because if you have auto walk on, you'll just keep on going over that thing. We don't have any auto walk on here. We're going with the old W key here on PC. It's always serious, no matter how many times. This is it. We're just walking along this cricky old wooden thing. This is like riding a dated roller coaster that slams your head around in unsafe ways at your local amusement park. Yeah, that's the old Trailblazer. Trailblazer's been around for 50 years. 8 people passed away last year riding on her, but for some reason we still got it. The old Trailblazer. Yo, Reagan, what is shaking? I hope you're having the best day. Well, it definitely got better now that the president is here. I believe that I will make your day better. It's good to see you. We had a Nancy Reagan reference earlier when the stars were out. Things are happening over here, Reagan. It's great to see you. We're going to go get some cattails to try to keep this hunger in our belly, and we'll drink teas till we get there. It's good to see you, Reagan. One of the OGs of OGs. Thankfully, it's not OJ, White Bronco. All right, we're going through this really cool cave here.
Can't feel my hands.
He can't feel his hands. Got to get this guy some better gloves than his neighbor's curtains wrapped around his hands. Hopes and dreams. If I did do it, not saying I did, but if I did, this is how I would do it. That's an OJ reference. Alright, this herbal tea will give us a little calories until we can get over here to these cattails. In the cave, the first cave up here in the upper part, we're going to check to see if we have any pre-made foods like cans of soup or anything. Who knows? We're getting pretty cold. Might have to do a spot fire in that cave. Not a lot of time to waste if there's no food there. About to take a drip. Son of a gun. Get inside the cave. Go. All right, we can check for the hammer in here. It's our first opportunity to get that bad boy. Everybody knows he made a comeback song in the 2000s. Nope. I also don't see calories. Holy. Alright, now we need to think about this well-fed we're trying to maintain. I gotta get all the way across that log and to the river over on the other side of the ravine pretty quickly. I'm wondering if I have to make a tea to last to get me over there, and I probably do. Make a reishi tea right here, and then get over to there with just maybe 100 more calories in my belly. I don't even know if I'll make it with the current amount of calories I have right now. 100. It's gonna be close. Down to the wire. The wires.
Fire.
There he goes, stealing Astrid's line. Unacceptable, Will.
Looks like it worked.
Alright, these are basically calorie teas right here. Trying to get as much as we can going. Let's get in this bedroll while we're waiting for him. Smarter man would have drank it right before he left and warmed up fully then. It's never been me. Alright, everybody keep an eye on those dwindling calories and I'll drink this other tea. No hammer, by the way. If we come up on a ravaged deer, calories there too. Reishi mushrooms. Hey, what's up, Sil? How's it going, buddy? How are you on this amazing Tuesday to the Sil Man? Just over here trying to maintain this calorie streak, living on the edge. Razor's Edge. Razor Ramon's Edge. So once I get over to the other side, there should be a Ravaged or some cattails for us. Just make it there with at least 100 or so cows in our belly. No excuses. Never surrender. Oh! I will say this, we've been getting our butt whooped by the weather. In the 3 short days or few days we've lived here, there have been a lot of action in the winds. The winds of change. All right, I see a Ravaged. Work lurking. How's it going? It's going pretty good still. We're just going over here trying to make a bow. We're on loophole 4, so we got the dreaded bedroll, but we acted grateful for it, and we're hoping that that pays off. Now, right now, I have to go and look at my cows. 42. I don't even know if I have time to finish this guy. It might be a dead sprint to the cows on the thing over here. I don't think I have any teas or anything. 40 calories to walk over to the river and grab a tail and munch it. Sounds ridiculous. All right, let's go do that. This is our moment. As the crow flies. Don't you lose that calorie streak, buddy. Oh my gosh. It's about to go. Calories waste away so quickly on this challenge, man. We're about to lose our calorie streak. It's going to be very sad. He's going to make a voice line comment when it happens, and then you're going to see red on the stomach symbol down there. Here we go. All right. Well fed in 3 days, no problem. All right, I'm going back to my Ravage now that I lost my streak over here. And we're going to get the cured, or not the cured guts, but just the guts out of the deer. And then they will be cured. Great part about being in the ravine over here is that we don't have to worry about getting attacked by any of the bad guys, because the ravine is actually a place without predators. So you see all the rabbits and deer and everybody just kind of running around uninhibited. What a world.
Where can I find something to eat?
Oh, we're working on it, buddy. We got a ravaged old purple deer here. How does that sound? Does that sound appetizing? All right, we're going to ravage this deer. We're going to be carrying around 5 kilograms less than we hoped in a day or so. But hey, you know, you got to roll with the punches over here.
That's done.
All right, we still need 2 lumps to get these fires legit. Purple deer incoming. Fair birch bark. Alright, we're getting some of this deer for lunch, and then we're going to go get the rest of the birch and everything off of the floor of the ravine here. and then go set ourselves up for maybe a future bow in the future. If we're going to do any hunting in this hunting tournament, I suppose that'd be a good idea. Let's do it. Our first cup of birch tea is on the menu. $17 for that steak. We'll grab another piece here. Then we'll think about grabbing the guts out before we take off. Those will be our 2 guts for the bow. Look how purple this deer is. Always got to make sure we responsibly drop the animal fat too. Animal detection on scent in this thing is super far away. They will smell the will coming. There's our boy. 7 Celsius warmth bonus. He's looking ridiculous. Looks like he's had some hard time maintaining employment, and he's just off the rails. Maybe he crashed a plane after the divorce or something. He's still pretending he's a pilot, and his license has been revoked. See if we got any feathers around here. Here we go. We, of course, cannot use stones to throw after the local rabbits. That would be nice. There we go. Food in our belly. Sometimes you gotta look between all this crazy grass to see if you can see the feathers. Alright, I'm gonna do an inventory on our feather numbers right now. We got 9, so that makes 3 arrows. Prepared reishi mushrooms. And we're getting sleepy too. That moldy cardboard bed in Mystery Lake is calling my name. Yeah, I want to check this other rabbit, see if we got any more feathers over here. We might have to take a cheat to stay off the drip health-wise, so that we're rested enough to get through the ravine and get over to Mystery Lake. Yeah, moldy cardboard height, Cubit. Big time. Man, this game still takes my breath away sometimes on these crystal clear days. I mean, it's a beauty of a day right here. We can see where we came into the town over there at that little tunnel.
Really tired.
Next level stuff. All right, we're about to take a cheek. Bust out. Well, we sure do, Cubit. Look how fancy it is. Wow. What a life to live. I hear you're trying to take cheeky naps on the go with the bedroll I gifted you. Not a chance, eh? I'm sending another blizzard, the 100th blizzard I've sent in these 3 days you've lived on this island. You will not beat this challenge. You will always be a jabroni. Dang, Raph, take it easy, man. Come on. No mercy. It's not the same without the moldy cardboard smell, though. Yeah, let's get over there to that Cupid. It's about time we sleep in that thing. Storm God, see that guy over there putting down his bedroll? Yeah. Raph is pulling the strings. He has his Kango hat on. He knows what Ed Harris would do in this moment. He's certain of it. Alright, we're taking the drip while we get Birch here. We can go up to the cave over here and sleep. That'll at least get us off the drip. Right now we're hovering around 50 HP, and I feel like we've been a bit negligent. Well, I don't really think there's much of a debate in that department. We have been negligent. Not even gonna have well fed for Pete's sakes. Alright, we're going up to this cave. We're gonna try to take a cheek in there and then walk around for the rest of this birch. Once this high wind decides to die down. Right now we're losing 1 HP per hour because we're at full fatigue. So I'm hugging the wall to block the wind, and I'm getting into this cave up here on the left. I'll tell you the other thing is I didn't grab the guts off the deer back there because the blizzard started. So I kind of gambled for there being a deer here or on the other side of Mystery, and it doesn't look like there's deer here. So I am ill-equipped for this hunt. Here we go. Ketchup chips. Pinnacle peaches. Alright, cheeky 1 hour coming up. It's warm enough in the back of the cave for us. We're at the warm part of the day as long as we can get off the drip here. 1 to 2 hours should do it. Give us enough strength to get all the birch and get over there to the moldy bed. Gotta get our guts, maple, and birch still. This is crazy. We've lived for 2 days. I'm sluggish. Okay, we seek the birch and pretty much everything at this point. We still need the hammer and all the saps and the guts. Unemployed Will's having a tough time.
Not sure why I feel so tired.
I'm telling you guys, I could still fly. Yeah, Will, you tell us, you know these planes cost millions of dollars, and when you crash them, we can't take too many risks. No, I promise, guys. I won't crash again. Alright, hopefully we see some birch up here. Birch saplings, that is. Man, look at that majestic 10-point buck. His antlers coming over the hills. All right, there might be a few more pieces of birch if we go up that way. We do have to check at this train car down here to see if we can find ourselves a heavy hammer. Cattail Dreams. Hope you guys are having a lovely Tuesday. We've spent a few hours here running around the island, and we have many more hours ahead of us. We're looking to make ourselves a weapon and get revenge for all these wolves and bear who have messed us up, taken our runs away, and stolen our shoes. We seek revenge. And we're going after the most daunting bad guy in the game, the dreaded cougar. She wields it, and she doesn't take kindly to those coming in her territory. She usually shows up with a cutscene right around that 10-day mark. So pretty much we'll have about 3 or 4 days once she shows up to do the hunt. So before that, we need to accrue maybe 8 to 9 shots. So we're pretty close to that 14 number, assuming that we can get about 5 in the cougar and settle the score. So we're just getting the bare necessities right now. We really hope that there's going to be a hammer over here. We won't have to go off the beaten path too far and go down to Trappers. It's not a giant detour, just a little bit. Be nice to find it here. What do you say, Raph? Went through a little RNG. No, he does not. All right, we're getting our hammer at Trappers, because the other spot it is here in the ravine is down the rope climb, and there's no chance we're going down that rope. That thing is a shenanigan. It does give you a stem down there, but boy, it just takes a while and causes a ruckus. Bring the ruckus. Yeah, I hope you guys are having a good day, man. Cattail Dreams are in our future. The rest of the birch bark here and some cattails. Boy, can you believe we still haven't gotten a maple yet?
Cold is making my head feel.
All those people who think that this bedroll loot pool is awesome. There's been some odd things that have happened, though. Blizzards right when we're walking by maples and things. There's been a lot of kind of lined up shenanigans. A perfect storm of negligence and jabroni actions. And the blizzards keep on coming.
Surrounded by snow. Nothing to do.
We're going to use our small arms handbook for an 80% chance of starting this fire. Throw a bunch of lumps on, get a few teas crafted, warm up in our bedroll. Munch on cattails.
It worked.
whooped over here. Alright, we might have to take a cheek somewhere. I'm scared to do it right here, that's for sure. It's gonna be tough, man. The wind could change directions and whoop us up.
Feeling so drained.
Oof. We got lucky. When you assess the risk, you assume that in that hour, if the wind changes, the fire still has chances to turn into embers and do a couple different things. That's kind of the risk you take. How quickly the wind changes within that hour you go for your cheek. Serious nerdness. We will survive. We will do it for the people. For the streets. Each piece of these birch will be coupled with another piece, and then 2 pieces of this birch bark here you can make into birch tea. And that'll give you health back of, I believe, about 5 HP, and you get that HP back in a 2-hour increment. So you'll just see like a little buff on your health bonus down there, and you'll be getting that 5 HP over those 2 hours. It's a great way to recover in a challenge like this one where you don't get health back when you go to sleep. So it might look like, oh, we could just go to sleep right now with maybe some herbal tea. We'll get all our health. It won't come back. Much like the dad who went out for a pack of cigarettes. It never comes back. Dad? Are you there? No. Alright, let's keep going. We're going to the moldy cardboard bed over in Mystery Lake. We're going pretty empty-handed over there, by the way, too. We don't have anything to drop down there because we don't have anything yet. This is as far behind as I've ever felt in the bow-making speed run that we usually start off with. Alright, let's get to Mystery Lake. Transition to get there is just over this hill. We're going to have a hop in Mystery Lake where we get a fire striker, heavy hammer, and honestly, we're going to have to get a clue and a grip while we're over there as well. I'm really hoping the moldy cardboard bed is what wakes me up, you know, kind of like if an athlete sniffing salts on the sidelines or something. Gotta wake up, man. It's serious out here. This is so fun. You just walk through the snows. what will happen when you get to the other side. There could be a wolf. This is definitely not the time we want to run into that wolf either.
Too tired to think.
We can't sprint away from him.
I need to drop something.
Okay, so sometimes there's a wolf over here by these trailers we're looking for.
My fingers feel numb.
Yeah, his fingers are feeling numb. Get inside! Go! We're so close! Beautiful. Okay. So we made it in this place. We can at least get some rest inside, not worrying about the weather changing on us all over the place. Moldy beef jerky before bed. Alright, a couple of these cattails. Let's get some rest. Oh, thirst! Ah, man. I'm having a tough time. I'm gonna go check our health HP number to see the exact numbers. I'm ashamed.
It's getting kind of heavy.
51% on our HP right now. We're in the dumps. Okay, so we've made it to Mystery Lake and we don't have any of our curables yet. So it's basically just go the second we can fatigue-wise and look for all three things here in Mystery Lake. I'm going to check under the bridge first, and then we'll probably go over closer to Alan's cave for a couple birch saps, and we'll grab some guts off one of the ravaged here. Hopefully there's some. RNG just really hasn't been falling in line with us as much as not been on our side right now. So we just got to get a little of that luck here in Mystery Lake to come for us for the good future that we're hoping for, I suppose. That's what I think, at least. All right, well, let's take a quick Bezos and make sure we have our bearings under us. And then, as a reminder of what we're up to, I'll pull up what we're competing in. The hardest challenge on the entire planet. It's ladies' night. All right, be right back. partying, baby. This is a weird one right now. I can't believe that we have nothing for our bow. We've been on this island for a couple days. I feel like I'm behind schedule right now. And that's, my inner min-max nerd is torn between the rose hip bushes, you know what I mean? Not handling it too well. Gotta go find basically everything right now. That's what I think. So, let's think about it. We're going into Mystery Lake. And there's mystery abound here, but there's also things that we can find that we can use. So, we're basically right here in these trailers. Right here. And there's a maple opportunity right next to the Ravage. That could be a 2-for-1 for us right there. Cut our maple, get our guts, throw them back in these trailers. We're going to go check for the birch over here closer to Alan's cave. That's where we can go. This is, of course, Alan's cave. It's a very sophisticated cave. You're going to want to make a reservation if you plan on eating over there. Just know that you're not going to get it. Call ahead like 3 days ahead. They have a nice catch of the day over there, but it's a very sophisticated place. And if you try to get in there with sandals or something, zero chance. You're going to want to call ahead, and you're probably not going to get a booth either. So just be happy with the two top next to the kitchen doors, because that's all you're going to get down at Alan's cave. So we have a birch opportunity here along with the maple there. So if we strike out with the maple here, we probably got to go over to this area right here. And it doesn't look like there's any scary animals over there, so no problem, right? It's not like we have stones to pump fake them off of us or anything. So, we have the birch we can check for here. There's also some more birch down river that we can check for if we keep heading this way. So, there's a couple opportunities. We just really need to hit on the maple here so we don't have to keep running around looking for all this stuff. Can't there be some saplings by Allen's? That's it. That's it, Pete. These are the saplings right here that we're hoping are close, along with this one right here, too. So, we have a kind of a game plan as to how to get the different things we're looking for. We just got to do it expeditiously because, I mean, what are we doing over here? It's going to be 14 days and we will have a bow made. Jabroni, right? That was bad. I'm sorry. It's Tuesday, guys. I don't know what to tell you. I'm off the rails. I need my maple, man. Oh. All right, we got 4 and 4 to go with 4 and 2 and 3. Unfortunately, the t-shirt is actually better than that red shirt. Here we go. Pinnacle peaches.
Can always use more food.
Yeah. Nice book there. You know, part of me is thinking about taking these antibiotics. Point one in my backpack.
Sapping my energy.
Sweet Tooth Willie will not go by the wayside in vain. All right, about 1 more hour of rest. Yeah, take your time, Will. Weather kicked up again. It has not given us even the slightest of breaks. I would like to drop some of this weight here. Maybe we'll set up camp at the front of the dam over there and go grab a bear sweater. What do you think about that? That would be nice. Are you stuck, buddy? What in the world? Is this Craig T. Nelson chair? What's wrong with this guy? let's use one of our trusty brand and look at it. What's our numbers here? Okay, we got 14. I'm telling you, I was stuck. You gotta believe me. All right, let's go get a maple.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
We seek the maple. It's one of those nights where it's real quiet out here. But I do hope you guys are having an amazing Tuesday. There's a potential for a couple wolf spawns out here. And there is some ptarmigans under this bridge too. Basically, every time we're going sapling hunting too, we've done it in the worst visibility conditions. Mom, what do you say, maple? Oh, it's burdock root! Ah! I got tricked! Oh my gosh. For a second, I thought we had it. But it was the old burdock. Ridiculous. Reishi mushrooms.
Not gonna be.
Alright, so now it's coming to a tricky time. I think we have to go that direction and towards all those animals for the other maple opportunity for us. And there's also no ravaged over here. I'm just gonna say, if you guys think that what Rap's doing today is okay, then you got another thing coming. This is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. He's been whooping me, man. Putting blizzards out all the time. Act like there's a big surprise. We're playing the challenge that's set to be this difficult. And then I act like, oh man. How could you do it to me? Alright, primitively opening my banged up peaches. Sounds like a romance movie from the 80s. This summer, the love was torn apart. It was when they primitively opened their banged up peaches. And these are bad bits. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what I'm doing. Sometimes on a Tuesday, your fake movie trailers are bad. This summer, the peaches were banged up. Honey, where's my peaches? You forgot them at the vacation home. Well, we're gonna have to go back. Coming soon. Alright, we're trying to get back to our moldy cardboard bed. We're still empty-handed here, if you can believe it. It's a weird world we're living in, where we don't have anything to make the bow. Literally our last attempt at this thing, we had it on the first hour. we were on the island pretty much. Got the hacksaw at High Burns, and then we went over and got it right there in Desolation. That seems like ages ago for us. Many moons ago. 408 rafts ago. It's a beautiful night. Aretha's fired up. All right, the Mapleless Wonder continues. We're gonna go check down the rails and over to the clearing, I suppose. Now, I think about our warmth bonus. We'd get a little bit if we got that bear sweater. I just feel like I can't be screwing around much more. If we've survived 2, almost 3 coming up days, that's going to be day 9 until we're hunting. This is looking like a tough one. It's going to be hard to make this one feasible. Prepared burdock root, you say? All right, I'm drinking some birch. Let's get some of that HP back in our lives. The crazy birds of Canada squeaking in the distance. Sound design is so awesome. It's like one big video from YouTube that you put on when you're going to sleep. The soundscapes of Canada. All right, we got to be careful of Scruffy. He's usually up here, and I'm super slow right now. I have pretty much no recourse. Woo. Okay, so we're gonna get like a can of soup from this thing, maybe. No. We'll find something else. There's the old moldy cardboard bed, baby. I think we'll be taking a rest in that guy because we got about 12 trusty brands we can use in the morning if we want to light it up. Right now it is clear out there, but being this fatigued, walking around slow might be counterproductive. So if we try to brute force around right now when we're so sleepy, it'll be working against us. So I'm gonna eat all these cattails to this sad soundtrack. The Cattail Ballad. They were all I had left in my backpack. It was between this and the banged up peaches. But they made me think of her too much, so I never ate the peaches. I slept on the moldy cardboard bed, and I wondered, will I ever get a maple and do hunting in this hunting challenge? Or will I keep complaining? I'll probably keep complaining, but at least I have the moldy cardboard bed. We've survived 2 days and 20 hours. All right. Fire off a little bit more rest on the moldy cardboard. And we're going to check for our maple with sunlight. Let's see what's going on out here.
Too heavy.
All right, more low condition sapling scouting. We're going up these rails, and the first little kind of opening into the right we see, that's what we're going to be taking to go check for this maple. We'll pull up the map if we can't see it right away, but it looked like it was kind of right there once you go in that entrance to the right up here. They said there was a birch next to it there too, but the map's been saying that a lot lately, hasn't it, you know? What's the situation over here? This is a bunch of baloney. Go check for it. The calm eeriness of the island. Well, we're out here trying to make some serious moves and play some competitive TLD. Watch us get to 14 days and never make a bow. We seek the maple for 14 days.
Can't feel my feet.
All right, spot fire incoming. Still taking that drip before I get the fire lit, huh? You can take the jabroni out of the pond.
Never felt.
If Raph sends a blizzard during this, man, I've just about had it with his storms.
Come on. Come on.
All right, I'm gonna go double lump.
Worked.
Boom, boom. I usually like to keep the torch in my hand until I get one up arrow, because the torch gives you an extra 2 Celsius, and we're taking that drip. So once we get off that situation, we can at least take the torch out of our hand. Let's get some burdock root in our life. Then they are formed into the au gratin potato form, and they're pretty delicious. $275 cows. We're also going to be trying to get up to cooking level 3 so we can make the exciting rosehip empanadas. Probably one of the greatest prospects in our future here is cooking level 3. If you go over here and check out this cooking level, you can see we've almost rolled over to level 2. And if we can find opportunities to craft a bunch of teas and micro harvest a couple deer by cutting them into small pieces of steak, so each steak that we cook gives us an XP point. Also, if we get our running river oats. I'm now remembering that I did see some over at Quincy's Quonset, but I can't remember if I grabbed them. Let me go check my backpack. Okay, we got the oats. We just need the cooking pot. Prepared reishi mushrooms. There it is, baby. Cooking 2. Son of a gun! All right, everybody, shield your eyes. Nobody saw this. I must have hit the dead spot. I just blew it, is what it is. I just lost 5 HP. Nobody saw it, though. So I didn't lose anything, right? Alright, so we have a fire striker opportunity, I believe, a little bit up the rails that way. It'll be on the little red train car past this yellow one. Let's go check for the maple and birch in this direction. You saw it. Oh, Cubit! Yo, listen, Cubit, this is gonna be between us, all right? Nobody saw me waste that glorious HP that I desperately need. Nobody saw it, including you, Cubit. We have to talk about where these saplings are. I thought maybe they'd just be kind of visible right in this little area right here. Might have to check the map. This is the most maple-less Great Bear Island in history. All right, we're going to check the map. I'm pretty sure we're walking around right where it says it was spawned. Woo! Tough scenes, right? Okay, we're over here. It looks like the birch is in like a cubby right there, and the maple's to the left over here. There's a dash line that goes up the hill this way, and the maple spawn is right to the left of the dash line. So, whatever that's about, right? Dash line feels like we're pretty close to it right here. This feels like the dash line. Oh, I see the maple! Yes! Holy! We've done it. Maple Hut. 8 years later. Another thing we're going to have to keep between us besides burning that tea is how long it took me to get my act together and get this bow stuff happening. That's also going to be not mentioned, okay? Here we go. We've done it, Cubit. Yes. Okay. Now it's about birch and guts. And we're just going to take basically one big lap. We're going to go on the east coast, going down the river towards the big lake of Mystery Lake. It's basically like the back route, the one that's not on the rails. The only downside to doing that right now, there is going to be more birch, but less Fire Striker. I think we'll go birch over Fire Striker right now. We're going to have to find a way to put it inside maybe the Canadian office to do some curing. And right now we're super slow. Short of a bear sweater. Alright, we're going to go throw this maple inside the dam. Grab the bear sweater. We're out of there immediately. We're also going to throw some weight down right there, like the tools and things we're not going to need for this big journey. We're going to go get the birch saps, the guts, and we're going to check Mystery Lake's Canadian office. We've done it, Bean. And we're going to check Dave's Cave's bunker, because we've had great success going over there. I mean, after your belly's full on those well-priced appetizers, going over and finding a stock bunker is just the kind of dessert you need. Dessert in the form of beef jerky and Sprite. Out the yin-yang. Cattails. Prepared reishi mushrooms. Okay, here we go. Well, that's all I got. Sometimes you just gotta roll with it, you know? Like I mentioned earlier, Neurodivergent Will was our unsung hero, the one who actually got done the 21, the unbeatable. So, you never know. You know, unemployed Will over here could easily be a hero himself. What I think happened with Neurodivergent Will is that he was just the right amount of oblivious, and that kind of not overthinking the situations he was in helped him get to the point he needed to be. Where maybe a more educated Will would have overthought the circumstances and maybe faded into the long dark when things got wild. Neurodivergent Will was just kind of going with the flow. He wasn't overthinking it because he couldn't. He was dropped a lot when he was a kid. He wore helmets his whole life. But he's the guy that shot 21 things without missing. Got the job done with the John Candy strat. We can't hate on him. I'm hoping unemployed Will does the same. You've got the spirit, kid. You can do it. Oh, you don't like my spirit, huh? You say I got no spirit? No, I said you had spirit, kid. Huh? If you haven't figured it out, you do get real-life cabin fever when you play this game. You start to hear voices when you're inside the Canadian office. Hello? Is somebody down there? All right, let's get our bear sweater, baby.
I'm gonna have to leave some.
It's 1 something Celsius warmth and a lot of windproof, like 2.7 on the windproof. We're also going to establish our little bow making zone right here. This is where we'll drop our extra weight too. Bang, the glorious maple. Probably drop off some lumps too. Oh, it feels good to be lighter on the lumps. All right, this is where we're gonna make the bow right here. Now, I'm not gonna mess about too much on looting this thing at this juncture because we still have some stuff to do, and I imagine we're gonna have some downtime. So I just need to focus right now on getting the bear sweater and going so we're warm for our travels. So we're gonna check all the guaranteed bear sweater spawn locations. Since we know it's gonna be here, we have like 3 or 4 spots to check for this shirt. This chair here is one of them. And in this little ajar drawer is one of the other ones. No? Okay, it might be now underneath the stair set that we walked up to get to this room.
This'll come in handy.
Nope, we're not taking pictures, bud. We're just talking about hunting and not doing actual hunting. He's huffing and puffing over here. All right, bottom of the stair set for the bear shirt.
Think I can use this.
That's it. this guy. Alright, there it is. I didn't see the numbers on our actual Celsius, but I know it is warmer. Now, we're not going to mess around in here doing too much looting. We should probably get out there and get straight to our other saplings and guts and continue our journey going and checking for the bunker and then going and doing the forge. So I'm just going to do a quick scrap number while I'm next to all this scrap to make sure we have enough. So we have 3 of those going towards the improvised knife we make, so that'll leave 4 scraps in our satchel, which makes 8 arrowheads. So we pick up 1 or 2 scrap and we have absolutely the amount. Right now, we're definitely short on feather games, so we need to improve those. We're gonna get a cooking pot down there at the old Canadian office. Alright, we're heading into the warm part of the day too, so I would definitely love to go traveling through Mystery Lake right now. Maybe I'll sleep to warm up in the bedroll, and then we'll get out there. Hopefully the weather will check. Any luck with the hammer yet? Well, I do think we're going to find it at Trapper's Cubit. I just can't forget to go there once we get down towards the northern part of the map. This is a warm-up cheeky 1-hour right here. And now we're traveling. Let's do it. An eye out for Scruffy. Alright, we're just gonna chunk through the snow and get on the river and go down towards the rest of the stuff. There's a birch sapling opportunity over here. We're gonna look through the fog. See if we can find them. And then we'll throw these things in the Canadian office. I see at least one. All right, visibility is clearing up. Okay, looks like the other 3 were cut down by Raph. Said, not today, partner. So I haven't checked the Excel sheet, but I'm pretty sure there's nothing down there at Allen's cave. Except for long wait times. So, we're going to check for more birch. There's 2 opportunities to find it along the river here. We're going to check both spots. They should just be right off that we can check for coming up here. And then we'll throw these where we're getting our skillet and our pot from at the Canadian office. We find ourselves a stock bunker, we might be able to spam our cooking skill. I think we're usually like 1 ravaged deer short of being able to get there with all the teas we usually find in these couple of days. And best case scenario, we get our cooking 3 right at the time we're done with our bow so that we have empanadas for the whole hunt. We don't have to worry about being encumbered or being sleepy.
find someplace to escape this cold.
Well, we have a bedroll that you can sleep in next to a fire, a spot fire. What do you think about that? I'm gonna escape the cold there. Raph gave it to us for Christmas. Generous man. Yes, it's got the best feathers in it. They're imported from exotic birds. The blurs between Alan and Raph are becoming blurrier. Yeah, who could even tell the difference between us? We're both very sophisticated. Yeah, that's for sure.
All I can think about is food.
Alright, spot fire. Yo, Lurbia! What is happening? Do you have the Fire Striker feat yet? Or Fire Starter feat yet? I'm not sure. I'll go check for it in a second, Lurbia. I do have a couple feats. I don't think I've ever had a run where I've used them, but we have acquired a few from the rare times we played on a regular loot pool. It's good to see you, Lurbia. It's very good to see you. But I do know one thing about this challenge as well, Lurbia, that we're not allowed to use any of our feet, so it'll just be for the streets when we check. We have the Snow Walker, the Free Runner, and the Fire Master. So maybe you're talking about the Fire Master. You've successfully started 1,000 fires. So if we were using feats, this would put us up to level 3 and not even require us to use Tinder when we start our fires. Pretty cool stuff. It's good to see you, Lurbia. You know, the tough thing is that most of the crazy challenges that we participate in are custom loot pools, and you actually don't accrue points towards your feats when you play on custom. So since most of them being custom, we've been nerding out on this game and completely no-lifing on it. But we're not able to get the feats because we're on custom loot pools. Yo, Wizard, mi amigo! ¿Cómo estás? How are you? It's good to see you, Wizard. I hope you've been doing very well on your endeavors on Great Bear, and it's been awesome to catch some. It's good to see you, Wizard, mi amigo. We're over here, you know, on a beautiful, clear day, trying to go get some stuff for our bow we eventually want to make. We haven't burned any teas today. Another great thing. Nobody saw me burn any teas. And we got the maple cut at a nice, responsible time with no delays in between. I didn't realize it was a no-fee challenge. That's it, Lurbia. Let me make sure. I'll pull up just like kind of the abbreviated rules over here so you can check them out. And then sometimes I'll pull up the image where we can actually see, you know, like the few rules we have for the different stuff on the challenge over here. For the main rules, it's pretty much as follows over here. Live for 14 days. It's done at 14. 14 shots we have to hit. And we can't take less than 14 in those 14 days. We have to kill the cougar. She must be part of those 14 minimum shots that we hit. We're not allowed to miss any shots the whole time. That's where the John Candy Strike comes in a little bit with those bears. We can farm some accuracy before we get it going. No stones. So when we come up on wolves walking around on the hardest difficulty ever, we can't give them the old stone pump fake with the torch, one of the staples here on the island to survive with. So what you have to do is kind of improvise and either double torch by putting a lit torch down and then throwing a lit one and donking the wolf on the face requires a nice accurate throw. So you got to be pretty much a nice, have that Tom Brady touch out there, you know, TB12 type of deal. No health regen except birch bark. So we definitely can't get health back when we sleep. And then we can't fix our clothes unless we want to risk disqualifying. I think on fixing some of your shirts, there's like a 70% chance. So if you fail that, it's not worth the risk pretty much. But this is it. And then there's points, of course, with the cougar being at the top and a bunch of stuff you don't want to do as well, which, you know, no pre-cured stuff, no stones, no campfire cheese, the usual stuff there. And of course, no feats is listed here. So ladies' night, baby. Come on down. Big time like the big time. If there ever was a big time. Alright, let's go get some more birch saps, cattails, and everything else. It's a nice warm part of the day. It's a good time to do some traveling. I finished Wintermute on Sunday. It is cinema. Nice, Wizard. Great work. You got through chapter 5. I've been, even though it's been months, I've still been withholding any spoilers I mention here, just in case we got some story fans in the mix. But I'm sure you had a really good time. Raph laid out the story. And Will must survive. All I hope is that Will looked heroic. He lived up to the Mackenzie name. I can imagine that he didn't, and he looked like a wuss in the story. Alright, let's get a couple pieces of HP back. Yo, Odds, the intellectual man! What is shaking, Odds? How are you, my friend? Oh!
Feel tired.
Quick! Get me back into the mix! So good, Odds. Using the lingo, the whole thing. Thank you, Odds. Thank you very much for zipping on your entrance. Quite an intellectual zip and zap right there. It was a zip and zap that anybody would be proud of. Well, thanks,
I
Alan.
need to drop something.
And now we got some birch saplings, too. Thank you for those rose hips, Odds. Killing it. Thank you, Odds. We're trying to survive over here, and it's been quite an unusual time for us. I would say that we definitely have been without intellect for the first couple hours. But we do have birch saplings, baby. How many days have you survived? I'm ashamed to tell you, Wizard. Look how few it is. 3. Not too many. We're kind of a jabroni, Wizard, and we fade into the long dark often. Yo siempre la muerte. I don't know if that was right, but basically I was trying to say that I always die. But I might have said something else. All right, we got some bro sips over here in these bushels. Thank you very much, Odds, for zipping. 3 is the start of something greater. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping 14 days. I just went on this big monologue about how Neurodivergent Will was the one that got us there in the 21 challenge. So, you know, sometimes it's unsuspecting heroes that get you there. Let's just hope this guy is just that type of unsuspecting. So my hypothesis was that the reason that he succeeded because he didn't overthink it. So we're just going to flow out there. We're not going to be thinking too much when we're out there trying to play coverage on the defense. We're just going to flow with it, you know? Let the island speak through us. Listen, man. Alright, chaining together our torches to conserve our scarcely supplied trusty brand matches. Until we get that fire striker, things are pretty intense. Let's go and get some old-fashioned rest over at the Canadian office. So we're well rested to go down to Dave's Cave. Taking the trip to Dave's Cave at night is okay. Cars don't work here. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare, and you never know what would happen if you walked around at nighttime near Dave's Cave. Dave's Cave is notorious for not cutting you off when you're obviously sloppy and you've had too much. I think it has something to do with his bottom line. He has to make up for the gross net, given the fact that he gives away appetizers at such a low price. Bit of a moral conflict there. Dave over-serving the lumps. Fear the man with nothing to lose. He's got nowhere to go but up. This is that guy, Bean. He's got nothing. Not even a house. Alright, the only reason the torch is lit is because we're blocked with the right wall we're next to. We're trying to hover next to this wall. I could chain together another one, but it will definitely extinguish the second I leave this rock formation. We're grabbing these cattails and we're getting inside the Canadian office for a little bit of rest before we go on down to Dave's Cave. Holy crap, it's finally happening. What, you've had a long day of work? Maybe you just need a place to take it easy for a little while? Well, come on down.
Pack is getting kind of heavy.
So this is it, the camp office. This is a really cool base location for a lot of folks. For us, what I think I'll start with is going and getting at least an hour of sleep so we don't end up at fully fatigued. And then we'll go and loot this place. There's all kinds of dusty floor potatoes here. We might even find a mag lens from the Tooth Fairy. Nope. It's good to see you guys. Alright, let's go loot it up. We're gonna start with this poor guy right here. Oh my.
This stuff will come in handy.
Our hat game is off the charts. This is our second aviator cap, and we already have a Canadian toque right now. That's at a decent percentage. I don't even know what to say about all this. We're hat rich. This is crazy. We're gonna have to have a Sophie's Choice with our amazing hats. Streamer loot. Well, you might not know, Q, but we actually have a really cool guy that's pals with us who breaks into the Matrix. Usually he advocates for us, where Wrath, the developer, is working against us to give us bad RNG. Our Matrix man actually works, and it's like the forces, the yin, the yang, you know, the forces of bad versus good. So that's why I'm so vulnerable today, is because my man isn't here to save the day. and break the matrix. Alright, let's get this cooking oil, cooking skillet, and cooking pot.
Use this.
I see some 99% lobster gloves, baby. Streamer loot. Oh, yes. Lobsterific, man. We're doing it. So now, what am I going to do with this extra aviator cap? Let's go ahead and start by putting these birch down. I need to stop messing around. Priorities first. First note of the run. Okay. All right. Now we just have to think about the rest of this. Streamer loot off the charts. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and leave that extra aviator cap here. I believe it's going to be less warm than our Canadian toque at 1.6 and 0.8. Oh my gosh. Can you believe we're dropping an aviator cap right now? Look at us. Boots next. I'm hoping so, Cubit. Oh, did I leave any dusty floor potatoes down here? I wouldn't want to leave something that valuable behind. So I haven't checked the loot pool in a while. I think that the mag lens shows up here at the camp office. We're on loot pool 4. So sometimes you'll see it over here in this little box. Here we go.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Where's the maple? The maple is at the dam right now, Bean. It's resting safely under the tree, like Turbo Man. My dad's Turbo Man. Jamie. All right, let's get the rest of this loot.
The horse.
All right, big heavy books. That was probably something I could have left at the dam. Maybe we'll leave some downstairs next to our saplings. I'm carrying around like a library's worth of books right now. Absolute negligence.
Lamp fuel. Could be useful.
You got that right, Will. All right, Incredible Hulk. He won't sleep on the ground, but he can carry bunk beds up the stairs by himself. He's got his reasons, man. All right. Get a few more cattails in us and get some rest, and then we're going down to Dave's cave. I hope you're ready to party. You ready to see the Mariners game fuzzy in the corner on an old TV with a big back on it, not even a flat screen? Well, get ready. You ready to go home with greasy elbows because the bar is constantly greasy? Well, you just might. Come on down. We got a mag lens. All right, now definitely on our list, we got to get some guts because we're going to be without gut here for this whole situation. We definitely need the guts. All right, I'm going to get one more hour of sleep so our travels have enough strength to get us there. We can take some rest over there in the bunker if we would like. Just got to keep moving.
Something's got to go.
All right, I'm going to grab some of these rose hips. sometimes you'll see a moose spawn over there right outside the Canadian office. You can indicate whether the moose is there when you look at the trees, and you'll see yellow scratch marks on the trees where the moose has come and gnawed at the bark. They're herbivores, those moose, but don't let their vegetarianism fool you. Much like Raph, they wield a lot of power, and they'll come after you. Lake Trail. So this is how you get basically to Dave's Cave. We just left the Canadian office and went right behind it and took this valley. Now once we come up here on this fork in the road, we're going to hang a right, and we're going to be closer to deals than we've ever imagined. We're going to be coming on down. It's a perfect Tuesday night to get on down there. Rumor has it they're going to fix that jukebox soon, too. And there's something about the brand of electrical tape they use to cover up the holes in the bar stools. I think it's pretty good electrical tape. It's high quality stuff, you know? Home Depot quality.
Just need to close my eyes.
Okay, this is the little fork right here. We're going to be taking a right, and then we're going to see the best location in the entire game, maybe in the whole world. Sky's looking a little pink. Hope we don't have an aurora tonight. It's going to make going over to Trappers pretty scary. Werewolves howling in the distance. All right, right ahead is the greatest place ever. Have you ever wanted to be surrounded by miserable, sad people that make you feel less miserable just by virtue of being surrounded by them? Well, come on down. We got onion ring towers. We got moose sliders. Watered down drinks that might have glasses with lipstick smudges on them from the last lady who came in at ladies' night. You'll be happy to know that ladies' night or cougar night is on the unofficial night, actually, because it's actually on college night. They usually show up on college night. Here we go. Dave's Quiet Clearing. This is Dave's Cave. Why don't you come on down? I'm going to leave a rose hip here for Dave in honor of the greatest bar owner that this world has ever seen. And you might say, hey, this is like the hardest tournament ever. What are you doing wasting something that will literally save your life later? Well, sometimes you just have to do things for Dave.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Wasn't that a thrill? Seeing Dave's cave back there. Thank you, Cubit, for those rose hips. We just gave one to the old boy. Make sure he comes back to his cave with a nice little memento, letting him know how great his cave is. All right, we get up that little hill reverse goat style, and then we go down this way and kind of go up this hill here. So you kind of got to shimmy your way up here. All right, we're taking the drip temperature. Let's get in this bunker. All predictions about the bunkers being stocked or not stocked need to be entered soon. Any tapes available for rent at Dave's, though? Holy crap, Lurbia. You know what's going on, don't you? That's inside knowledge there. There might be some tapes. Nice, Lurbia. I didn't know that you went down to Dave's video store. I appreciate you coming on down. Oh, you think it's stocked, Lurbia? Streamer loot ×2, stocked, of course. All right, we got 2 for stocked. Pretty exciting if it is. This is the one we've had a lot of luck at. And it could be placebo because we're such Dave's Caves fans. But I think there's something special about this bunker. The bunker guy has a bunch of tapes he hasn't returned. Oh my gosh. Well, we're going to have to get those. There's been heavy drama going on at the video store on Alone and Jabroni. You wouldn't believe what's going on. I'm not going to spoil it. There's some stuff happening, Lurbia. You're not going to believe it. It's more than just late fees. Okay, we're checking this bunker out, and if it's stocked, there's going to be beef jerky and Sprite as far as the eye can see. If there are a bunch of things like hides and guts and things, we're not allowed to take anything pre-cured or anything like that. So we're going to have to just find those guts on our own, but we can take all the rest of the stuff, the matches and everything else. And if it's stocked, there might even be a can opener down here. Won't even believe how exciting that'll be. I would go crazy for a can opener, let me tell you. All right, we're going in. Here we go.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Doesn't look like too much more than a dusty cardboard bed, guys. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's all we got down here. The thing is, too, and the words that pop up let you know. It'll say Prepper's Abandoned Cache if it's that one. Moldy cardboard, though. There it is. Silver lining cubit. I appreciate your optimism. The guy was so determined to avoid the late fees, he up and moved to another bunker. The cards are really stacked up against this guy. They sure are. All the mold he's inhaled is going to have to be his best friend. We got to find ourselves a ravaged deer and throw some guts somewhere. That might be the delay on the bow. There's definitely some guts we can get over by the forge. Boy, we're going to be stink walking for a while if we do that. How desolate it is. There's one wooden spoon over here. Alright, so we don't have roasted empanadas, of course. We don't have coffee. So there's nothing we can do to cheat fatigue right now. And since we have a bunch of traveling, it would probably be wise for us to get a bunch of sleep here in this bunker, at least as much as our calories will allow, for maybe another hour. And wait out the wind and then keep moving. We'll go down towards that cave, see if there's some pre-made food in the cave, like a can of soup. And then get walking towards trappers. Because our calories are going to be low again. And we're going to lose our calorie streak again. And this well-fed's never going to show up. This is crazy. We do have teas. So we can drink those. I'm listening. See if the winds are still going. 3 days, 18 hours, and 12 minutes. Yeah, it sounds nasty out there.
Too much stuff to carry.
You hear the owl? All right, there's a little cave down this way, and that'll be kind of our main check for food. All these rabbit tempting us. We're stoneless. And what a fun game. Somehow eating, drinking, sleeping, and not being cold is super fun. Let me tell you. Oh, look at this guy. There's text scribbled on the back. Well, yeah, scribbled for sure. All right, so we got a picture. I don't think we can eat that, though. I might Grandpa Simpson back into this cave and drink a tea or something. Warm up while we're in somewhere warm for a sec. We'll drink some tea till we get over to Trapper's. Let's do it. Yep, that's it, Cubit. You gotta. I think it's sometimes responsible to Grandpa Simpson, because usually what you do is once you get out there, you think, well, I'll just go. You know, might as well. But sometimes that'll be irresponsible, and brute forcing too much will end up getting your butt kicked. We also have porridge on the menu. Oh my gosh. Just when you thought we had no food, we had porridge. As soon as we get water, we have porridge. But we do have dusty floor potatoes as well. Look at us. What a thrill it is. All right, we got a couple hours till sunlight, so we're gonna make up some porridge bowls here to make sure we keep this calorie streak and give us enough food to get over to Trapper's, where our next supply will be. He'll probably have some peaches or something over there. Catching up on our responsibilities by the fire, big part of what it's all about. So if you're ever trying to put teas down in between these two burners, there's kind of a dead zone right in here, so it won't let you put them down there. You gotta put them around like the parts that aren't right in front of the burner. It's a bit strange. I don't question Raph. Salads at steakhouses are great. Moldy cardboard and dusty floor potatoes, baby. Now we are living, Cubit. I just want to say, Cubit, you've been killing it today. Fair birch bark. I think it takes a minute to prepare your porridge, so I'm drinking this to keep the streak going while I prep this porridge up. It takes a little bit of time, so you get double XP. You get a point for the prep on porridge. You can see the green can pop up there, indicating we got XP for cooking. And then when you eat it or take it off the stove, I believe, is when you get the second point. So porridge gives you double. the XP. It's pretty awesome. Alright, we're gonna multitask. Throw a few dusty floor potatoes on this fire. Get some water and teas going on this one. Get our cooking skill going towards cooking level 3. Obviously, Raph wants to send a blizzard every 10 seconds.
Well.
Keeping an eye on those cows. There it is. Beautiful. Just like Goldilocks used to make, man. You're doing awesome, Will. Your intelligence level and your employment is nothing to be ashamed of. You're doing great. He might be a smart guy, but we definitely can tell he's run through some tough times in life. Mr. Aviator Cap over here. Hey, what's going on, Lucy? Time for maybe some tea. That is exactly it. We got some tea going on over here. We're cooking up porridge and dusty floor potatoes. We have quite the spread. Yeah, it's good to see you, Lucy. So, this thing will hopefully roll over to that level 3 once we get back to that dam. We'll do cooking between here and there. We'll do some stuff at the forge when we make our bow, or I'm sorry, our improvised knife and get our arrowheads going, the whole thing. Definitely going to want to stay on top of acquiring our feathers too, because we're sitting at 12, which will net us 4 arrows. And we're probably trying to get to like the 9 range with our arrows at the bare minimum. 9 to 12 is usually the range of arrows we're looking for. I think we can do it with 9. So that requires 27 feathers. Seems like we're a long way away from that. Still got to get our guts too. I hope your Tuesday's going fantastically, Luce. Go the forge, craft Glock Bow 19. That's what you think? Tinder numbers are pretty good. We got 58 sticks, carrying around 8.7 kilograms worth of sticks right now. Complete maniac. And 13 lumps. Let's start using up some of those sticks. There we go. Alright, now we're just carefully preparing our food and drinks and everything so we can go down to Trappers. I think we'll have to wait maybe an hour or two for this brutal stuff going on out there to work. Potato! Alright, we'll eat the potato. It's the dust gives it the perfect amount of seasoning. And you could smell the allergies coming off it as it comes out of the stove. All right, we have a couple more teas we can craft up as well. I think we'll save those after this one. We're going to get a little bit more food in our belly and rest. Boil some water while we rest. Well, he's not much. He's got 7 Celsius. He does have a good hat game. He's got the bear sweater, which gives him fashionable arms coming out of the midlife crisis vest he's wearing. Pretty decent condition on his lobster gloves to go with the orange Nikes. Pointless socks, probably. Let's see if these socks are still doing anything. These ones over here are giving us 0.1 Celsius and nothing more. At a certain point, the socks basically become dead weight, and you're carrying around 0.1 kilograms, something that doesn't even warm you up. So we'll keep an eye on that. 80% Levi's and 92% underwear. Solid condition for unemployed Will. Ooh, thirst is pretty low. Yeah, we're doing it big, Lucy. Big time. All right, one more hour. And then we'll detail on the map kind of what our game plan is here in a sec. We might be able to travel in that. Love this game, so cute. I think so too, Lucy. I find myself yeah, these blizzards aren't cute, Luce. Yo, Wolfie! Howling at the moon! In the pale moonlight! What is shaking, Wolfie? How are you, my friend? We're just sitting over here in great weather inside a cave. No problems at all. Having a good old time. Hope you're doing well, Wolf. I just woke up. Such clear skies. Nice, Wolf. Over here, it's getting into close to dinner time. It's like the evening time, and we're just living it up. We got unemployed Will over here, who's got a pretty solid hat game. No big deal, and there's not really much to say about him except that he's an underwhelming guy, but sometimes it's the ones you least expect that rise to the occasion. That's kind of what we're grasping to at this point. We make 2 more of these, 2 more of that. You may have heard me mention it, but the reason that we double click these teas when we drop them is to jiggle the teas. That will leave them in this perpetual hot mode rather than going to hot with a timer on it that allows it to burn. So here on PC, we just double right click a tea after we drop it, and then we don't have to babysit it quite as much, and we can do other activities around the fire. So it'll just put it to that perpetual hot mode the way these current teas are. And this one, since it has been jiggled, will go from 1 minute ready to perpetual hot minute when this is done. Everybody likes an underdog, rooting for him. Thank you, Bean. Thank you very much for your support today.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
All right. It was nice, Cave, but we're out of here. Yeah, it's good to see you, Wolfie. I hope your day is going fantastically. It's a bright new day. A day where you can wake up and seize the day. All right, I see a wolf up there. Oh! We got a sprained wrist. All right, we're gonna grab these rose hips and to keep it. Oh! Woo!
I'm not sure I can carry.
Okay. Okay. So that was a bit much. Yeah. What was that about? Member of the Foot Clan came after me. I saw him too, but he came up on me in the night, man. Little did he know I was trying to go after Rose Hips, a very important thing to me, and he sprung up on me in that moment when I was most vulnerable. Holy crap, that scared the crap out of me. Okay, I gotta settle down for a second. Jeez Louise. Okay, so what we're gonna do is real simple. We're gonna basically go down to Trappers in Mystery Lake. We're gonna go back through the transition tunnel right there. Hope that the wolf isn't camping us and waiting for us right on the other side, jabroni style. But once we go basically back through the tunnel, we're just gonna go left wall strats all the way down. So this is the tunnel we just went through, cowardly style, to get away from that wolf. And what we're gonna do is just stay along this little dashed line here. Maybe we'll get a birch and some glorious birch bark, and just keep going this way, left wall strats, all the way down to Trapper's cabin, where we're gonna get the glorious heavy hammer. And that hammer will be used to forge over at the forge. Most of the time, they don't put a hammer on the same spots as the forge. So you usually have to get the hammer from a town that isn't. So we're getting it here from Mystery Lake, and then we're going to go over this transition to Forlorn Muskeg. That's the place with the big thin ice. So that's kind of our plan. Go back through this thing, be a little bit more courageous when we battle this wolf here, and just keep going around left wall strats all the way down to Trappers. Grab the hammer. It's right back this way and through the entrance. Plan initiated. That was so scary. He's got me on the run. everything's okay. So there's another thing you're going to have to not mention, okay? What didn't happen today, in addition to me not burning a tea and just being generally negligent, is I did not scream like a girl when a wolf came after me and run away. All right, none of that happened today. Got it? We're going to get the Men in Black laser pointer. Aretha will let me borrow it, and I'm going to erase everybody's memories. See if Tommy Lee Jones will lend it out to me. Aretha and Tommy are friends, so should be okay. All right, left wall strats all the way down to trappers. We have an affliction on our health. What is that affliction? Oh, the sprained wrist. Okay, we can deal with that. All right, I'm just keeping an eye out, making sure I don't run into any scruffy wolves along this road. Left wall strats down to trappers. I'm optimistic, you know? So, let's talk about cured guts happening. We know that we're going to run into a couple ravaged deer right next to the forge, but then we'd have to stink walk all the way through Forlorn, past the wolf family reunion, by the way. That's in our future. That's a pretty daunting task coming up. So stink walking with guts all the way through Forlorn and all the way through Mystery. I don't know about that one. I don't know how else we're going to get it, though. That's the other problem. We need these bad boys to cure for a couple days. Where will we find the guts? Right now, it's just stink walk with them until we come up with a plan that might be more intelligent. Trapper's Homestead. Now, this is one of the locations of one of the warmest beds in the game. It's pretty small from the outside, but it was enough for Trapper.
Go.
And I see a Jerry Seinfeld can, baby, with 1.3 kilograms of juice. Start those fires quick. Oh, flour. Candy bar. And here it is, baby. That's what we came for. We have the power. It's exciting. Okay. We have the hammer now. Now it's about just getting those guts after the forge and maybe stink walking or doing something else. So I seriously need all the thinking caps to be put towards an alternate plan for guts that doesn't involve me stink walking and that's super intelligent so I can make that bow without waiting around too much at the dam. It's hammer time, Cubit. It is. It's big time hammer time. exclusive locker. We have a safe, too. So any of your predictions on the awful loot I'm going to get out of the safe, you might want to get those in soon. So we're opening up. I think we'll start a fire, pull some torches, and probably get going since it's the warm part of the day. Maybe just 1 hour's worth of sleep. Butt kiss, huh? All right, 3. 3 and 42. What do you say, Raph? You know what I think we could use? Ear wool wrap would be cool. Here we go. Should be able to stink walk safely as long as you have a lit torch or flare, right? Yeah, that would normally be the case, Beam, but I think what we're really struggling with is that we can't stone pump fake. So we're going to have to do the double torch, throw it at their head move, which leaves you a little more susceptible. And we're going to be stink walking through wolf family reunions. The smell of barbecue's in the air, so their appetite is already risen. And then when they see old Will walking around with uncured guts, entertainment has arrived for the wolves. Wolfie, maybe you can communicate with your brethren. All right, we're opening up here.
Wonder if the owner's around.
Ah, ragged jeans. Good lord. Look at this guy. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm going to throw these ragged jeans on over here. And then we'll put the good ones on the outside. Absurd. 8 Celsius warmth bonus for unemployed Will. Note left behind. All right, I'm going to warm up for an hour. We're going to light some teas or something and get going. We have to pull some torches as well. They would probably try to kill me first. I'm not an actual wolf. No way. You are an actual wolf, Wolfie. Come on. They're having a big reunion in the middle of the lake over in Forlorn, and they always convene there waiting for me to come through, and I'm thinking about walking through with uncured guts. Maniac stuff. All right, let's look at our match numbers. We're down to 10 Trusty Brand and our Maglen, so I'll check for Sun right now. Make sure I can't save this match.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Nope, not seeing the sun. All right, Trusty Brand down. No, I'm not. I was certain that you were a real wolf. Most wolves definitely know how to type into Twitch chats. It's known that their toe beans are ambidextrous enough for them to be able to spread out and use ASDF JKL semicolon. And everybody knows it. I'm using accelerant here because the match is more important to me.
That should help warm things up.
Yeah, you're doing great, man. Just want to throw another public service announcement. I don't think you can jiggle things on the cooking slots. So you got to put them in the floor. Or they will be burned. And then you'll have to tell your friends not to talk about it. Prepared reishi mushrooms. Funny thing, I don't know how to play games on a PC. Oh, no problem, Wolfie. Well, it's cool that you like watching PC games. I actually just got into PC games myself at the end of last year. So you can start it at any time. If life provides you with an opportunity. Oh, what's up, Keg the man? How's it going? Yo, bro, we gotta tap the keg. Keg's here, man. Yeah, the Tri-Delt girls are coming. It's good to see you, Keg. I play on consoles like Steam Deck. Oh man, a man of the future, a wolf of the future. Fun fact about Larone, he's never once burnt anything. Thank you. Definitely not bridges and definitely not empanadas. Would never do such a thing. And it's great to see you, Keg, the sterilization man. How is it going? Yo, bro, Tri-Delt girls are coming. Gotta tap the Keg, man. Alright, we'll probably make a pot of porridge at the boxcar in Forlorn. That'll be one of our pit stops on the way down there to the forge. But we gotta get going. There's only half a day's worth of sunlight left. We must storm the steeds. Let's do it.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yeah, it's a pretty heavy pack, man. It's because you don't have well fed, because I've been negligent all day. I lost my 100-day save because I accidentally drank bad water. Oh my gosh. Well, I'll tell you this. I've talked about it, Wolfie. I would love to be able to pour out the non-drinkable water so it doesn't look like a delicious bottle of spring water sitting there. That's one thing I would like. Just be able to pour it out. I don't want that dirty water around. Yeah, and it's kind of a shameful act to carry around dirty water. Like, I might even have some on me right now. Wouldn't that be a shameful thing? Ooh, that was too close. If I ever have it, I simply hide it behind a cupboard or something. Yeah, I do that too. I treat it shamefully, and I put it behind stuff. It's good to see you, Keg. By the way, it was one tiny sip on Pilgrim. No way. It sent you down a path of drama. Never burnt a tea either. My wife did the sterilizing today. Bliss. That's teamwork right there. You guys are gonna have a healthy lad. One sip is all this need to spoil a good pair of underpants. I still died because of a tiny sip of water. Alright, this one is for you, Wolfie. That sip was for you, bud. Alright, right wall strats all the way down to the tunnel, and we're going to Forlorn. Hopefully by the time we're doing some thin ice traveling, the weather clears up. So it's okay that it's foggy now, as long as we get some clarity later. You know what I think I see? I think I see a random lump. I think I'll be picking that random lump up. Is that beat that can... Oh! There it is. Random lump celebration, baby. Temperature's looking beautiful right now when you combine the weather, the time of day, in our amazing, ridiculous outfit with double jeans. I'll tell you, if anybody...
There's a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, listen. 50 miles an hour is the speed you need to go. And if that bus goes below 50 miles an hour, there's going to be some serious issues. The LA Expressway is going to blow. The bus will blow. So if you see Sandra Bullock, you tell her a couple things. You tell her that Mario Lopez should be president and to not slow the bus down because it needs to go 50 miles an hour or to blow. So we should be coming up to the rails here pretty soon. I feel like we're walking through oatmeal. I'm enjoying the fact Right Wall Strat stayed in the vernacular. It sure did, Keg. Sometimes simple's the way to go. Guaranteed you Sandra didn't have her CDL. She's definitely going to jail for sure. Well, maybe they'll make an exception. She just took it in a kind of emergency situation, you know. The real thing is that she definitely needs to go 50 miles an hour. Or that bus is liable to blow. Honestly got the Tomodachi Life game with murder that's on Steam. That sounds pretty intense. Alright, now what do we do about this? I feel like I'm so slow right now. I don't know if I could run past him. I might be too encumbered or something. I guess I'll try to just keep going right and sprint. I think it's the one Islanders already traumatized the kid they adopted. The Islander had the evil trait. Well, this is crazy. Fight. I would love to fight there, Keg. But I'm defenseless. I'm even stoneless. In more ways than one. That was us sprinting right there. That was a full sprint. We're so slow. Alright, we're going to rest a bunch in that red train car once we get over there to Forlorn.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
I'm looking to see if there's anything we can leave right here. This stuff, maybe. Our carrying capacity is insanely bad. I'm belabored. I'm slow. It's good to see you, Keg. So I don't know what that game is, Wolfie. It sounds pretty heavy. You might have some scary dreams if you play this one. Tomodachi has made a crazy game. We have the slowest guy. Now an Islander is beefing with another Islander. Honestly, way better than the echo chamber of niceness in Tomodachi Life. Well, I don't know what any of that means. But I'm glad that you're enjoying it, Wolfie. And it's really cool that you're able to have a thing like a Steam Deck and you're able to chill on the couch and play these cool games. That's pretty sweet. And it offers Portability. Are we still walking, or did we leave the guts behind? Stink walking. We never actually found Guts, Bean. So we're thinking about grabbing them by the forge at the ravaged ones over there. And then, of course, we have to go through the family reunion stink walking. I do hear crows. I'm on my bed. Nice, Wolf. My current position is Fallout Vaults on my phone. I can just put it down whenever. I miss sitting down for a few hours to game, honestly. Fallout Vaults on my phone. Okay, is that like a micro-transition game for mobile? A way to satiate the lack of dopamine in your life, Keg? Alright, so once we get to the red train car, right down these lines, we're going to grab some scrap metal, a couple loose lumps, and then rest inside that red train car for a couple hours next to the barrel. That's probably going to take us all the way to tomorrow. Unless we want to fatigue walk across the ice. I guess weather will dictate it. Fallout Vaults is on PC too. It's like a community sim with a little turn-based combat thrown in. Holy crap. Oh, look at this weather. It's clearing up quick. Man, this is the time I wish I had Big Moose kicks or something so I could cheat being tired.
Lay down right here if I thought I'd ever wake up again.
Yeah, we can't lay down here. It'd be a scary spot. With the speed, you're like lightning. Yeah. This is the oatmeal man over here. Alright, so one of the things we are short on is trusty brand matches. So if we can find a stock bunker over here by this forge, it will come into great... it'll be good. Yep. Have we heard anything lately about the sequel to Long Dark? It's been pretty quiet since all the Chapter 5 stuff came out. I think we got a date around that time. Gotta pop out for a bit. I'll try and catch you later. Okay, Keg, you're the man. Tri-Delt girls are coming later, bro. Alright, this is where we get loose scrap metal here. Here we go.
Could end up being useful.
All right, we're gonna go in here, light a fire, and rest. This would definitely be a good time to travel. It's not perfectly clear. So we're going to get a bunch of rest so that we're strong and agile going across the ice. It'd be nice if it were a little later in the day because we're probably going to be fully rested in the middle of the night when it's less than optimal to travel.
To slow me down.
But we got to get off this drip. Here we go. Estimated to release next year. They're being pretty hushed about it. Okay, so we got a big whole 12 months in 2027. Oh, Raph, what are you... Ah! Raph! My trusty brand, man! Son of a gun.
This will come in handy.
All right, point 2 and point 2. So we're even Steven on both these midlife crisis vests over here. I don't think either of them can go on the outer layer, right? Yeah, so it's just compare your vests. All right, we're going with the yellow one. That'll help when we're driving around our red convertible. All right, I'm gonna compare this hacksaw
Just what I need.
and drop the less integral. We made it this far. I left some gear for you to find. All right, so we're gonna be using one of our trusty brand. Thanks to Ralph letting that thing phase through the wall there. I'm gonna blame him. It was negligence, but you know, it would have been nice if it didn't, so I could light it in here, right? The rail carriage is stacked. It sure is, Cubit. It's part of what has led me to realizing that there are definite benefits to forging in Forlorn. There's a ton of loot over here, basically. We just got a bunch from the trail car here, and we're about to go get a jacket and maybe some shoes from where the forge is. Not to mention the fact that we could, of course, must be where the guy who looted the preppers went. I'm hoping, Cubit, he went to this bunker, because that's where we're headed.
All right.
We got bunker dreams of the Archie variety. Stale chocolate bar. Whip up a bowl of porridge so we can rest for a while. We're living the good life. We're still taking the drip from fatigue, so we gotta get rest real soon. Fair birch bark. All right, we're gonna take our rest where we can. So it would be super awesome to be able to travel right now because the weather is pristine. I just think I'm pushing it too much if I try to rest or go with this low of rest. If we had Big Moose kicks, I would do it. Alright. Now is where we might have to make a judgment call together. There is a foreboding pink hue in the sky, which usually is the foreshadowing symbol of an upcoming aurora. So if I do push it on our small amount of fatigue, this amount of fatigue right there, we're at about 10 o'clock. If I try to go across that ice because we have good visibility right now, I could get caught in an aurora and there could be drama. The other option is we leave in the middle of the night where we're not able to see as far in front of us and around us. So we'll be more rested then, but there'll be that part of the problem. Seeing across the ice will be a problem. So I'm trying to weigh the two situations and think about the right move right now. So I think what we'll do is take a Bezos and get ourselves situated. I probably also need to go and grab a tiny bit of like chicken or something to sustain myself for this giant TLD marathon. So, we're basically here at the train car, and we're going to have to go across this labyrinth of snow shelters and get over here to this area, the old family Spence area, and this is where we're going to get the forge right there. So we got to go across this big ice. Usually I'd like to go down to here, and then I'll go around this way and hopefully end up some way going across here and getting over there. That's the game plan. All right. So quick Bezos. I'm going to get a banana and a little chicken and come back here ready to storm the steeds in just a mere matter of 5 minutes or so. Okay, here we go. So when he gets upset, it makes a verbal sound. That's when I'm going to shoot. How heavy am I? I'm pretty heavy. But I feel agile. We're our worst critics. I'm sure you'd be entertaining. Yes, I would love to see Sam. I think we're light enough, Duncan. I feel pretty agile to stay behind this tree and get this guy going. He's gonna grunt. We're gonna shoot him, dodge him, and hopefully we'll live to tell the tale. Woo! Man, it never gets less intense when you fight these guys. So we wait for the grunt.
My head feels thick.
And we shoot. We're on a hill here, so we got to account for the dip as well. Like a field goal kicker. Okay, he's upset. I don't think he would have took off like that unless we hit him. Let's see if we can see spots. Close on. Do we think we got him? Missed him, you think, huh? Rats. He takes off like that no matter what then, apparently. He take... If he doesn't know where the shot came from, he'll run away, yeah. Because specifically because you missed near him. And words. Takes off specifically because you missed him. Okay, look for the arrow. Yeah, it's really hard to see out there, Jeff. I was going to go out there and look for spots, and then he came after me. Okay, if I hold my clothes but take them off, do they still get destroyed? Or do I have to drop them all? How does that work? Is dropping them the activity that keeps them preserved? Because I'm worried that if I just take him off, he'll still maul him and destroy him. That I need to put him on the ground, actually. No, but they weigh more. This is getting sketchy.
Need to find a place to rest.
Yeah, it was infinite loop. It was too big, I guess. I couldn't get my clothes off either. I thought it wasn't a fat enough tree. He got me. Dang it. Those rabbit skin mittens got torn up, man. I quartered my first cougar yesterday and the hide disappeared. I rage quit. Scrub bush.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
It's nice they named a bush after us. Okay, so here we are again in a blizzard. And we can go back to the red barn. I just went looking for a cave here around this rock formation to no avail. So if there's a close cave, I'm down with that. Otherwise, it's back to the old red barn.
So cold. Just want to lay down for a bit.
Thank you, Sil. Appreciate that. Got the little self-deprecation on a Tuesday. It would be terrible if the hide disappeared. I'll be careful now. Yeah, that's been a big topic of debate, is hides disappearing today, Jeff. And yeah, PV can just get out of town. So the bear cave is like straight ahead, but it doesn't look like a regular cave. Okay, Duncan, but are we sure that straight ahead is where I'm facing right now? There is a cave, but barn is better, simpler, safer. Okay, if I can get back to that barn, I'm down. I think I just go straight out of the forest here. I think if I just go kind of that way, I'll get there after about 100 yards or so. But it's, you know, it's crazy, this weather. Once I commit to the direction I'm going, I'm going to have to be real certain, since I can't see about 2 feet in front of me. It's a feature, sadly. So you navigate. Okay, are we ready for this? 'Cause I'm going to leave this forest. Not super sure where exactly you are, but I'm watching. Okay. Confidence is brimming over here. It's past the tree line and left, give or take. Yeah, that's kind of what I know too. All right. We could do a shielded lump fire if we're unsure. That's what we could do too, grown up. Yeah. is just do a fire here and try to wait out the blizzard. So I'm just going to take a quick Bezos break, and we're going to assess what to do and then figure out what's going on around here. But the stinky streamer girl might be able to help us. So let's talk to her and see if she can give us any advice on how her unshowered self could get us out of here. We need input from the stinky streamer girl. Yeah, all stinky hands on deck. One hand with Taco Bell, the other hand with some product to keep you from having to shower. That's what I picture her as. She's holding one of those gordita crunch things in her hand as a burrito, and she's eating that, and she ordered it using an app. So someone had to deliver that Taco Bell to her. She didn't move for that. She just stays there not showering with her greasy hair, just telling you about this product that she's got in her right hand. There it is. I imagine energy drinks are somewhere on that table as well for her. She's ambitious, though. She grinds. She's always on that stream. Hey. OMG, they have a reference to that one head-on ad. Was it the Stinky Streamer Girl ad by any chance, Wolfie? Is this live? What's up, Aaron Steele? The man of steel. It sure is, baby. We are live and coming at you. Straight from Great Bear Island, where it's cold and crazy. It's good to see you, Aaron. I hope you're doing very well. Aretha, this has nothing to do with you. You look like you're ready to jump over here on top of my head or something. Just getting crazy. I could send you a link to it if it's fine. Yeah, sure. You could always send me a link, Wolfie. Just whisper it on Twitch, because I think Bezos will block it over here. And then we could check it out. But yeah, it was probably a Stinky Streamer Girl situation. That's what I think. So, you'll be happy to know that I was able to get a little sustenance, a little bit of protein, and I ate a bunch of carrots, baby carrots, in fact, and was able to get my eyesight sharpened because we're going to be going across a frozen pond full of wolves, and there's a potential on the way back we're going to be stink walking. So that's definitely going to come with its own set of drama-related things. I didn't get to know what you said because the stream auto-paused. Auto-paused, huh? That's not good. Hopefully it was on your end. Otherwise, Bezos is taking liberties. I'm not into that. You better not be taking liberties with us. So, this is what we got to do. We have a plan on leaving this train car and going across the frozen ice so that we can go get our stuff forged together, because that's basically what we have to do here. We're doing ladies' night, and it's crazy, and it's basically the hardest challenge in the existence of the TLD world. It's you have to survive responsibly. The loot is as crazy as it gets when it comes down to no loot, with the exception, of course, this train car where apparently there's a bunch of stuff. And the bad guys are crazy. So you got the weather, the bad guys, the supplies, everything against you, and you're not allowed to miss shots. You got to go after cougars. It's insanity. So, get over yourself, Aretha. She's starting to think that in the middle of things that she's going to get her TREATS. But this has nothing to do with her. I don't know what she's thinking. Aretha, there's one time per day. You're acting crazy. She's crazy right now. Okay, so it's ladies' night, and we're going to try to stay alive as we go across this ice and make some serious moves here. We're at the midway. We just have to get and go forge and make some moves happen. That's what it's all about, you know?
Feels like night is
So, I haven't seen any thoughts on whether we should go right now when there's potentially clear weather but potential auroras around, or we should do it once we're full strength and in the middle of the night. If it turns into an aurora when we're next to all those wolves, we're definitely cooked. Alright, you know what? Unemployed Will takes risks.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're going across thin ice, buddy. Yo, Brandon the man! How's it going, buddy? How are you, Brandon? I hope your surviving has been going well.
Feels like a lot of gear.
You've been kicking butt on Great Bear Island. Uh-oh. Yeah. All right, Grandpa Simpson. Classic. Alright, well, history will remember that we tried to be bold. But then when the weather kicked up, we ran inside. Crawled under the covers. Alright. Nice, Brandon. Yeah, we're doing some chilling of our own over here. We're thinking about going across the ice over here. And we were going to do it right there, but then when the wind kicked up, we decided to be a little bit more responsible. Now, the tough part is at night, you can't really see as far in front of you. If it's a night that's kind of crystal clear like this and there's no wind, it might be good enough for us to travel in. But right now, we're just going to take care of our responsibilities next to the fire and maybe try to sort out our weight a bit more. Also due for a bowl of porridge here when we wake up. It's good to see you, Aaron. I hope you're doing very well. Yeah, we would have gotten whooped if we went out there. Well, looks like the train cars are home. So what's going on with the Long Dark 2? We were just talking about that one, Brandon. Apparently, things have been quiet since they gave us a little information about it when they released Chapter 5 a couple months ago. And they've given us a release date estimated of just next year. So it's just like, hey, the whole darn year, maybe it'll come out. But probably not, but maybe. So that's the kind of feeling I think that's going on with Long Dark 2. We need some insiders at Hinterland, you know, to give us the inside scoop. Some reporters coming at you live with the update. You know, we can get some of that knowledge about what's happening. All right, this is what we got. We got a bowl of boards coming out, a couple teas here, and we got an aurora happening.
Might have to drop some gear.
So it's probably going to be morning. Definitely once the aurora's done before we go across the ice and think we're getting to that forge. I'm excited for the co-op. Brandon, you are exactly right. We're going to be roasting marshmallows together, buddy. That was my buddy Naku's idea, and I haven't forgotten it since. I wanted to roast marshmallows. Brilliant. I'm hoping that we have donkeys. I would love to ride donkeys. Alright, we sit by the amber glow of the fire barrel, waiting out the aurora. Let's see how many bowls of porridge we have left. We have 2 bowls of porridge remaining. Cooking level? Not close to cooking level 3 yet.
Too much stuff to carry.
Yeah, I've got so much stuff, man. I think I'm gonna bust out these 2 bowls. Have them readily available. Alright, we're just waiting for this cool music to go away. Then we know we're able to travel out there in this place, and the bad guys won't be quite so haunted. If you ever try to go up against Aurora, wolves, or anything, it might be your last battle. It's nice to feel a little agility back in our game. We've been walking around tired for so long. Last bolt. And then the rest of it will probably be lumped sleeps. Just throw a couple lumps on and try to just sleep next to the barrel for a couple hours. We're going to try to conserve our old mill flour and not use it for bannock, because that old mill flour turns into roasted empanadas once we get cooking level 3. Now we play the waiting game. Four days, 17 hours, and 55 minutes. We got 10 days left in this thing. Let's throw a couple lumps on this bad boy. Alright, just 1 hour sleeps at a time. We're not sleeping in big chunks because we don't rebuild health when we sleep on this difficulty. So it doesn't really benefit us to sleep for big chunks to try to get that multiplier that builds more health back at night. We basically don't build any health back during anything unless we drink these cool cups of birch tea. So we have to storm the steeds, baby. Wait out the aurora and cross the frozen pond in forlorn. I just want to say to you guys are awesome. Just let that be known. And I'm grateful and appreciative to be able to spend this Tuesday with you. Resting by the fire. Avoiding the haunted bad guys. So until the aurora subsides, we stay right here. It should be soon, because the morning is coming. This will be about as rested as we've been in a long time. We've been pushing forward. Lurk mode activated. I got anger management in 4 minutes. Oh! Okay, Brandon. All right, 1 more hour. Okay. It should be done once we wake up from this hour. Sun's coming. There it is. A nice, super foggy day for us to travel across the thin ice. Man, these are the days I get turned around. Holy agility right now. Uno más. Let's keep it going. We're gonna wake up. It's gonna be so clear out here. We're gonna see everything. All the way to the other side of Great Bear. Nope, worse. Ah! Alright, but this time... Yikes! Yeah, you can't even see in front of you.
Something's gotta go.
Yeah, some of this water. I think we've cooked up every bowl of our porridge here, so it's teas and cattails for us. There we go. Yep, no more oats. Okay, we've got the visibility we're looking for. Now it's all about seriousness. I see old Boris the Bear over there lumbering around. We're gonna try to stay off of his gigantic radar. I imagine, like most animals, the bear's greatest... I'm freaking out, man! Cattails. Anytime I hear just like grass rustling around, the ninja wolves have given me PTSD. He's looking for a new pair of shoes. He sure is. Well, he's not taking my orange Nikes, I'll tell you that. Let's do this. We gotta go past the old reunion over here. Further away from us, visibility still hasn't fully clarified. So if I get turned around out here, it is absolutely on you guys, Chris, to keep me on track here. I'm taking no responsibility. Oh, well fed. In the midst of all the drama, they were rewarded with more carrying capacity. We've done it. Yeah. Alright, we got rose hips here. Glorious rose hips. Don't let that dissuade you from sending those rose hips this direction. I desperately need them. I do have a problem, and I'm working on it. Let me get some of them hips. All right, looks like we got a ravaged over there. That's guts opportunities for us over there. That'll probably be something we're going to grab on the way out. It's going to be tough curing those bad boys. It's already been 3 days since starving in the ravine. Yeah. It's tough, isn't it, Bean? If we look at the calendar over here, we've been alive for 5 total days. That gives us 9 days left to hunt. In those last couple days, we're going to be burning the midnight oil. Good thing empanadas could be on the menu. I'll tell you this too, Bean. If you see my boy Versette, tell him I miss him. I'm sure he's out signing autographs after the big cougar move. I'm grabbing these roast hips. Okay, so dead ahead is where the forge is. It's right over there. We're going, baby. I'm excited for a new pair of shoes. Are you, Scabura? The shoes I have are just basic orange Nike running shoes, and they're 37%. They're ragged, but they are described as light nylon shoes designated to feel weightless. Fit for any Terminator out there with robot feet. Okay, so calories for the forge. Definitely going to be something to think about. And the stock bunker could change everything. Rose hips. Here we go. It's got the hips, baby.
Can't feel my hands.
But again, I'm still going to need some of you guys' hips too. Let's be serious about that. All right, get to the forge for a warm-up. Wherever we see crows overhead, those are going to be the ravaged deer we can eat during this forge. It's all about that bunker. He's at work. I'm sure he'd love to be here. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Versett makes everything better. You're the best, Bean. Thank you. All right, let's go warm up.
So cold.
We're getting off the drip right away. I think I just want to throw a lump on there. I'm overthinking this. Double lump. All right, let's start off by putting on this sweet jacket, baby.
We here.
97%. Finding high percentages on your clothes is paramount on this one because we can't use a sewing kit to fix them. So we found 99% lobster gloves, a pretty high percentage on this jacket and hat too. We've been rocking it. But these socks over here, man.
Need a horse.
Cattail numbers are looking terrible, Bean. I'm worried about having calories for this forge. We're going to need Raph to give us some RNG in that bunker. I believe we have a 25% chance of finding a stocked bunker. So if you take off that one we already got, that knocks it up to 1 out of 3 chance. So now we're at 33% chance that this stocked bunker is stocked. Now let's upgrade these shoes, baby. I'm over here dripping while I'm celebrating. Oh, we just went from 0.4 Celsius warmth to 1.8, baby. And now we're at 11. Oh my gosh, I could barely tell this guy doesn't have any sort of secure employment. He looks official, baby. All right, we're about to check in that safe over there, too.
That'll come in handy.
I don't know if we need any more scrap metal, so we'll leave that. Or maybe we'll swap out ours since it was 100%. What an upgrade. Our scrap numbers are insane right now. We're going to have absolutely enough scrap to get all the arrowheads made. Right now, our definite obstacles are... we don't have the cured guts yet, of course, and we're going to have to need a bunch of feathers. Our feather game is weak. Oh!
So keep the lamp burning.
Holy crap. We have the most accelerant you've ever seen. But the question is, do we have dog food? Canned dog food. Oh my gosh. 35%?
I'm not sure I can carry much
and
more.
27%. All right, let's do it. We got food. I'm gonna open it in a primitive fashion. Hey, yo, Larone, how we doing here? Misery. It's good to see you, Dragon. I hope that your scales are doing well and that you have been igniting medieval towns left and right with your fire-breathing nose. And I will say that this is actually even harder than Misery. This is as hard as this game can ever be. This is ladies' night, baby. It's good to see you, Dragon. All right, I'm gonna eat some more dog food. There's nothing better than 2 cans of dog food. All right, right, I'm going to go over there and check inside this safe. I also think we should leave a little bit of weight here when we go check the bunker.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Yeah. Ah! Where's my safe? I don't think I went inside anywhere. Oh, I think I know what it was. I think it was when the wolf scared me and when I transitioned into Forlorn and then came back. I think that got rid of the glitch safe. Rats. Alright, now here's where it gets a bit scary. I've been jumped by Scruffy a couple times coming up here, so I gotta be ready to run away. Likes to show up, right? This guy's such a jabron, man. Alright, we're going to try to get him to saunter down the hill a little bit more before we go back that way. No, he didn't like that. He likes it when my ankle is completely about to snap on the side of this rock. Alright, now we have another Scruffy up here. If you wouldn't believe, Raph put 2 Scruffies on the way to this bunker. Heavily protected. We must protect the beef jerky. "20 hours this week for one city and still maybe halfway done, but otherwise doing well." Yeah, it's just going to take a little bit more fire, probably, Dragon. I think that's the answer. Just set fire to all of their hay barns, and you should see it go up pretty soon. Today is relaxation day for me, though. Just kicking back. Nice, Dragon. Oh, man, that's crazy. They should fix that. Yeah, I'm not sure what that situation is. I don't know if it's intended to be there or if it's still there and not intended to be anymore and it just accidentally still shows up. I will say this, that we love this game and it's 12 years old at this point, so maybe I'm asking too much, but I would love a little bit more speed on our patches, maybe our quality of life updates. Would be nice to see those happen, maybe quarterly. You can get a nerd who just sits around doing little updates to the game, and one time every season he comes out with an update that fixes some of our bugs or something. All right, what are we getting here with this bunker? I'm hoping it's going to be stocked, if you can believe that. I know it's crazy, but it's true. I'm hoping it's stocked. I just want a little bit of beef jerky and Sprite in my life, you know? There was no safe there on my Loper run either. Well, I'll tell you, Bean, there's like a thing that has to do with either transitioning inside or going in and out of the town. So when I went in to avoid that wolf, I think I unglitched it and made it disappear or something. Stocked with moldy cardboard? Oh my gosh. Can you imagine living in a world that great? Stocked. Thank you, Lurbia. Okay. Brandon says, how many days is your longest survival? I actually think that might have been our bear hunting tournament because we had to go around the map and seek out every single bear. That one I do believe we reached maybe like 3 or 4 months, Brandon, but we've never really been on the island much more than like 90 to 100 days or something like that. As much as I love this game, I'm also pretty terrible at it, so I fade into the long dark quite often. But the greatest part is the stock bunker could change everything. Here we go! Oh, look how desolate it is. We got butt kiss, baby. Well, we do have the moldy cardboard bed, Cubit. What a thrill. In addition to that, we have a blue crate, some cardboard boxes, scary old tree roots coming through the walls here as if they were some sort of tentacles from nature. That's about it, though. Not a lot. But a moldy cardboard bed should never be overlooked. Okay, now the question is, well, looks like you'll need to look further afield for those holographic VHS tapes. Man, your Dave's Cave Video Store knowledge is amazing, Lurbia. It's truly impressive. There was one video we were running out called Steven Left Me for the Couch. So some guy left his wife for an inanimate object. A couch. Heavy drama. Alright, I'm looking for those ravaged. I imagine our calories are going to be pretty tough with 9 cattails getting through this forge. Let's get this random lump. Nope, not a random lump. Will dog food and ravaged deer be enough calories to forge? Yeah, that's exactly it. We're always thinking alike, Bean. That's where we are right now, trying to plan for that. So we got 9 tails and whatever's left on this purple deer. Alright, you know what? I need to be smart. Where's the best place to find a rifle and ammo? Well, the ammo part's a little trickier, Brandon. But I can tell you there is a guaranteed spot for the rifle. And it's at the Mystery Lake Dam. So you just go on down that way. You'll have a good time.
All right.
Alright, we got 1.5 kilograms on this bad boy. No micro harvest opportunity. I think we should probably think about the guts right here, because if I keep trying to forego gut opportunities, it's not going to work out for me. The last time we saw a good set of guts was back in Mystery Lake or the Ravine. Alright, we're going to grab the guts after this. Then we're going to have a sketchy calorie forge coming. And a nice warm part of the day to be outside. And if we're lucky, we'll get another ravage pretty close from here if we can hear for the crows.
All I can think about is food.
Yeah, you go on down to the Mystery Lake Dam, Brandon, and there's going to be 3 or 4 spots within that dam you can look, and you'll be able to find it in one of them. It's guaranteed to be there. Would you rather rifle, pistol, or bow hunting in this game? Well, I'll tell you. I'm a bow guy because they don't have guns on the modes I play on over here, Brandon, but they're all pretty great for different reasons. You know what else is even cool, Brandon? I saw somebody playing the story mode, and they had the shotgun. Ooh, that thing just feels like it's just so powerful. It's just, you just feel like you're Clint Eastwood walking into town telling the bad cowboy to get out of here. Yeah, I got a shotgun over here. All right, let's go get the feathers too from this ravaged. Okay, I think there's another deer over there, and I see a couple cattails, so we'll go grab those. Every cattail matters. Oh! I found the deer. Go get him. No crows overhead. So, just like Bean was, having worries about, we're trying to make sure our calories are accounted for because the forge takes a great deal of time, and you don't want to have to get the forge cooking up to 150 degrees twice. You want to get that boy lit once and get all your business taken care of.
Well, that didn't work.
Yeah, it sure didn't. I at least appreciate his positive attitude. Well, you know, because sometimes he goes full Joker. What?
Come on. That did it.
Yeah, you're doing it, buddy. Oh, fire starting too. Fire starting too. You're quite good at starting fires. Well, thank you, Rav. Your fires start better and they last longer. 55% chance to start them and they last 10% longer. All right, here we go. So we got the smallest of all micro harvest opportunities here as we try to spam our cooking level to cook in 3. Also filling our bellies. I do believe that with the cattails we might be able to make it since we found these 2 ravaged. We're celebrating. All right, I'm collecting the feathers here, and I'm going to do a feather inventory to see where exactly we are now. Man, this guy had all the feathers. Look at this guy. The 6 spot. 7 spot on one deer. Huge money. 23, baby. Our quota is kind of 27 so that we can make 9 arrows out of it. If we do the math, 27 feathers gives us the ability to make 9 arrows. We have 4 birch saplings back at the old Canadian office. It's going to be close. See if we see any more cattails. I like this one. It makes me feel like Rocky.
Yeah, it's not gonna be so bad, you know? We got some feathers and it's going pretty good, you know? Yeah, it took us a while to make the bow, but you know, sometimes the underdog just takes a little while.
All right, it's time to go forge. Awesome feather game. Cattail numbers at 11. And then we have 1 extra little stake with us. Yo, Metal! Oh, we are rocking the deuce, baby! It's good to see you, Metal! Metal? We've been on this island for a long time. I've still not found a can opener. I regret to inform you that on that stat sheet, it ain't gonna make you proud, buddy. Goose egg. I know. Look, we've been having a hard go of it, okay? We've been trying to go all over this island. We have looked for the can opener, but it has eluded us. Every stocked bunker is unstocked. Every bed is cardboard and moldy. It's crazy out here. I know it's tough. It's good to see you, Metal. Oh. Here we go. Not doing that? There we go. All right, here we go.
Pretty well.
So the only other thing I usually do before the forge is get a bunch of rest. So I can either go all the way back up to the bunker or do it here with a bunch of lumps on the fire, which is kind of the lazy route, using up a little bit more resources. All right, let's get some rest. Yeah, we're derping around. We're multi-cardboard bed millionaires. Note left behind. All right, we're going to get our rest to at least 3 o'clock on the fatigue meter because we know that it takes a while to do the forge. It's definitely not something you want to get fully tired in the middle of. And it's good to see you, Metal. I hope things are going well in the north. You guys are probably getting into that time of the year where it starts to really feel like fall. For us, I think August is still going to remain a little bit warm. And I really am definitely speaking out of my butt because I don't know anything about any other life, basically, other than the place I live. But maybe it's becoming fall where you live. Who knows? All right, beautiful. We're going to get this thing a little hotter. It needs to be a minimum of 150 before you can do your foraging. Alright, now we're going to think about our plans. We're going to eat some cattails. And we're going to always definitely make sure we have a bunch of food in our belly before we do the first thing on the docket, which is the improvised knife. It's going to take us 3 hours, so our vitals being accounted for is good because it's going to be a long circle around that time before we get back. Here we go. First foraging activity of the day. Improvised knife. It's still the never-ending summer here in the UK. You guys have it tough, Cubit. Alright, we've got our improvised knife now. Look how improvised it is. So now we use the rest of our scrap metal to make arrowheads. So we have 10 remaining scrap, and we get 2 arrowheads per scrap metal. So there's way too many pieces of scrap here. We're probably going to make a maximum of 12 arrowheads, which would be 6 hours worth of forging with 6 scrap metal. And definitely when you have a start at DP and go all the way to Forlorn for your forge, just finding the scrap metal all over town definitely has always pretty much come into play, and Raph definitely provides you with the amount you need when you end up here in Forlorn. You see a bunch all over the place next to those train cars and here at the forge. And now it's 1 hour at a time. Remember, it's not for wolf stabbing. Hammer time. You got it, Cubit. I'll try to remember. It's scary when it's all going down, you know? Your whole life's flashing before your eyes. Contemplation Bridge. But you're exactly right. Alright, here we go. Oh, thirst! We're taking the drip! One hour at a time, we make our arrowheads. And these will eventually be attached to arrow shafts and crow feathers made into arrows that glide through the air aerodynamically. We did, of course, learn that the reason feathers are on there is they help keep the trajectory of the arrow as it's flying through the air. At first, I thought maybe it was purely a cosmetic decision. There's reasons. Science reasons. My gosh, with the negligence, the drip. Last hour. This will yield us our 12 arrowheads, I believe. Boom. And right now our feathers are a little short of even the 9 goal. 8 is pretty much the minimum we can get away with because I'm pretty sure I can get 8 shots into a bear before it's time to hit him in the critical damage spot. We've done it. We have our arrowheads and our improvised knife. It's turning into the morning time of day. Let's look at the visibility. The visibility is pretty weak sauce right now. Maybe if we sleep for an hour, we can open up the clarity of everything. I can say this. We're going to be stink walking wherever we go. So these guys are going to be, you know, obviously pretty interested in what we got going on. I think I need to add double feathers to my arrows then. I'm an expert at bow missing. Yeah, me too, Cubit.
Goodness. Made it through another night.
6 days, 1 hour, and 42 minutes. And our bow is nowhere close to being done. The day is nice, so it's time to go. I gotta say, if anybody out there is thinking about the Long Dark and they don't own it yet, I'm gonna tell you something. You probably should. It is the most fun video game ever. The people in the mix with the game are super amazing, and I have just had a blast ever since I found it. Can't recommend it enough. Well, it's a beauty of a day out here in Forlorn, huh? Good Lord. So, maybe I should take that ultra wide path way away from the family reunion like I did last time. I kind of went out this way and kept a humongous berth from the middle where we usually run into the wolves. So let's try to do wuss strat, get away from the wolves. What other game lets you sleep in a moldy cardboard bed whilst eating dusty floor potatoes? And Cubit, I mean, you are just killing the game. Oh, the bear! Yeah, you're killing it, Cubit. You British folks have that sharp wit. Over on the right here is where the wolves usually lie. What we're trying to do is completely avoid all the drama on the way home. We do have the guts, right? I carry in those stank guts. Oh God. Did you believe this? Nobody saw any of this. If any of this gets out, I'm telling you, this did not happen. Can you imagine thinking you have some sort of efficiency in this game and then you run amok like this? Didn't happen. Oh. So, just to conclude, we all know to never mention what just happened right here, right? Cattail Dreams. Scary. It was just a short detour to get those cattails. Yeah, you gotta be strong for your Grandpa Simpson loops around the forge, right? Gotta have calories for that. Old Spence family homestead. The first time we've ever been here this run.
I think I need to lay down.
Oh, Will, we just started, man. Golly. Fully intentional. Thank you, Cubit. Alright, we're gonna mellow out to these reggae vibes and just breeze on back here to get our guts like we totally intended to. I'm glad we at least thought of it in that part. If I would have gone any further, I don't know if I would be able to get this thing done, man. We're getting close to it. I gotta get responsible. I lost my warming up, Grandpa Simpsoning. Golly. This is jabroniness, isn't it? Well, what they can't take from us is I think it's Maglen's weather, so if this fire doesn't light, we'll use the glorious sun. Got plenty of gasoline, so we can get some accelerant going on this too. Stay off the drip.
Damn it.
Take it easy, buddy.
That did it.
Scruffy. Yeah, he was after our guts. You can see that when you have stink lines, their radius of detecting you is abnormally insane. That's definitely a mechanic we wanted in the challenge. But this boy's nose is wafting the smell of these guts from our green backpack all the way towards the hills where he resides. Man, I might even be wise to go down for a cheek. I don't want to lose this visibility, though. So I want to get going. Yeah, it's beautiful out here. We're going to be sleepy, though. We got to really push. This is tense. Freaking out, man. All right, 2 cups of birch left. Alright, everything that's going on is completely intentional. Although nobody on Larone died by accident recycling their bedroll. Holy crap. We still got our bedroll. Did we pick up those guts? Now I got paranoias. Man, look how slow we are. This is all so tough. I think a pro would sleep now, but my pride almost won't let me go back Grandpa Simpson to the forge.
So hungry in my life.
How's the long darking, or maybe longing dark? Yeah, Gus, I was thinking when I was getting going here today that it was maybe the short bright, and that's what the game was called. But I was silly to think that, I'm pretty sure. After watching Larone series, you start to realize how realistic this is to die to stupid mistakes. Yeah. It's probably about 1 trillion times harder than any of us can even fathom to make it through one day. I've always mentioned that I could not handle any of this. I'd be crying and calling home like Joe the policeman on day 1.
You know, I came here to survive, not to be stalked.
I've only seen the first episode or 2, so I really don't know much enough to make references, but I remember that guy. That's definitely the guy I'd be. This is all so bad. Look how tired we are. One of my islanders love raw eggs. I know what I would want to do in Alive, but I don't know how to do it. Yeah, me too, Gus. Me too. What I would do is just light a never-ending fire, throw 1,000 fir firewood logs on there, never get damp and cry about the mold growing on my pajama pants as they dry overnight on the line in the Vancouver outdoors. I saw that, how even their clothes are getting mold on it. They can't stay dry out there. It's just insane. That'd be the thing. I'd just be whining a lot. I'd be like, my toes are wet, guys. I'm the guy who changes his mind before leaving the boat. All right, yeah, guys, know what? Just get the alternate. I'm out. I'm going back to my family, and I'm gonna go eat pizza. My tootsies. All right, what do I do about this? I need to sleep. I have to Grandpa Simpson or just Spotfire sleep. And I got the bear lumbering down on me now. I hear him gruffing right over the side of this hill. Okay, I don't think he's on to us.
I'm so tired.
They obviously don't know that sleeping in moldy cardboard beds would cure their mold phobia. You could be right. It's all about the mold. All right, we're taking a little bit of a drip right now from fatigue. If we can get to a place to sleep, I'm down. I'm just scared to sleep next to a spot fire in this. Right now, we got the visibility on our side, so we're losing 1 HP per hour trying to walk around fatigued like this. And we definitely cannot sprint over thin ice either, this sleepy. This feels like we're getting close to making mistakes. I see a couple deer over here, so we know that there's no wolves. It's extra insulation. The Knockman. We just got to keep on trucking, baby. I see a red train car up there, and that's a beautiful spot for us to take a little bit of rest. Let's just get across this sketchy thin ice.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Spot fires in our future. If we get too cheeky, we might lose the visibility. It'll be a little bit of a risk taking a cheek, but at this point, it's getting us off the drip. It might have to be part of what goes down.
Anything right now.
He's got a lot of complaints.
Turned out pretty well.
Yeah, you're doing great. Alright, munch on the cattails. Sleep in the bedroll cheeky style. It could be completely foggy when we wake up, and just getting to that red train car up there might be sketchy. That's kind of the part of why I'm so scared to sleep. Because I think the weather has a higher chance. It just seems that way when you go to sleep. Of changing over. Yo, what up, dude? What a shake! God bless that train car. How's it going, dude? We're over here in Forlorn Muskeek, and we're getting the heck out of here because I'm freaking out. We just got done with the cool forge action, and now it's time to get back to our red train car of security. We do have the guts. I have gut PTSD. Went out and did my civic duty today. Didn't even get a sticker. Oh. Civic duty today and didn't even get a sticker. Nice. Maybe you gave blood at one of the places like that? Storm gods. Yeah. Voted. Oh, nice, dude. I'm sure you voted for Ross Perot, the third party, the Green Party. And he's going to lead us into the future. So what are we thinking about this wolf here? I could obviously do a spot fire. And then from that spot fire, throw stuff at the wolf. If I light a flare or something, I'll still need... I would have voted for Aretha, Naku. That's why you're amazing. That's what I'm talking about. And she appreciates that. She's back here on the body pillow back here, just resting. And she probably heard that and won't forget it. She's got a good memory. Are we thinking spot fire here? Because I'm not going to be able to get them off of since stones are banned. I'm not going to be able to do the stone pump fake on this wolf like we would traditionally. And it's windy, so my torches will blow out. Guy's like catching up to me too. And he's going across the ice as the crow flies. I'm in a bit of a situation over here. Aretha only shows up when there is a mention. Yeah. Yeah, she has those Pavlovian response to the whole thing. And she just knows... It only takes about 2 times, too. That's the crazy part. And immediately she catches on. She would be good at being a show kitty in like a circus or something. All right. But seriously, I have a wolf problem here. I don't know what to do. I can't light this fire because it's too windy next to this boulder. I think I have to get on the complete other side, and I'm pretty sure he's going to eat me if I do that. I'm thinking a flare is going to be involved. From there, though, who knows what to do. I could drop the guts, too, but I don't think that'll de-aggro him from us. It'll make him less, like, wild and bloodthirsty, but he'll still be on to us. And I'm definitely not dropping it as a decoy. I've made that mistake before. These are our cured guts. If I drop it as a decoy, he's going to come munch on him. Then I won't be able to make him into a bow. I have all kinds of stuff going on right now. What are we thinking here? Light a torch with the flare and throw the torch at his face? I'm so scared he's just about to randomly come after me. Yeah, he knows. So I'm gonna go this way now and get up to the train car. We just gotta get the guts and go. I have spaghetti over here, by the way. Look at him.
I'm getting weaker.
I used birch. I didn't care. Somebody else is creeping.
That's done.
Alright, I've had enough. I've just about had it. That's it, Goblin. Just another lovely day in the muskeg. You got it. You're exactly right. It's super lovely out here. Alright, I'm gonna pick these up, make sure I don't drop them as a decoy. So drop them out of my inventory so they don't eat them. I can sleep, I think. It's tough going to sleep, knowing that you're cool to go to sleep, but still this guy's skulking up on you. Like, I think I'll be okay. I'm next to a lit fire. It'll be fine. It's still scary. Wind calmed down. Do you have a red flare? Throwing a torch would work too. Embrace against a rock. They really do not like uninvited guests at their family reunions. Yeah, this is a wolf-only party, man. We're so close to the train car, I could obviously sleep in there. He's over there in those hills right there, skulking around. Okay, he went away. This is our chance. Try to keep the aggro off me. They can smell these guts, though. He's a persistent one. Yeah, I'm stink walking, Goblin, too. I'm trying to walk around with uncured guts. I'm getting a little too crazy. Big for my ragged denim jeans. Canadian artillery. All right, and here's one of the other pressing issues we have coming up into the hunt. We have these guts going in. We got the birch saplings, but the one good thing I just remembered before I brought this problem up is that I'm pretty sure I left a good hefty supply of lumps back at the dam. So I do believe we have a lump supply back there. So my big issue that I was about to talk about might not be so bad. But these wolves do have me on the run. I'm hearing stuff. Listen, man. So we got a lump. Oh, Yinzer's the man! Just watch that drip! We gotta watch that drip. I pray to God you watch that drip, man. It's great to see you, Yinzers. You are the absolute man. It's very good to see you, my friend. Thank you for those rose hips. It's been pretty light on the rose hips today. Don't want to be ungrateful. Just like when I got my bedroll. Grateful for it. Thank you for those hips. Everybody should follow in Yinzers' heroic footsteps. Yinzers, the absolute man, is always very supportive of our endeavors here on Great Bear. And he is a Pennsylvania prince of the highest order. So, I'm reinvigorated by the fact that we do have an extra lump pile. Thank you, Naku, for those hips! Thank you, Cupid, for those hips in between a crazy kraken as well.
Come on.
And this is the kind of stuff that Yinzers does. He starts a hip train, baby. Thank you, Goblin, for those hips. Oh my gosh. This is amazing. We're going to be having all the empanadas tonight. And I'm going to say this. I think it's about time I eventually see what a real rose hip tastes like at some point. I have yet to have those. I think that they're a delicacy that our friend Cubit maybe could try, or some of our pals up north. But they don't have any rose hips here, I don't believe, in the States. I think we're going to go at least a couple of these lumps. We're really getting low on our lumps right now until we get back to the dam all the way across to Mystery Lake. So let's get some rest here. We are in the warm, good time to travel times. So there's that part of it too. We've been pretty much tired the whole time we've been alive. Smarter man might have dropped the guts while he was sleeping, but I don't believe that they cure in the busted down train car. You can pick them, they're just not used as much further south. Oh, I have tried them, but you have to process them first to get rid of the seeds that they have nasty hairy bits. Oh, nasty hairy bits. Good Lord. I tell you. Nasty hairy bits. My sweet rose hips have nasty hairy bits. I didn't know that. let's get
If I
moving.
don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
Yeah, see, Will's still sleepy and we're moving, but we gotta do it because we're low on lumps and we'll just keep moving as often as we can. Since we're traveling right now, on the rails, I feel like I kind of have a grip to it. You know, we have some sort of linear anchor that helps me walk through these tough visibility conditions. So we're rocking all the way back to Mystery Lake. We just follow the rails all the way through this town and even through the next one, and it'll take us back to our dam, where I was telling Brandon that they have a guaranteed rifle on Stalker and Voyager and Pilgrim. I believe it's Vaughn's rifle. I'm still trying to get over nasty hairy bits. Can you believe it? On our rose hips. Just the outside red flesh is edible. We used to use the seeds as itching powder as kids. Oh my gosh. These rose hips have a whole new side to them. God, you said that. I would have found out the hard way. Yeah. Same with me. I would have just picked them off the bush, and I would have had a mouthful of nasty hairy bits. I already realize how terrible this is out of context, but at this point, you know, in this world, you know, what can you do? Yo, V-Fig, the man! How's it going? Where did you find a working boombox on Great Bear Island? A working boombox, you say? I don't know. But I will say that the jukebox is going to get fixed down at Dave's Cave soon. So it's not going to be long. Just give us a little bit more time. Just like Raph. Maybe next year sometime is when the sequel will come out. And that also is when maybe we will actually fix that jukebox. But for right now, we're going to need you, V-Fig, to sing some songs for us. Most of the time, depressing sailor songs fit in pretty well with the lumps down here. And also, Paula Cole songs work pretty good, too. Carly Simon wouldn't be bad. So yeah, I think also Naku, we might need you to sing some songs too, for all the lumps. We're gonna need you to work for leftover greasy appetizers. Is that okay? It's good to see you, V-Fig. This is Will's internal soundtrack. It kind of is. He feels like now he got his forge done. He's living the life. He's making moves.
I'm also gonna need you to go ahead and come in on Sunday, too, okay?
Yeah. If you're not busy, you know, okay? We're gonna need you to come in. Tell Jen you're busy. Also tell Drew Carey's best friend for the Drew Carey show that you're not going to be there either to watch Channel 9. Hey, man. Oh, you don't want to hear my singing. It's more deadly than TLD weather. Oh, V-Fig. We're completely welcoming down here at Dave's Cave, and your singing would be lovely to hear. The songs of survival. So far it's been quiet, but I'm scared to talk about it too much. Once we see little power lines going to the right, we know that's where we can veer off to go to the Canadian office where our birch saplings are resting beautifully. We're going to pick up those bad boys. While we rest there at the Canadian office, we can get our guts curing too. One nice thing about traveling in the evening time is you get these balmy weathers to travel in at night where your temperature is actually stabilized. It should be soon. The reason I'm so tense about this walk, even though it doesn't seem like much, is because I'm stink walking with 2 uncured guts on me. And I see moose markings. Ah. I mentioned earlier, little bark is gnawed off on trees where the moose is.
What's the matter? You don't like my house? My house stinks? That's right, it stinks!
Oh, ew, you don't like my house? You say there's a problem with my house? I'm walking around with a bunch of uncured guts? Huh?
I gotta be careful and serious. These zip zaps are so good. Alright, what I'm pretty happy about is that we slept for about 2 or 3 hours next to that fire barrel in Forlorn. We were able to get all the way from that train car to this Canadian office. Super cool stuff. And we got rose hips. Alright, let's get this stuff, Kieran. Boom. And progress on the sapling's pretty good. We got 70%. And I'll bet we can even swap out our aviator cap because this one's probably deteriorated on our travels. Nope. We still do have a pretty strong hat game. Oh yeah, we got a bed down here. We're living it up. Let's fix this chair up just because, man. All right. We're going to get rest and walk around with all this stuff right here and go back to the dam. And I think the less wolfy way to do that is the way we came, but that way does not reward us with a fire striker. So we're probably going to have to look at the loot pool and ascertain where exactly the fire striker spawns on loot pool 4 for us here in Mystery Lake. It's likely going to be on the derailment, which is basically along the rails here, and the 3 blue trailers over there kind of next to Clear Cut, along with the pond, unnamed pond, probably. I think that's where the 3 spots are for the fire striker. And I gotta tell you, our match numbers are weak sauce right now. Big time weak sauce. So let's take a Bezos and make sure we regroup and settle ourselves with a solid idea of how we're going to get this stuff done. And then I'll pull up the map, the map, while we're thinking about the loot pool. So that's ladies' night. Let's get the map of Mystery Lake pulled up. And we are here at the Canadian office. So what I'm thinking about doing is taking the path where we go this way and up the river. Because that'll basically make it so that I don't run into wolves. But I might miss out on a fire striker if I go that way. So what I'm going to do is check out the loot pool and see if I can find it. And if anybody's ever interested in these things, like knowing what the loot pool link is, I can send you the link to the loot pool so you can check this out when you're doing your survival endeavors. So I know sometimes you want to nerd out, like myself. So, if we source the loot pool, and on loot pool 4 in Mystery Lake, we are going to find the fire striker at Unnamed Pond, the derailment, and the logging camp. Yep, exactly that. Okay. So we know exactly what the situation is. Moosey McMoose face hiding. A woo to you to doggo. Yeah, a woo to that doggo. So, we know exactly where the fire striker is, but let's talk about risk management. We're going to be stink walking through wolves if I go for the fire striker along the rails. So when you look at the map, we're here at the Canadian office. This derailment is where the fire striker is, but you can also see Scruffy is basically littered along the rails here. 3 wolves. Bang. So I'm going to run into him way more often, and he's going to be interested in my guts. But I get the fire striker. So what I could do is go this way around the river. There's no wolves on this walk here. And then I can get the guts back to here and then live to fight another day. Go and check here at the logging camp for the fire striker and derailment. And then if it's at the unnamed pawn spot, we're probably not getting it. But I got to say my trusty brand is in need. So I think that's what we should do, and that's the responsible move. Going back the same way we can, putting the guts down, and going to get our fire striker after. It's not the most optimal way, but we will live. That's what I think. Could be good. All right. So we'll probably do that. It'll be a nice, beautiful, clear night, hopefully, for us when we travel. But right now, it's time to get some old-fashioned rest. Living sounds like a good trade-off. I think so too, Naku. You know, I've in the past tried to, like, conserve matches when I was about to run into a scruffy spawn location. I said, my match is probably not as important as Will McKenzie over here, so living sounds like a good trade-off to wasting a match, too. Life over everything. And I've had to learn the hard way that health over everything in a challenge like this where there's no rebuilding health at night. Gotta prioritize that HP. It's like Yinzer said, gotta stay off that drip. Stay off the drip. Alright, our calories are only what's in our belly right now. We'll get a couple more cattails, but we have mulled over it on the way in a little bit too. So calories are going to be a little tough getting back. Maybe we stop at the Ravaged if things are really tight. All right, this is to heat up our tea. So we have a warm belly. And go out there and scrounge a few of the cattails we didn't get on the first time as we go back the back way through the river.
Well, that didn't work.
We're bringing everything with us, including the stank guts.
Come on. Come on. Well, that didn't work.
75%. I always get indignant when I miss it twice. I say it's 3 out of 4 chance, Raph.
Come on.
Here we go.
That's done.
All right, we're picking up all this stuff and we're leaving. All right, Canadian office, we're leaving you in good hands. Recycled Can is in charge. All right, we ready to do this? All right, aviator cap and books. We're going to take one of you. We'll see you soon. Scruffy, up to his old tricks. Got two of them. The other one can't aggro on us while this one's on us. But they'll swap being aggro when we get further up. Also, these slanted pieces of ice that come off the thing here will block your torch if you pump fake a wolf. So be careful with these pieces of ice right here. You put your torch behind it, Scruffy will still maul you. You've been on the wrong end of that equation. Alright, there's a swap over of the aggro right there. Oh, he's close. Yeah, I thought this is the safe route too. River Southern Access.
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
Yeah. Well, you pretty much never sleep. So I force you to get up after sleeping for 2 hours every day. Alright, see if we got any extra feathers over here by the Ravage. I think we're gonna forego harvesting the Ravage for meat right now. We're just going back to getting rid of these guts and moving forward. This wolf is kind of barreling down on us. Jeez, man. He's stalking us. I wonder if I drop the guts and crouch if he'll run off. Probably not. Seems like a pretty... Okay, poor Peter back there had to get smoked for us. Thank you for your service, Peter. It's always sad when the bunny gets it. Well, nature calling, got the wolf off us so we can stink walk these guts back to the dam now. I think we have 2 more Scruffy encounters we gotta look out for. The one by the trailers is the tricky one. Warming up buff for the tea got us a pretty long distance into our journey. I used to slack off on doing that before I did some outdoor travels, but the crazier into the difficulties you get, the more important it is to have that warming up buff bonus from either soup or some teas or something. I recommend going through the schlep of lighting a fire and warming up your tea before you take off into the coldness. Sometimes just out of pure sloth, I don't do it. I regret it every time. Alright, now we are kind of boxed in here, so I'm not sure if we can take an angle to get it for... If I go wide and left is pretty much my only idea on how to get away from this one. I think he's coming from that direction too. Yeah, if I run that way, he's gonna get me. This is unfortunate.
Turned out pretty well.
I see you over there. Yeah, I'm glad you went that way, Scruffy. Make sure to forget about this in 10 seconds. My plan isn't working so far. All right, but this time we'll make him go the other direction. He's skulking. This is not good. All right, I'm about to go the route of Alan's cave or something. There he is. This is not cool, man. I think my first order of business might be from my inventory dropping the guts, putting them next to this fire here. I definitely do not drop them as decoys. I drop them from the inventory so he doesn't need them. That'll get some of the stink off me. Then I'm going to try lighting one of my torches with the torch I have and lighting a fire next to the wall over here that's blocked by the wind.
Pretty well.
Oh. Dude. Oh, now he's getting cooler. This guy might be Jason Voorhees. I don't know what his problem is, but he's not running off. I took the stink off. The stink is right there at the other fire. He's just determined, and it feels like when the torch hits him, it hits a boulder, an unmovable object. But drama aside here, I don't know what to do.
Okay, who brought the dog?
He's desperate for food. Maybe if I... Oh. All right. That was wild. That was the whole thing.
Too tired to think straight.
All right, so Raph has a rule that he's not interested in us sleeping on the ice. So we'll be trying to sleep on the snowbank here, maybe. What do you say? Yeah, I don't think we're... Give scared him off. Yeah, I don't think we're getting one of those off. We'll just warm up and ride. And that was scary. Let's do it.
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
The best part is that the wolf will definitely be there when we walk through again, so there might be a sequel to this terrible film. Look at this. So sick of Scruffy's games right now, man. I really am. Just sick of his games. Yeah, I'll try to get him V-Fig. Thanks, bud. Responsible sticks out of him. Alright, let's get him to run this way. I heard that the best stuff is down that part of the river, Scruff. Should go check it out. If I knew how to kind of lead them a certain direction with my stuff, that'd be pro games. He's gonna forget about it. Amnesia. Just try to walk home. Oh, this is our life now. It's us and Scruffy in this frozen valley. It's what we do. Last lump. Yeah, you know what, dude? We've heard enough. Man. Alright, I'm going to try to throw it to his right so he runs left. I really don't have any idea of how to get him to path where I want him. And it looks like the torches are extinguishing in the air on the way over there. Yeah. Oh, this is just so hilarious. This is hilarious. Solitaire, Scruffy. That's what this is about. Oh no, now I don't know where he is. I can guarantee I guess where he is. Down that way. Alright, well fed in jeopardy. Go scratch him behind the ears to see if it calms him down. I'm not sure if he's that domesticated though, dude. He might maul me. It's music. All right, we have 3 kilograms of flour. If I make the bannock, it's not the end of the day, and it does keep our well fed. One of the downsides to that is we go through one of our valuable resources, and there's a finite amount of old mill flour in our satchel. That'll leave us to 14 batches of empanadas if we make this bannock. It should be good for us. We're making the dreaded bannock. Trying to wait out this blizzard and camping Scruffy. Is here now. Even the derp dog's getting in on the mix. All right. Wow. I don't know, gang. I think I'm gonna have like 4 days to hunt. We're gonna have to be Johnny on the spot. Straight up go from the dam, straight to PV, John Candy, bear, and then a cougar. You know, it's just gonna have to be as efficient as it gets with those last couple days. Roasted empanadas, where art thou? Is pretty much what that'll be about. Just gotta wait a couple minutes. Yeah. I see you're on top of it too, V-Fig. Killing it. I don't know if you ever got through the cartography one, but that was really cool checking you out when you were doing that one. I hope that you took some beautiful photos along the way while you were mapping things out. I haven't nearly finished it yet, still in PV. Alright, morning's coming. Alright, now the calories are back. This wind refuses to die. Sounds like a bad storm. What did I come back to for City the Man? How's it going? And I also like your New Orleans Saints gold text that you have in honor of the great Joe Horn and his cell phone touchdown celebration. Good to see you, Brissett. Yeah, we are in a bit of a situation here, though. You are right about that. Our calories are pretty low, so well-fed is in jeopardy. And if I push forward right now, I may still run into Scruffy out there, and I'm as encumbered as it gets, so I'm not running anywhere. I thought I was just hallucinating at first, but nope. That's Scruffy. I said he couldn't possibly be out here in this terrible weather right now. The man never sleeps. Hollywood Show. I see him. I gotta get him over here before this fire goes out. It's definitely a situation right now. Let me give you the rundown. Out of firewood. Well-fed is like the third or fourth thing. Yeah, stones are banned in this challenge, VFig, unfortunately. This is, of course, Ladies' Night. And Ladies' Night is the hardest challenge in the world. And we're dealing with some of the ramifications of this really stringent rule set right about now. Because we can't use anything to get this guy. So, I'm trying to think practically through what's happening right now. I don't exactly know how I'm going to live through this. What's happening with my torches is that they're extinguishing in midair on the way over with the wind. Yeah, the flare is definitely the only thing keeping us alive, VFig. We have 0 on our fatigue, so sprinting is out. There's no emergency stims either. We're stimless. And if you're asking, did I pass stims on the way here? Yes, I did. At the lighthouse at Desolation Point. So, I got 2 guts on me. I can put them down out of my inventory, and I don't think anybody's going to eat them. But I'll have separation anxiety until I recuperate these guts. Yeah, I failed a great deal, VFig. So I could leave the guts, and that'll get Scruffy less interested in us. But me thinking that the guts will live on the ground, I just don't know if they'll disintegrate throughout the storm or somebody will eat them or something. I'm going to drop them out of my inventory. If any of you pros have any knowledge as to will these guts survive if I drop them and I take the long way and I go back the other way towards Alan's cave or something, I'm thinking about doing that. I'm going to pull up kind of where we are. This is what we got. We're kind of in this area. I think in this little crevice. As you see, I'll have to backtrack down the river here and then go all the way back here where Alan's cave is. And there's still a wolf that can spawn over here too. To go the long way to avoid this wolf who keeps coming down and kind of a la, you know, the 300 Spartans and Leonidas. He's kind of funneling the Persian army into this little river bend here and keeping me trapped. No mending fails. Might as well just say no mending. That's pretty much it, VFig. If you do mend, you're pretty wild. You can't make improvised head wraps, though, because you don't fail when you craft. I think they'll survive a couple days if I had to guess. Should work. Drop from inventory not as a decoy. He's holding the gap. He is. Yeah, this is very crazy. So my plan was somehow drop the guts, abandoning the guts that we desperately need here in the gap, and then going all the way this way and going back down through Alan's cave and hoping I live to tell the tale coming around the back and out this way. It's just wolves all the way getting back over here for us. There's also a chance that this wolf right here is less interested on us when we're not carrying around the guts, and maybe he won't camp us so hard. And I'm pretty sure we're going to lose well-fed. So, we're just going to have to salute that one goodbye, I think. This is so scary. I have to pick up a torch, light it with the flare, and throw it at their face. And there's another guy getting involved. Hey, what's up, Kane? I'm not sure how many days. Do you have guts anywhere else? I don't think so, Bean. Maybe back in the ravine. We'd have to go all the way through the ravine to go get him. Go take him out of a deer. But we're on, I think, Kane, day 8 or so. We'll go check in a second. I'm just in a bit of a hairy situation right now. So, are we all on board for me leaving these guts right now, or do we think I can pick them up now that the wind has died and just carry a torch or a flare with the stink lines and bring them back to the dam with me? Golly, that was intense, man. There was 2 of these guys barreling down on me, and the only thing saving me was a darn red flare. Getting mauled. Gosh. So it's basically to gut or not to gut right now. It's intense. Freaking out. Are we going to risk it and carry the guts? We're fully fatigued if we do. I just have this fear that they won't be there in the morning. It's just like a darn horror movie, man.
My fingers feel numb.
I'm definitely dropping the guts. Alright, there goes the calorie streak. R.I.P. well fed.
Something to eat. Too cold to think.
Nature. I feel so ridiculous for thinking I can walk back with these guts. The amount of nonsense going on right now is at unparalleled levels. Oh boy. Trusty brand numbers are weak. We're taking a drip right now of 22 HP per hour because of the temperature, fatigue, and hunger. We are on the, this is called the Uber drip, I guess. The pipe burst.
Looks like a new day is done.
What a completely inappropriate tone of voice to have right now, Will. Oh! Okay, now I can think for 1 second. So, we have some calorie issues on our hand. We might have to take a 1 HP drip while we sleep here for an hour, and then go out and get some cattails. Our stuff will be chilling right here doing some curing while we go and get food. There's not going to be a million tails out there. Yeah, we survived, Efig. Sleep is no good. Whirlpool, I did it already. Yeah, I'll have to take that HP loss, unfortunately. 1 per hour right now, because I just had to get off the temperature schneid. Now we can walk around and go get some cattails before we lose some more. It's good to see you, Whirlpool. I was caught in a whirlpool of emotion out there, trying to get away from a camping wolf. I think what happened to him, V-Fig, is nature called, and he saw a deer running around, and that was our big moment. Leaving the guts back there, walking up, and then Scruffy ran off, and then we went back and got the guts once he was off of us. Thanks. It seems you don't play Interloper. Yeah, we're doing some crazy stuff over here, Whirlpool. We're doing the wildness. This is ladies' night. And it's as hard as it gets. Okay, so let's go get some cattails. And then come back here after not too long, because we didn't get too much off on the fatigue there. Man, I'm just glad we're alive. So my favorite moments. Thank you, Versetti. Fancy a trip to Ravine to get some birch bark? It's really not a bad idea to go back over there for round 2, VFig. You might be on to yet another astute point. That's exactly it. Because if I get some more birch right now, I'll be closer to 100, where we definitely need to be to do any sort of hunting against the cougar. All right, Cattail Dreams. All right, let's get off the drip. Man, I'm still settling down a little bit. That was intense, man. When both of them were there and I was wasting Trusty Brand, it was just, you know, it was intense, man.
Can't feel my hands.
We are short on matches, so we'll have to talk about basically the order of priority. We do the upcoming steps. We have a match shortage issue, and we want to get birch. It might be Fire Striker, birch bark while stuff's curing, then come back and do bow games. You hear the birds? They're tasty. They sure are, Whirlpool. I'll tell you one tough thing. I don't know if you see it in the rules there that got pulled up on the ladies, but we can't use stones. And since we don't have a bow yet and all we have is a hope and a dream and an aviator cap, I can't unfortunately get those birds and cook them up. I sure would love to. We have made nature call in the past by bringing the wolves over and stealing the birds, but it ends up being a pretty predicament time. You know, we get mauled, basically, is what I was trying to say uneloquently right there. These are the bits of the game you remember, though, when it gets intense. Larabia, you're exactly right. Those are the moments why we play in some way. I play for all the greatness of it, the chill times, and definitely the intensity, baby. Yeah, that was wild. All right, let's go to sleep for an hour and get back out there and plan what we're going to do about the match birch bark kind of thing we're thinking about. There might also be some pre-made food for us over there in the dam, too, because we haven't looted the dam very much.
I'd eat anything right about now.
All right, one more hour here. So we know the 2 of 3 spots we're going to check for the Fire Striker. The derailment along the rails there, and then the 3 blue trailers kind of over towards the clear-cut zone. The weather's kind of tough, huh?
I'll be hungry later.
I'm pretty hungry right now. Heck yeah. Now, nobody tell Metal that we're smashing this can open. I'm pretty sure we are, because he just opened it right there. But this seems pretty eloquent the way he did it. Didn't say smashing open. Is that part of cooking too? I don't know what happened right there, but I'll take it. We don't have a can opener, but he did open it very nicely. You got the can so he didn't smash it, I guess. Yeah, I suppose. Maybe it was the can respect we have, Whirlpool. Before you showed up, we put a recycled can in charge of the Canadian office before we left it. And maybe the cans are now somehow respecting us more and just opening without us losing calories. I don't know. That's got to be it. Okay. So we're going to wait for this wind to die down, and I think that we have Fire Striker, Birch, Bow. as our 3 coming things we're trying to get done. Throughout that process, gather as many calories as we can off the land and in the dam. There's also a ravaged deer behind the dam if things get really light calorie-wise. Boy, I tell you, there's no more refreshing sleep than this moldy cardboard bed over here. You have become an honorary Tin Clan member. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I'm gonna get canceled on that one, Versetti. I should probably think before I just spout out all this stuff. Alright. Let's go get a fire striker. My match situation, you'll see when we pull up how many trusty brand we have. It's actually pretty weak sauce. 4. Didn't I? Yeah, I'm just joshing for a set. It was probably a Wu-Tang reference. Oh, we got nature calling around us. That could be food. Pretty cool stuff there. We don't have the stone to get them off us, though. Right, let's keep going. He's eating all the meat. Yeah. Maybe he'll leave a ravage for us so we can eat when we come back. We'll be little scavengers. We have 2 spots. Blue trailers directly to our right over those hills. The other spot is in the derailment up here. There's another red car a little bit further down these rails. I'm gonna have to be acutely aware of where the wolf locations are the whole time. And I'll tell you, so many times when I was just starting out, I was just tra-la-la, skipping through the lands with flowers in my hand, and they would just come out behind these log formations and just spoil the whole party. And you have wide eyes. Oh, this is gonna be great. I'm gonna make this and build that. No. And you get quickly brought down to Scruffy's earth. These guys have the best ninja training ever. I think they did a pretty cool job at making the ninjas very stealthy and intense. A formidable opponent. Much like many of the things they've done, they gave them really cool mechanics. The other thing I've seen is that they make them limp. If they get in a struggle with you and they're still running around, they'll be limping around. It's pretty intense. Yo, what's up, Rock?
Hey, yo, Rocky, why you trying to hold out on hips, huh? You come in here.
I could eat a horse.
Hey, you know I got a big fight coming up, Rock. I might need some hips, too. We learned they have, like, a weird part of them you can't eat, though. So just be careful eating your hips, okay, Rock? It's good to see you, Rocky. How are you? It's great to see a world champion boxer in here. Philadelphia's own, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, what's up, Kehoe? How's it going? How are you, Kehoe? We just got over here to this ravaged deer. We're looking to get ourselves a fire striker out of this derailment car right here. It's good to see you both. How's it going, Kehoe and Rock? Yeah, I think we might have to fire up that Ravage. All right, Fire Striker opportunity number 1. This is the moment of the moments. This poor guy. Here we go. Right behind this green box, there's a chance. No, rose hips are great, Versetti, but we did find out that much like a lot of things in life, it does have some downsides. And one of them, I think it has like a dirty, hairy sack on it or something, Versetti. There's something wild about it. I was learning about it from natives of the land, and it was a bit unscrupulous to hear about the rose hips process, I suppose, that it has to go through. I'm going to say it. We did not get the Fire Striker. You'll find it right here if it's here on Loot Pool 4. Sad scenes. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. We just survived a pretty intense, weird wolf situation. And now it's a beautiful day here in Mystery Lake, and we seek the Fire Striker. Our match numbers are super low right now at 4. It makes us feel insecure on a cold Canadian island where it's basically never been not a snowstorm every day. So we're going to look to get some security in the fire starting ability right there. And then once we get that, we're going to replenish our dwindling HP health right there by going to the ravine right next door. We're going to try to get a second round. And since there's a lot of blizzards here on this difficulty, it makes the bark come off more often. Maybe we can even take a shortcut and go straight over this hill as the crow flies. Wouldn't that be a thrill? That honestly reads to me like anti-rose hip propaganda funded by Big Canned Peaches. It could be, Rossetti. You're close to the operation down there in Georgia, so if you're down there and you hear the scuttlebutt, please relay to us what's going on. It might be on this side of it over here. No? Maybe they're down here. Oh, there they are. Okay. They're still back this way. I brought my laptop to do a little work, but the daughters have been playing Green Hell. Oh, that game sounds scary. I'm away on holiday in unfamiliar surroundings. I can't sleep. Holy crap. There's been some scary stuff going on, Kehoe. But don't you worry. The lumps down here at Dave's Cave will lull you to sleep with their stories of misery and the smell of unfiltered marble reds floating through your nostrils as you drift off to sleep. Do you hear the boring baseball game on in the corner of the room? That'll also help you sleep. Are you in Sunders Pass? We're actually over here in Mystery Lake, Aaron. I haven't spent a ton of time in Sunders Pass. Have you spent any time in Sunders Pass? I've been over there maybe one time, actually, in my whole career. I see it, baby.
Damn.
Here we go.
Freezing.
Boom! 85%. We're starting the fire, baby. Let's get in these blue trailers. I see some unbelievers around me, and I'm thinking I need to put some whimsy in their life. I was talking to Kehoe. Unfamiliar surroundings. Oh, okay, so it's a translation and you were able to figure that out. Got you. Now listen, Aaron, I have a question for you. Do you believe in whimsy? Do you believe in the unbelieve? Do you believe in things that aren't there,
Guy who drank his own
that
pee
show
doesn't
up
seem so crazy right now.
and that are there moments later? Do you believe? Because I'm about to show everybody who doesn't. Yeah, it's coming. If there's anybody who's pessimistic about the whimsy in life, I'm about to turn that story around. All I see here is an empty green shelf. Now listen, if I move this shelf, are you telling me that you think that there's a plastic container that's going to show up on the second to bottom shelf over here? There's no way. But wait. Now listen, that has to be all of the whimsy that this trailer has for us, right? I know, Wolfie, I know. But do you think that that is all the whimsy one can take right now? Or is there more whimsy? I just see a normal bunk bed over here. I'm just going to move it. It's an empty bunk bed, and it's going to stay empty. I'm certain of it. Holy. Now listen. That has to be it, right? Just when you thought things weren't whimsical enough for you, I present to you again an empty bunk bed over here. Now, if I move this bunk bed, are you trying to tell me that something else whimsical is going to happen? You're on the top bunk. Okay, we didn't get anything, but boy, was that whimsical. Are you kidding me? They did. And now they have company. It's going to get boring in here. I'll tell you what, guys, we'll put you together. There you go. Forever united. I don't really know how to swap you to the other bunk, but you guys need your space too, so you don't have to look at each other all the time. Heavy and set. Let's go. Who's hiding the bodies? Well, I think it's Raph, Aaron. I think if we're getting right down to it. Do not put me into your whimsical stories. Listen, Raph, we know it was you, man.
This stuff will come in handy.
Playing the sitar. Happy Shankar. We've done it. So I don't know what happened to that can earlier, but boy, the cans from here on out, you know, we're right about to test this thing out right here. We just found ourselves a can. Let's open up this banged up pork and beans like a civilized human being with a can opener. I could barely hear that whole process go down. We're going to hear a little bit from Will after it because it is the magical fruit, of course. Oh, what a glorious day to find a can of beans, baby. We are stacked. I feel sorry for any cans. That was amazing. All right, we have one more trailer to check out for some of these loose goodies there. Sometimes you see Sprite under here. Oh, yeah. Stale beef jerky. We can deconstruct it since we're good allies with tin cans now. Yeah, we really did sure up a solid alliance there. You might have missed it, Versetti. We put a can in charge. Can openers are such life out here, man. Those wolves are gonna fear you now. You got a can opener. Stay back! Alright, so we go back to the dam. Maybe we'll warm up for about an hour here. We're going to lose the sunlight, but we're in pretty familiar territory. So we warm up for about an hour, go back towards the dam, maybe sleep on the moldy cardboard bed for an hour, over to the ravine, back to the dam, and we're going to leave all our stuff at the top there while we run around the dam and stay alive. Okay, V-Fig, it was good to see you, bud. You keep kicking butt. I'm going to make sure that whole map is painted up. And I look forward to seeing those amazing Polaroids. It's good to see you, V-Fig. We're going to stay alive. The tin can is known for its loyalty and its obedience. Oh. I like that. Sounds like a pretty cool guy. All right. Sleep for an hour. Okay, now we'll check on the weather and see if we can travel back to the dam. And just in case anybody forgot, the fruits of our labor, or the spoils or something. Found a fire striker. Find a hacksaw yet? Don't know what day you're on. We sure did, Aaron. Oh, Anzac the man! What a shaking, buddy! How's it going, Anzac? You're the legend, Anzac. It's great to see you, bud. Fruits of Conquest. Yeah, we just got some Fruits of Conquest, and we're storming the steeds. And we do have a hacksaw, Aaron, and we're pretty proud of it. We actually found a nice upgrade for it in the red train car over there in Forlorn Muskeg. We've come across two of the bad boys. Hope everything's been going good at the Dino World, Anzac. I also saw you kicking butt on the race car. Anzac was over there. He had the actual wheel, and he was playing a race car game. It is so much harder to play race car games on the actual wheel. But it's super cool, too. Dino's been smashing, mate. Yeah, you got me into the aisle. I love checking it out. I love coming back and seeing your progress when you're all chunked up and beefy from generations of dino dinners. Okay. Let's just stay focused here. It's a little scary out here, and we have a couple wolves who are going to be walking by. Let's just pretend nobody scary's out here. And we signed the 2026 Muskeg Alliance with Tin Can Nation. Yeah, long time coming. You know, we've been working on that for a long time. And, you know, when you're dealing with big nations like that, there's always going to be, you know, some stuff we have to iron out. But the recycled cans were an agreeable bunch and really made some good points about everything. It was hard to refute, you know? Okay, we've done it. We have acquired the fire striker. So now we can light fires for probably the duration of what we got. Recently, you asked how many days. We've been alive for 7 days. So there's 7 days left of this challenge. The bow isn't made yet. And we have a couple days on the gut still. Guts are at 15%, and it takes a total of 5 days, so you can kind of do the math. The sky's looking suspiciously beautiful. That's it, Bean. So, if we're over in the ravine, I think we'll be okay. I think I got to think about what kind of firewood we have. All my lumps are in the dam, so maybe I go drop off our curables over there, and then we set out for the ravine this evening. The only problem will be is if we run into Scruffy here by the trailers, if it becomes an Aurora. Looks like we're due for a little boil. Oh, you say we have a choice, do you? So the good thing about the arrows is that you can get a head start on these if you want to craft them while you're waiting for the other stuff to cure. Alright, this is a secure transport. I left the gate open. Scruffy could be in here. I've noticed from years of holidays, the fattest seagulls are the ones close to the seaside of McDonald's. Man. Are you armed? I'm unfortunately not. Strapped with negligence. Supplied greatly with jabroniness. But not armed. I've noticed that the birds on the beach over the years just seem more pushy. They're just like, hey man, I don't even think you're done, but let me get that sandwich, man. Like, wait a second, bird. I don't think so, mister. Alright, Maple's at 75. The guts are the thing at 15 right now. And these guys will be done, and I can make them into arrows over here, no problem. And then the bow will be the second thing we do, probably. Let's go grab some of that delicious damn toilet water. He's got a can opener! That was really good, Aaron, by the way. Nice bit.
I need to find a place to rest.
Yeah. Been saying that the whole time, basically the whole 7 days. I've kept this guy borderline insomniac. Toilet water, we're coming. Damn brand water. Yep, that's it. And I really haven't seen too much information. I will say that all of Rav's reasoning as to why things are the way they are always seems to make sense to me. But being able to drink, you know, dam water straight out of these toilets seems a bit gross. Like maybe you'd have to boil it, but hey. No one mentioned how negligent I was. I just wanted this secret toilet water. 1.43 liters of secret toilet water. All right, exclusive locker, what you got for us? I think we could go for a second set of underpants, I'll tell you what. Or some socks that haven't disintegrated.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
I was hot, confused, just off the trains with my kid with pink suitcases. I moved a little and put my double cheeseburger above my head for half a second. All he needed. Holy crap. Would you put the double cheeseburger above your head? How did that work? Was it on top of the car, Kehoe? I'm picturing like the guy who shoots the apple off the head with the arrow. You know, like you putting a cheeseburger on your head or something. That's all it took. Okay. So, I think we'll maybe get about an hour or two's rest, maybe a little bit more, and then our plan will be the ravine to replenish all our stuff. We're still low on calories here. Let's see how close we are to cooking level 3. Yeah, and all those birch teas we get will put us closer. This might want to make us go to the ravine earlier than later so that we can go get the ravaged or the potential leftover cattails there. I'm hoping the ravages didn't disappear after I looked at them. We'll find out. I do know they do disappear after a while. I'm feeling very optimistic. It's going to be intense. My mom walked out of a shop with a sausage roll, and within a second, a seagull dive bombed her and stole it. Well, I'll tell you, you see a sausage roll, and you go straight for it. It is Loophole 4. Yo, Heinz! What is shaking?
I've been so hungry in my life.
We've been talking all day about the big cougar feat, and you were there. You can always say you were there, my friend. Good to see you, Heinz. Alright, let's check the weather first. Alright, that's good ravine weather right there. A seagull shot my father! Oh! I'm gonna get him back, man. I still don't know. 15 years later, the kids still remembered. I find it hilarious. I remember I was still hungry. That's a pretty good story, Kehoe. The double cheeseburger that was. Oh, we're out of torches. It's a bad scene. I love these beautiful, clear nights. Okay, over to the ravine. Good to see you streaming on a Wednesday. Is it? Has it become Wednesday for you already, Heinz? Maybe it's tomorrow for Heinz. Appreciate it, bud. Right now, it's basically the evening time over here on a Tuesday. All right, we seek birch and food. Cattail dreams of every variety.
I need to drop something.
Well, I don't know if we're going to be dropping too much, bud. The rabbits must remain, of course, because stones aren't happening. Here we go. 1, 2 cattails left behind, baby. Oh, the man! What a shaking D tizzle! How's it going?
Eat anything.
How is it going with the man? It's 12:40 a.m. for me. Lovely to travel at night when it's light like this. It sure is. Yeah. This is the jams right here. So far, I haven't been looking around too much for the birch, but here we go.
My head feels big.
It's happening. And I'm gonna go peek over here for these ravaged. You're just in time, DT. We seek the ravage. Just got back from Bellingham Golf Adventure 2026. Oh, is that like another kind of bro vacation extravaganza? Similar to the CFT stuff?
Just don't want to lay
You
down.
guys are so cool, dude. You guys are doing it right. Toilet water flushes backwards. Oh my gosh, you're in Australia, Ines. Oh, we just had our boy Anzac over here. That's really cool. Anzac's holding it down in Australia. One of Australia's finest. Okay, it looks
Sure
like
why
we...
I feel so tired.
Uh-oh. All right, we're freezing temperature-wise. We got to start a spot fire here. I'm going to see if this other ravage is still existing. We seek the ravage. Here we go.
That should help warm things up.
Man, look at his seductive voice. What was that about? That should help warm things up. It's crazy. Good time. Setting up for a big Tad Tuesday this evening. Excellent. That's what I'm talking about. But you know what? I'll be there. With bells on. Okay. We're gonna ravage this bad boy over here. I hope you're appreciating this ravage, by the way. The Anzac could be a Kiwi, though. I think he's Australian, but I'll confirm before I keep running my mouth. Tacos all day Tuesday. That's it. Tacos all day, baby. It's touchdowns, tackling, excitement. Bubby Brister. The greatest human being alive.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
All right, we're gonna eat these tails so that we can sustain long enough to cook up this ravage. We were just able to micro harvest this ravage out a little bit, so we got a bunch of steaks, and that's going to help us increase that cooking skill. We're trying to elevate to cooking level 3. Man, this is a good life right here. You ever take some time difference? Tad. Yeah. What he's talking about, Aaron, this is my boy DT, and he is the absolute nostalgia man. He has a cool organization where they all play Tecmo Super Bowl, and it's old school football, and it's one of the best football games, but it's some people have forgotten about it because it came out long ago. But these guys keep it alive with passion and with just all around coolness. I would say he's the absolute man. And TAD stands for Tecmo After Dark, baby. It's the good stuff. Okay. We're going to craft up some more teas while we ravage up this deer. We're ravaging, baby. Alright, we're gonna go get some more birch in this place and probably get back over to the dam where we can start making some of our arrows, and then we'll get the hunt going here. This is, after all, not just talk about AC Slater and all your friends. This is get serious over here. But while we're on the subject, AC Slater, he's pretty cool, isn't he? You ever seen how the way he sits backwards in a chair? It's pretty cool. All right, we're gonna put a tea in our belly so we're warm. Go around and get the rest of this birch bark. Back to the dam, crafting some stuff. Let's take a look at the schedule we're on over here. We've been going for 7 days and we got 7 more in front of us. In the morning, we'll be at 8. So as you can imagine, the time is getting pretty tight. Feels good to have a bunch of food in our belly. Maybe we can get well fed down the line. Must happen. Alright, keep your eyes peeled for more birch bark along the floor over here. That's the whole reason that we come to the ravine. Hope you guys have had a lovely Tuesday/Wednesday morning. We have all kinds of cool buddies here, international style. They're celebrating the future. They're going to tell us lotto picks from the almanac. Make sure Biff doesn't take over with the really tall casino. Are any of these Back to the Future references making you guys happy?
Too much stuff to carry.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm gonna pick up some more sticks. Keep them BTF refs coming. Well, I'm pretty actually bad at BTF knowledge. And I'm gonna probably say something a lot of people would think is crazy, then I actually find myself enjoying watching the second one the most, I think. When they actually go to the future. I like that one. Celebrating the future while remembering the past. Well said, Versetti. Alright, well, V-Fake had the right idea coming back to the ravine. It's always good and responsible to go into this big fight we're heading into well prepared HP-wise. Since surviving has been so crazy, it's been tough. We've taken a few hits on the old health bar down there. She's seen better days. She's about to start dripping again. I don't think we've seen one cup of Big Moose kicks on our whole travels. I need my coffee, man.
I'd lay down right here if I thought I'd ever wake up again.
I'm trying to be responsible in here, just taking a 1 hour. Since we got our fire striker, I'm not worried about chaining our torches together quite as much. It is cold, huh? -1. Bedroll bonus should put us over the top, so we sleep for an hour to get off the drip and continue traveling through and back to the dam. Full of birch bark. No big deal.
All right.
Yeah. Alright, we're getting off the drip. That is strange. Usually see a moose before you're armed. Yeah, I know. It's been a strange run, Kehoe. We had a tough time finding the saplings because every time we walked by them, it was a blizzard and we could barely get any sight on them. Just weird RNG situations. Did you die again? Well, Chrisney, how is that a way to say hello to your friends? It's good to see you, Chrisney. We probably have since you last saw us, but we're storming the steeds today, and we have 7 days under our belt. And check this out, Chrisney. Look at that. Come on. And not to mention, we got a big alliance with the recycled cans going. We got big things happening. All right, let's get out of here.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Well, we're not going too far, Will. We're just going right on back over to the other town. And what did you learn from these bouts of unliving? Well, I'll tell you, we did talk about it at the top. I did learn something last time. My buddy Rossetti pointed out very well that I needed to use the heavy hammer when I got in the wolf struggle. Instead of that, I used my improvised knife, and Chrisney, it didn't even get him off me when I had like 90 HP. He just kept gnawing at me. So I chose the wrong weapon in the minigame, and what I learned is, even if it's sprung upon you, the reason you're carrying around that heavy 2-kilogram nonsense hammer after the forge is very much only to donk wolves on the head, so you better do it. I can't remember if we were tired. We were definitely around 90 HP, though, and he just drained it all. The improvised knife was not the move. Each lesson, we add to our tool belts of lessons learned. One time we learned not to light a fire at the derelict cabin over there in Pleasant Valley, thinking that we were going to be abstained from the wolf's ire. And he came and smashed us. As you can see, there's a pattern amongst many of our deaths. It usually includes wolves. I'm even scared in the ravine right now, man, talking about the wolves. That's how much he's got me on the run. I heard the clattering of the deer as he frolicked by. I just kept the torch by the wall there just in case the wind tried to blow it out. Outdoor story even traumatized Bean to where she no longer trusts it the way it betrayed you. Well, that's a good thing. It would make me happy to know that Bean is still alive and that will didn't go down in vain. That's good stuff. And we're going to teach each other these things. What you taught me is how to whoop the cougar with a vest. You taught me that. The man is serious when he comes to the cougar. That puts a new spin on right wall strats. Do you see the old, the torch move, Metal? Is that what you're talking about? Conserving a lit torch by keeping it while I move away from the wall?
Drop any of this gear.
Thank you, buddy. Strat lifestyle. Yep.
Getting weaker.
And I've seen one time exactly when it was old Christmas Will, and we had our Christmas in July extravaganza. We went over there to the prison, and we went through the bowels of the prison. It was this big labyrinth to try to get in there. The outside's a maze, the inside's a maze. There's ropes and wolves everywhere. And then once you get inside, there is definitely a reason it's so heavily guarded by the Overlook Hotel's hedge maze, is because you get a serious vest in there that helps you defend against the most daunting bad guys. It's the Black Rock prison vest. And it's serious.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Okay, let's get some rest in our bedroll to start off with here. We're doing big things. Okay, so we still have a little bit here. We have a safe over there we can check out. I'm sure there's going to be all kinds of great stuff in there, right? Not just one simple book. And go do that. It's a bright morning. A perfect time to make arrows out of our cured birch saplings. Okay, so calories during the whole process is going to be tough. We're going to go bring the fire barrel to the front here so we can get things cooking. And let's check how close we are to cooking level 3. If we roll over to cooking level 3, empanadas are on the menu, and those will help us fight fatigue and everything else. My question is do I do empanada stuff right now so that I can stay up the whole time and party? And maybe just spam a bunch of teas next to a couple fires. Let's see how many we got. We got 4 teas. Huh? In my head, there was a lot more.
I think I need to lay down.
Yeah, we're thinking about getting you some rose hip empanadas, buddy. We can make 5 of these. And this is how much XP we need right there. That much. There's a ravaged in the back of the dam, too. We're so close to that level. Now let's go get the fire barrel.
Too heavy.
I remember the Christmas Will wearing only the body armor and no shirt. He looked like a hooligan. Yeah, he was kind of a tough guy when he had that vest on, I will say. It brings something out. You know, it emboldens him. That's what happened yesterday, Reset. Your shots were steady. You were ready. Alright, here we go. Let's go get this barrow. Okay, this is it. Oh!
I could use this.
Hey, Metal, I hope you're still here for this one, boss. It's 2. They call him the dual wielder. Left fielder. Cecil Fielder. With 2 can openers, baby. Mission accomplished, new run height. Well, there is hype, I will say that. I mean, you don't have to adjust your screens. There are 2 can openers in this backpack over here. So, the way I look at our cooking skill, I think we're going to absolutely need the Ravage that's out back to get us over cooking level 3. Cooking level 3 will make it so we don't need to sleep. And it gives us calories, because we're going to make roast and empanadas. Aiding in 2 of our 4 vitals that are down there. Alright, I'm gonna look inside this microwave with the door that opens up, even though I've never found anything in there one time. We're in endgame now. Holy crap. Some Thanos stuff going on here. I've never actually seen any of the Avengers. Oh! I know Chris Pratt's in it and he's pretty good. Alright, I'm going outside to this Ravaged. I'm also going to be reporting to you guys if the dam's pushing me off the side like it did last time. So far, no. Alright, we're going to this purple deer. We're going to ravage him up. We're hoping for a little bit of a micro harvest. A 1.1 kilogram deer would be absolutely amazing. $1.6. That would be amazing. We're looking for that 0.1 remainder over either the 5 or the 0, basically, so that we end up with that 0.1 remainder to make the stakes into that small. So there's more XP for us here. It's a super nerdy nonsense thing. -9. Lump activated. Here we go. 1.8. That's pretty good. Now, if I was a mathematician, I would know how to get this thing down to one of the remainders we're looking for. But I'm not that guy. Okay, I'm going to go to 0.3 and just do it like that. This is what I need my geniuses. I don't know. Look how purple this thing is. All right, we're getting 0.3 kilogram steaks off of this bad boy. And it's going to be a decent amount. And then between that and our birch teas we're going to be seriously close. Okay, now if I pull off right here, I should get 11 steaks, right? Because it's 1.1. So let's pull off and then come back to them. I think that's the move. That's it. Holy. Listen, man. We're doing math over here without an abacus this time, man. Eating purple deer, man. Alright, so now we're taking them out at 0.1 per. And at each one of these steaks we cook up, though it'll be small, will give us a point per. That 0.3 kilogram steak is at jeopardy of burning over there and me losing the XP when I'm over here acting big for my britches.
Hurry!
All right, one more. I think it burned. Oh, nice. Look at this. All right, our firewood game is pretty weak sauce. We got lumps and newspapers and things. Let's go get those reclaimed from the hill up here. And since we're so sleepy, we might have to go inside and do the cooking in there. I'm torn between all these decisions. We're gonna be on the drip here fatigue-wise. Our bedroll's back in the top of the dam, too. Boy, that was silly. Alright, we're going back. We got the haul right here. This pile. We'll be dangerously close to cooking level 3. It's happening.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
So many decisions, too many parameters. Killing it with the taglines today. Alright, let's get up to the top of the dam. We'll bring the fire barrel with us. I'm gonna look for some coffee inside this microwave, I'll tell you that. Haven't had my coffee, man. Nope. But we did learn that there's usually a tool spawn under this shelf. One of our buddies mentioned last time, sometimes you'll see blue or red tools under here. So you ever looking to expedite your bow making process at the top of the dam, check for tools down here if you haven't got them yet. And they'll cut in half some of your bow making process parts, the arrows and everything.
I need to drop something.
Keep it moving. You should have come to the circus when I went to earlier. The cringe jokes were off the scales. Yeah, I think we've been doing a pretty good job of putting on the circus here. I haven't been to the circus in a while. Did you have a good time? Were the elephants catching footballs? That's always a cool one. I don't think I've been to the circus in a long time. What is a modern circus like? You have to tell us, Kia. Used to be crazy stuff at circuses, like bearded ladies and just wild stuff. Traveling derelicts. Be intense.
Need a horse.
I think a lot of us have those carnivals that will come to town where they'll bring the thing that spins you around in a circle, and somehow, because of science, you just slide up your thing you're holding up against, kind of like a flat thing against the wall. It's like a whirly dig. I don't know exactly what that thing is called. And then you have, of course, the metal crazy other rides you get in at those little fairs and everything. Park in the mud. My kids enjoyed it. Blackpool Tower, UK has a circus every year for 130 years. Holy. Got you. 130-year-long circus. Pretty solid reputation. Probably less derelict stuff going on at a circus with that good of a reputation. It's probably better than the traveling carnies that I have at my circuses. Never missed a year. You know what I like about circus food? Funnel cakes. Funnel cakes are amazing.
Worked.
All right, let's get cooking, baby. All right, lumps acquired. I might take an hour's worth of sleep here to get off the drip, and then get up and then spam the cooking, and it should roll us over to level 3. Bunch of reclaimed wood would be a good thing to use for this fire. Oh yeah, H and S I think has an impact on what they can do. H and S, the governing body of the Blackpool Circus. Yes, I believe this derelict is too much of a derelict. Okay. This is the big moment when we make the bow and the arrows and everything and cooking level 3 happens. The whole shebang. Let's go get this pallet over here. It's pretty good to break down. All right, we throw all these reclaimed on.
All I can think about is food.
And now we do some cooking. Oh. So, we got about half a day left to do bow activities, and if an aurora strikes tonight, you better believe we'll be doing more crafting at night. If we get enough reclaimed around here, we can get some fires lit. I would like to hang on to these remaining lumps we have. Maybe I'll go grab another pallet or two to break down. Alright, we're getting these pallets rather than the green box breakdown because I think there's a little more wood for time with these guys. That's a scientific term, of course. In 1989, they banned the live animals at Blackpool Circus. I will do some history lessons for myself tomorrow. Oh. Live animals are gone, huh? Back in the 80s. Oh! I might have lost everything. The calorie streak, the drip on the water. I bet we had polar bears wandering around. You telling me that putting carnies in charge of live polar bears at a circus isn't a good idea? Now you're just talking crazy. You come up with the best idea since we decided to still keep nominating, well, you know, yeah. Against their will, of course. Okay, let's cook up some of these steaks here. We're getting a little calorie short. Oh, it's coming. All right, one steak at a time. We got one more birch cup we can make. Cooking 3! We've done it! Cooking 3! 15% calories from any cooked food item. No calorie loss when smashing open cans. Well, don't you worry about that problem. Cooking times reduced by 10%. And not mentioned there, roasted empanadas are on the menu. First batch of empanadas are on the skillet. Contain your excitement if you can, but I can understand if you can't. It's a big deal.
I'm too tired to think straight.
Okay, we're about 20 minutes from our first taste of roasted empanadas this whole extravagant journey we've been on here. And this has been an endless craziness over here. Really need a smell app. A smell app, huh? There'd be some crazy chemicals they'd probably have to put in there to emulate whatever it is they're trying to get you to smell. Can you imagine you put on the smell app for the monkey cage at the zoo? What about that? That'd be pretty wild. Wouldn't like that. There's no good that can come of that. There it is, baby. So we're off the drip for fatigue and we just got hunger. Look at us go. Unbelievable. Pretty much gonna need every batch. So we'll do a quick inventory over here on our flour. We got 2.6 kilograms, which equals 13 batches of empanadas we can make. I'm just about to smash these empanadas. All right, one more, and we got a little bit of sunlight, so let's get some of this bow game going.
Too much stuff to carry.
Then tonight, if we want to do night stuff, we just have to break down more wood and light fires, and then we can craft next to the fire. It can go a lot of ways. It can go wrong. Why would you choose the monkey cage? Well, I was thinking of the downside to the smell app. And the first abhorrent smell I could think of was, I remember the hot days of walking through the zoo. And then you would walk past the monkey areas, or the elephant zone maybe. And boy, between the heat, you know? I just had to look, and you could buy powdered rose hips for making tea here pretty easily. It's just from Specialized Store. It is promoted as a health drink. Well, yeah, it lets you stay up all night and party with your friends, Lurbia. I think I might have to order some of that powdered rose hips with you, and we could try it. That sounds like a thrill. First arrow, baby.
Just need to close my eyes.
Oh, you getting sleepy? Guess what? Solid. Alright, pretty soon here it's going to be too dark to make these moves. There it goes. So now we'll find out if the Aurora hits, and that'll be the time. We can break down some Reclaimed right now if we'd like. No? Oh yeah, it's too dark. Son of a gun. Okay. So we got a couple more of these bad boys to make over here. The maple's getting done. We're just going to need the guts. I'm going down for an old-fashioned. I feel like maybe with empanadas on the menu, I'm silly to go down for old-fashions, but I'll save those 13 batches we have for the upcoming week. We're going to be pounding empanadas. We're waiting to hear those sparks. The boxes can be done by hand, but not pallets. Yeah, I think the boxes are pretty tough to, like, amount of stuff you get for the amount of time. I guess an hour and a half is not too bad for 6 reclaim. One over here, I get 3 for 34 minutes. So that's the economy of time you get. You get an extra half an hour, I guess. It's good to be able to do stuff at night, though. So maybe another cheeky 1 hour. If I don't see the sparks coming from the Aurora, we'll break down a box or something and start a fire so we can work tonight. So the Aurora has struck. We still haven't checked out that safe either. What about that? It could be beans and jeans for us.
I need to find food.
I don't think I prepped enough food for me. I'm at that point where I'm going to have to start a fire anyways. Ain't that a bee? This is poorly planned, I would say. Can you believe it?
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yeah, man. Alright, I'm gonna drink this birch tea over here for calories until our empanadas are done.
I could eat anything right now.
I'm just keeping a close eye on those last couple calories in our belly when we do stuff like that. Hour left on the fire. Yeah, I'm gonna get some of those rose hips, Larabia. After all this talk. And that's a good reminder. You know, I look on the whole thing right there. Not a hip in sight. You know? Just want to say that you guys know I do love rose hips, right? It's a big situation here.
Too heavy.
All right, empanadas, here we go. I'm preemptively cooking the next batch. No more games. There might be a couple books back in the safe room and everything. I'm not sure if I want to go back there with all these sparks going off. All right, morning's here. We're going to be able to craft our hearts away. The most elegant of rose hip empanadas. Alright, I'm about to take a look at our arrow making inventory stuff. We got the 2 saps over here. They've been making the 6 shafts. Right now we have a total of 9 simple arrows. 3 of these things left.
I could eat a horse.
Feather game 1. So we're done basically on the arrows. 9 is a pretty good number. So now we play the gut game. So what I do think we should do is go loot the rest of this dam while we're waiting for the guts. It's gonna be about 2 days, I think. Oh my gosh. Because if the guts take 5 days and they're around 50% done, you know what that means. Holy. This gut issue. Yeah, we're at 9 days. My gosh. Yo, Mighty the man! What is shaking Mighty? How are you, my friend? How's it going to yourself? I hope you're doing very well, Mighty. We just been going for a little while over here, trying to get some survival action going. What were you up to, my friend? Were you doing some crabtastic activities?
It's great to see you, Mighty. Can't believe the guts are holding us up. What a bunch of jabrones. I'm trying to lump you guys in with me, but you guys didn't have anything to do with this. I'm the jabron. Solo jabron. Okay, I'm good. Thanks. I've been playing some RL1 Elden Ring. Oh, how majestic. Slaying the dragons. Well, I'll tell you this, Mighty. If you have any predictions for what's going to be in this safe, now would be the time. Because it's going down. We're going to get so much cool stuff in that safe. It's going to be treasures and all kinds of great things. Go. All right, 50. $50.10. All right, all predictions. Get them in. Because I hear it's going to be a Mackinac jacket or maybe a cool thermos. We haven't had a thermos the whole time. I would also be cool with an ear wool wrap. Here we go.
Could end up being useful.
Ah! That was not useful, man. Okay, we're gonna check out the rest of the dam here. We got a couple days, so now it's where we come up with what's the responsible thing to do in the location we are with the ridiculous amount of time we have left to wait for those guts to cure. Well, look at this Craig T. Nelson chair sitting up here. I don't even believe we did that. Well, let's add to it. We salute you, Craig T. You were great in the show, Coach. Yeah, we got 2 days. It's going to be a long 2 days here at the old dam. Pretty much the only thing we have to eat is roast empanadas, so it might be nice to have an alternative food source. This is tough. Here we are at the Carter Hydro Dam, trying to basically deliberate how we're going to get the next 2 days done in a productive manner so that when the hunt comes down to time, we got stuff going. Right now, I'm probably thinking animal clothes. If we can find ways to make nature call, maybe make rabbit gloves or something. The guts still will need to cure for those, and there'll be one gut that would need to cure for the amount of time that we don't have right now, so the animal clothes is out. This is when I might need some help from you geniuses out there to think of what the most productive thing to do for 2 days is. I don't know that stink walking around with these guts and making the bow and pleasant is in the conversation because they won't be curing during our travels. It'll just take even longer once we get over there. Not sure. All right, we'll probably take a Bezos right here
and then we'll think about exactly what we're going to do with this, because I have no clue. Quick Bezos, troubleshoot our situation. Okay. This is what we got. We're here at the Carter Hydro Dam. And this is kind of the local situation around us here. All this cool stuff. We've been kind of in different places. We came over here for the Fire Striker. Over that way is the ravine where we went to get our birch. This way is where the whole 300 battle happened with Scruff and the Guts. This is what we got. This is kind of our local area here. And then we have the Winding River area behind us. Stock up on birch bark, maybe. Yeah, that is a pretty good idea, Ainz. We just actually left the ravine right before you got here, so I'm thinking it might be a little bit before the birch comes back. That would definitely be the thing if we hadn't have done that. We haven't been down to Alan's Cave. Let's see what's over there. Alan's Cave's got some rose hips, a ravaged deer. It's not much. Long waits, heavy, strict dress codes. And over here we got a couple pieces of birch as well. Yeah, this is a tough one. And then we have Winding River behind us as well. That's another option to go and mess around over there for a day. Come back. I don't know. Well, we got to think about a great plan. All right, I'll be right back. So Ainz over here on YouTube mentions that along Mystery Lake, there's birch bark the route between Rail and Allen's Cave. Yeah, right here. There's a bunch of birch there. A couple wolves right over there next to the derailment, and definitely some birch. So we can get these stray birch over here if that ends up being the most fruitful way to spend our 2 days of kind of this holding pattern. It's up a hill, so it's safe. Nice. Yeah, I'm just making sure that us getting birch is the move. It'll definitely give us 5 HP. I can't really decide if there's anything else that we can get other than looking for clothes or anything like that, but right now, you know, we're pretty good with most of our stuff. We just need to make this darn bow and go get hunting. So birch bark might be the solution. If there's any other things we can think of that would be responsible to get out there and do with our brief time, I'm into it. Then going back to the dam will be close and safe. Have you went down the ravine already? We sure have, Aaron. We've been there twice, actually. Oh, no, down the ravine? We haven't been down the ravine. Wow, I didn't even think of that. Boy, I went down there once, Aaron, and it was a scene. A scene in the ravine. There is a stem down there. You're very right. I'm going back after camp office. Yeah, going down in the ravine. That is something. Because it does have a stem down there. There's a dead deer down there. The stem would probably be the big incentive. We'd have an emergency stem for our big battle. Yeah, that's a contender idea. I like that one. Because we're going to get some birch if we go down there. Probably some of the birch I left behind or something. And then we can get these stray birches here too. You don't want to stem back up with it though. Yeah. And that's the part of why going down there is such a scene. You have to be rested and everything. But these are the times when doing stuff like that is, what else am I going to do? You know, I'm kind of waiting around for 2 days. I don't want to get too bogged down making too much reclaimed wood and then having to travel with it. We'll take a look at our lumps and see what our lump numbers are. But lumps are pretty much, with birch, the most important things. Lumps. That's the thing. Lumps is probably my number one thing. Where could I get lumps? I'm going to get a few through the cave in the winding river. And I don't think there's any other spots aside from the big cave next to Trappers that we could go in to get to Mountain Town. If I go through the ravine and go around, you know, it's way too far to go back to Coastal and go other places for lumps. I'm trying to think right now about our glorious lump game. Let's go take an inventory on our lumps. $17 lumps near Trappers. Yeah, that's a little far, Ein, since it's way on the other side of the place. And I was thinking about plans close to here. We have 2 days, so could happen. If we think that's the best solution, we could do that. We, of course, could go through the ravine and Coastal and go through the abandoned mine to get into Pleasant. That'll be such a scene as well. 17 is plenty, you say. Well, have you ever tried hunting in the hardest challenge in the history of the world? In the coldest town in the history of the world, Pleasant Valley? I'll tell you, those lumps are going to disappear quick, Aaron. I'm going to get caught out there on one of those blizzards that changes direction 4 times for 10 hours. I hope 17's enough. Don't worry, we have cash. Hot teas will keep you alive the longest. Think so, huh, Heinz? Heinz is serious about his teas. Drink tea or die was one of our mottos around here one time. You get them when you go there. Yeah, we will get a couple going through the Winding River Cave. We'll definitely get some lumps there too. So Aaron might be right that we'll be equipped fully for lumps probably. The one next to Dave's Quiet Clearing, we sure did.
I'm gonna need to eat some.
We just couldn't resist the great deals at Dave's Cave, and then we just popped over to the Prepper's Cache. We were unfortunately drink tea or die. I'm trying to remember whose saying that was, Rossetti. Whose saying was that? It was over on YouTube, wasn't it? I think it was Sonda who had that one. That was Sonda's big phrase. Drink tea or die. We are 45 degrees. We are the greatest boy band in the land of Russia. We will sing to you the painful heartbreak on the road to Vostok.
Yeah, Sonda. All right.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
All right, little Grandpa Simpson. So right now, there's basically no other wood. We got 3 boxes, 1 stick. Maybe I'll break down some reclaimed wood. Any more pallets back here? I'm not seeing it. Boy, that Craig T chair tower is pretty cool, though. I'm pretty sure the planks won't happen. Oh, here we go. I'm going to bust down some planks. And then we'll go out and go grab some birch or something like that. And then our plan will just be to get lumps at Winding River Cave. Elegant rose hips.
I need to drop something.
Will, I finally listened to you, buddy. I did drop something when you said that. I'll tell you, the time penalty of taking all those feathers out of 2 ptarmigans is probably what's preventing me from thinking about trying to make nature call on those tarms. It's just too risky, and the risk, I don't know, ends up meeting how much of a thing it is. The bedroll being Winding River too, if you haven't already grabbed one. Check this out, Ons. Look how glorious it is. We got it on day 1 from our buddy Raph. He got it to us for Christmas. And we were super grateful for it. So I guess we're just kind of on a stray bark adventure right now. It's probably going to be just a little bit too much of a scene for us to go down into the ravine, because we probably have to spend the stem to get back up and all kinds of stuff, and empanadas and things. Was a great idea. So I'm just gonna get calories and birch bark from the local area and hope it's enough to sustain us while we wait for these guts to cure so we can make the bow. Nice color too. Oh, thank you, Hans. Yeah, it's a blue one. You know, you might have seen it before, but it is nice. How blue it is. All right, we're coming through, Tarms.
Feel numb.
Yeah, his fingers are starting to feel numb.
All right, this hill right here always scares me scruffy-wise. It's that blind spot. All right, we got a couple reishi mushrooms on those stumps. Were you guys saying you wanted to see the cardboard bed again? Is that what everybody's
Leave something behind.
down to see? Look at it. Kidding me? Let's hope there were enough calories in our belly there. I kind of pushed it. Okay, excellent. 9 days and 6 hours. The plausibility of us accomplishing this crazy challenge in 14 days. Yeah, it's pretty sketchy right now. Let's continue. I will say this. I'm very grateful to be able to spend my Tuesday with these awesome pals. You guys are the coolest. I also think that you keep me alive probably a large percentage of the times where I would fail miserably if I were on my own. A great deal. I see a bunch of sophisticated people out there that are saying maybe they want to go down to Alan's Cave. And I would tell you, if we do go down to Alan's Cave, you better call ahead.
Too much stuff to carry.
Make those reservations quick. Because those tables are going to fill up. If you think you're going to go into Alan's Cave on a Friday or Saturday night, come on. That's like a month notice you want to give him. It's a very sophisticated cave. Yes, if you are going to come down here, you better call ahead. And most of you, just don't even bother. There's probably not going to be a chance you get into Alan's Cave. You must be a sophisticated customer to come here. We serve the catch of the day. We serve the finest seafood on Great Bear Island. We don't let derelicts in. We are the antithesis to that just living in squalor cave with the broken jukebox and all those derelicts who go down there. The watered down drinks is something we would never think of. Over here we have the finest martinis. They're very dry, much like our humor.
All I can think about is food.
The jokes we make will go over your head because you're not educated enough for our jokes. They're sophisticated jokes. Come on, Alan. Don't be like that.
I've never been so hungry in my life.
Here we go. I think there's going to be a wolf around somewhere. Our calorie game is kind of weak, so if nature calls, it's a pretty awesome thing for us. There might be a ravaged over here for us, too. All right, let's grab these roast hips. We got all the rose hips, baby. You better not be stealing my rose hips from out front in my garden. Listen, man. These are nature's rose hips, Alan. Roses are hip. That's it, Aaron. They're very hip. And it's hip to be rose. Kissed by a rose. Like the seal. Just when you thought it couldn't get more sophisticated, you reached Alan's cave. A very sophisticated cave. If you're going to be spending time here, you better reach the dress code strict policy. Absolutely no flip-flops or derelict clothes. You better come dress sophisticated. That was Alan's cave. Alan's kind of rude to us sometimes, so it's kind of tough to get along with him, but we still love him. We love old Alan. He's a bit grumpy, but it's okay. All right, let's continue. We're on the last leg of our journey. We just kind of have to have, you know, these 2 days taken care of. Is Alan's cave a bear coat kind of sophisticated? Or a dress shirt kind of sophisticated? Well, it's very good to see you, Ivan. And I will tell you this. It is all kinds of sophisticated. If that bear coat is of a high quality, then it will probably help you to get in there. As long as it doesn't still have the gamey smell on it. It needs to be a sophisticated smelling coat, you know? As far as the dress shirt goes, you're getting close with that one too. The dress shirt's going to need to accompany maybe some 99% Sadie Hawkins shoes. And a very sophisticated outfit indeed. That's for sure. And it's good to see you, Ivan. How are you? We're gonna basically just try to get some stuff and chill out for a couple days, because that's what we've been up to. We're just in a holding pattern waiting for our bow making stuff to get done. Good, man. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I was just expressing a lot of the gratitude I feel by being able to spend my Tuesdays with you guys. And now I get to finish up today's little crazy journey by just biding ourselves a couple days here while we wait for those things to cure. It would be nice to be able to make the bow as our, you know, kind of closing activity. So I just want to be able to survive these couple days here by spending them productively acquiring a few calories and maybe some reclaimed wood and birch bark. We're thinking of maybe about heading up and checking Ainz' spot over here. Ainz was talking about this little hill with birch bark, and I think it's over this direction. Maybe it's up there? It's intense. Yeah, but I really haven't had too many times. I have eaten in Alan's cave one time. And I was on, it was a whole thing, you know. It was an ex-girlfriend. We went there. She was Raph's ex. And then we were going out with her, and she wanted to go to Alan's cave because she wanted seafood. So, against all of my inner feelings about the thing, we went over to Alan's and had lunch there. It was good food. There's no question. It lived up to the hype. The seafood was delectable. But I really couldn't fully enjoy it because it was at Alan's cave, of course, and you know, that's a tough thing. So we're looking for Ainz' birch stash. It looked like it was in just a clearing over here, kind of next to the derailment. It'll probably be up ahead this way. Yeah, they have some pretty good salmon over at Alan's cave. But only once. I'm Dave's Cave through and through. I can barely stand that I went there once. But I was in, you know, it was I was blinded by love. Then she left me for Boris. That was the worst part. Get this, Ivan. It wasn't less than a week after she said she wanted to see other people that she was texting Boris, and I saw it. Around up the hill, around here. Sit up in that little cubby up there. I'm just gonna go check, see if it's up there. We're just kind of looking for stray birch, and I'm also a little bit short on calories, so I need to find some way to sustain that way. Oh, then you can walk along into the camp office where the rope climbs are. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's go back and get some calories. I need to make a batch of empanadas or something right now.
That should help warm things up.
Yeah, it sure will. It's coming at you from Great Bear Radio. This is Will McKenzie spinning the ones and twos. You're looking for a little smooth jazz in your evening while you're driving home hammered from Dave's Cave? Well, I got just the thing for you. Alright, we got one. Not many people know about it. Yeah, this is the upper path. Probably a little safer. Birch bark. Alright, firing up some teas. Empanadas will be done soon. And I think I'm going to cut my losses and get back to the dam now. And just make sure that we don't go off the rails and lose anything crazy. Hoping we get ourselves some more stuff soon. Yo, Cactus! Catching Larone after a long day of work brings tears to my eyes. Oh! Good to see you, Cactus. Don't say save too loud, Mother Nature heard you. Oh my gosh. It's good to see you, Cactus. That was a very sweet entrance. All right, empanada down. I'm gonna pull some torches before we get out of here. Nice part is that the empanadas reduce fatigue, hunger, and they give you a warming up bonus. I see Scruffy over there lurking. He smells our empanadas. He's a carnivore, but he knows good stuff when he smells it. Still might have the ravaged over here. Son of a gun, we've sprained everything. Thank you for those hips, Aaron. Thank you very much.
I could eat a horse.
It was a strange little windstorm.
Looks like it worked.
Hey, look how disgusted he is as he runs off. That was like the dog equivalent of F you, buddy, as he runs off. No need to curse, Wolf. Okay. So, it's been a little wolf-tastic today, but we're going to get some of this ravaged here. More food for our belly while we're in this little crazy time. And we'll go back to the dam and chill out for a second. We'll probably be about 1 day away on the old guts. These wolves grew up on the mean streets of Built. Under the tutelage of the quick draw Gray Mother, who will fire off a shot at pretty much anybody around her, even if they don't deserve it. Gray Mother is all about the despot. Seems you got to get 2 rabbit guts down quick. Yeah, that's it. Our gut game was weak. And since there's no stones to throw at rabbits or anything, Aaron, you got to make nature call. And you got to get those guts early. And we were just doing too much traveling with this bedroll loot pool and traveling during blizzards for things, and it was crazy. East Side Milton Mangy Mutts versus the West Side Milton Mongrels. Oh, that's a storied rivalry that goes back. Yeah. It's one of the simplest things you can omit from a challenge to make it hard, but it adds so much drama in one little thing, you know? All right, we're heading into the evening times. It's getting a bit chilly out here. Let's do it. We're limping our way downtown.
I'm gonna need some first aid soon. I don't feel so good.
Normally, the guts haven't been too much of an issue for us, Aaron. This has just been a bit of an anomaly run where the 3 most important things to make the bow, we got way later than we should. Many of the ravaged we were counting on along our little pathing just weren't showing, and then we were just getting the guts way late. I got the guts by the forge over in Forlorn Muskeg, and then Stank Walk across the thin ice. Alright, this is too much. I can't take these Dutch angles every second. You've been alleviated of your ankle pains, Will. Continue on your journeys. How you get the rabbits with no rock? Well, if the wolves get the rabbits, you're good to go on them. Yeah. But you can get the guts from a deer, of course, too. Any ravaged deer you see. So that's where we normally get them. Just got to do it a little earlier than we did this time. I banked on a rabbit here, or a deer here at the bottom of this thing. We were going to get it at the ravine. We were getting frozen out by Rav's blizzards. Those first couple days, Raph was just relentless with the blizzards, so he wasn't allowing us to procure our bow stuff as well. That was part of the reason that we did it. But of course, the number one reason isn't much further than negligence and just all around jabroniness. That's the real truth of it all. Alright, back to Cardohydro Dam. Detective Kata? You Rush Hour fans? Haven't seen Rush Hour in forever. I love Jackie Chan. The damn dam. Yeah, we're heading over to the damn dam. Look at the mountain in the distance. That didn't even seem too far away. All right, across the bridge. Back inside. And maybe if we just look at the guts, they'll cure faster. Just go in there. A watch gut never boils. That's the saying. Healed pain. Blow on the guts to dry them out.
Sun's setting.
Spin them around like
gonna get a lot
this. Maybe
colder
that'll
soon.
do it. Like a towel at a football game. Gosh, that's a wild thing. I think it's winter time, by the way. It sure is, Tree Master. The master of the trees recognizes the winter. We are in the endless winter of Great Bear Island, Tree Master. We are surrounded by the cold, frigid temperatures of the Canadian wilderness. It's pretty cold out here. It's definitely wintertime. It's good to see you, Tree Master. Master of the trees. Here it is, 53%. That's worse than I thought. Ah! I was kind of thinking it was like 75. That was a quick journey we did today to go to Allen's. All that talking about Allen's I thought was going to speed it up too. Turns out it didn't speed it up. So we still have 2.5 days basically. The guts take 5 days for air indoor drying. And we're supposed to blow on the guts. No, it's not working. I tried it, Ivan. I knew it wasn't going to work. It's nothing like my suit. Spinning it around above my head doesn't seem to be in the cards either. Not sure if that's going to do the job. Boy, what do we do right now? All right, back to putting our heads together. We got all kinds of time for these guts to cure. When we check the calendar out, I'm going to see what kind of calendar we're working with. It's going to be like 3 days of hunting. It's going to be an absolute S show trying to get that thing taken care of. But check this out. 2 can openers. Come on. Come on, guts. All right. This is the moment of when we start going crazy, when we're coming up with things to do with our time here. I can go through and look through all these cabinets and maybe I'll find some secret Big Moose kicks. Is that worth my time? All right, let's start off with an inventory on what we find in these ridiculous desks as we go rummaging through the dam. I bet we're going to end up with a grand total of like 3 books and an old red scarf or something. Well, Guts, we're waiting. Did you check the prepper's cache? I sure did, Ivan. And unfortunately, it was desolate. But there was a highlight. There was a moldy cardboard bed in there. And, boy, you should have seen it. Rabbits and deer. Go down the rope to Mountain Town. Go down the rope to Mountain Town, huh? Sounds like a Neil Young song. I went down the rope, Mountain Town. Hard or soft mold? I think it might have been a combination. Whichever kind is the good kind. That was definitely what I was feeling when I was sleeping in there. It totally wasn't some sort of airborne sickness. Alright, we're going to loot these fruitful desks for their amazingness. Soft mold is definitely the sleeping kind. Oh, is it? It might have been that. You know, sometimes the frenzy of excitement. Okay, so far our total is 1 basic book with no title. We're really collecting the gear. Maybe the airborne sickness kind, not sure. I sleep on my mold, not smell it. Wow. Okay. We have an expert. I'm glad somebody appreciates the greatness of the moldy cardboard bed. Alright, that unlabeled book needs company. What else will we find? Big Moose Kicks, perhaps. Is that what you said you wanted to put in here, Raph? Two more books and an old scarf. Alright, these filing cabinets are where it's really gonna happen. This is the type of TV I picture kind of up and in the corner of Dave's cave, and that's the type of visual clarity that you'll see the Mariners versus Oakland Athletics baseball game on. All right, we're gonna keep going. Okay, so far, one book. It has been the worst amount of loot. Scrap metal in the trash can. If it were pre-forged, maybe that'd be a thrill. Yeah, that was just about the worst stuff I've ever seen. Do we dare travel more through this dam and look for more of this pointless loot? It's tempting, I tell you. That unlabeled book. We need the meats. Yeah, we do need the meats. The way Arby's would want it. I guess he shuts the safe when he's done with it. All right, here we go. It is at a roaring 55%, and it's climbing. Got a couple empanadas to our name, but we got to go through this thing here and check out what else is going on. Probably some more desks and things throughout this place.
All I could think about is food.
We'll curb that, buddy, with an empanada. No? Tell you what else. You know, we really haven't even considered it, but we could sleep, too. That could take care of a whole day of ours, almost. You get some old-fashioned rest and save our empanadas. I know that's a crazy thought, but we could do it. All right, hold on to your seats. We're going to loot the rest of these pointless containers in the dam. Can't believe we found a can over just sitting right there on the floor. You believe somebody just left that behind? That's probably like the third thing you grab. You get the family together. You get the kitties. You put them in their carrier. Then the next thing, can opener, man. All right, we're going up to these lockers. Because I heard there's going to be a set of underpants in here. 99%. The good stuff. You grab your can opener before your cans? Well, it's not always in that order that it works out in life, you know? Some would hope, and then you wouldn't have to smash them. But in this world, life can't be perfect all the time. So sometimes you do have to smash them, and you grab your cans for your can opener. But in that situation where there's a fire in the house, I think that's what you're asking. And yes, I do grab my can opener before my cans. I wouldn't want that to be heard by the recycled cans of the world ever since the big alliance that we created today. But if we're just all being honest right here together, I'm grabbing my can opener before any can. They're going to have to accept that they're the new guy around here, and the can openers have been serious in my life for a long time. I can't just be putting them first over the can opener first day they're on the scene, you know? I've always wondered what's over there. I don't think I've ever been in the upper part on that side. There's a rope over there. I bet you there's very little up there. Otherwise, people would go up there a lot. Cans are temporary. Yeah, sometimes they're recycled. That's true. Oh, it's coming out of this thing. I keep thinking it's an actual jerry can, but it is not. That's why it's not filling up so much. Because it's just coming out of the little tin. There ain't a lot of juice left. We've been lighting accelerant fires all over town. Alright, let's go loot the rest of this place. We sure do need some food. We got 1 empanada to our name. Could do the get 6 trick and sleep a day away. Well, sleeping's definitely in our cards. There's no question. We'll be able to do it just old school. Loudest trash can world. I'm about to get stuck down here. I'm feeling a sense of negligence coming up.
Never been so hungry in my life.
Negligence is going to lie with the fact that I'm about to use a flare to get through the dam. I think I could have saved my lamp oil, huh? Would have crafted 100% torch. Ah! Okay, we'll do that next time.
Let's do it. All right, we're coming for you, Dam. We're coming for all your exciting loot. We have already discovered your unlabeled book, and we're coming for more. There we go. Stale chocolate bar. Okay. We're living the dream. You can't stop us. All right, we're just going to keep rummaging through a few of these little drawers we haven't checked out yet. And then we should be through most of the spots you can check here in the dam. This is why most of the time I mostly just omit these things and I don't even search through them. I feel like most of the time I'm leaving behind big moose kicks if I don't. And then I look through them and this is kind of what I actually get. Come on, big moose. All right, last room to check. It's really getting down to it here. This is so ridiculous. Total haul: 1 stale chocolate bar and 1 unlabeled book. Now listen, I know everybody wants a piece of this inheritance. And there's plenty to go around. I'll break each, if it's like one of those old Hershey bars, I can break it up into pieces and give you guys some of the stale chocolate bar. And then you're just gonna have to share the book. Yeah, we checked the lockers. Those we actually check on our first go through, Aaron. So it's gonna be kind of a situation where we're all gonna share the book. One week somebody's gonna have it, the next week another person's gonna have it. And each of us are going to have a little bit of that stale chocolate bar. The unlabeled book comes with many exciting stories in it. Tales of the past. Tales of triumph. The history of the damn dam. A rich history and storied history.
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
All right, we need to get our butt moving here because we got a little bit of this dam left, and I get confused when I go through the other hallway.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Nah, you can't. All right, so what I think we'll do when we get back to the top, we're gonna sleep. I don't know how we're gonna do it with calories. That's the big bugaboo in the whole situation. Our calorie game is weak. We need the meats, baby. We need Arby's roast beef.
27. All right, so calories, we got empanadas, of course. Those are going to keep us up for sure. And we would love to use those more productively rather than just chilling here. We got 2 kilograms left, which equals 10 batches. It's tough. I don't know. Well, we all need to think seriously about calories and stuff. I really don't know if we have too many more options. We got a couple things over in Winding River we could go spot over and check. Who knows? We have a couple things we could check, of course. Calorie situation is as follows. We got that much, and we have done here. We can make batches of empanadas. We're not going to be able to sleep, though, because those will counteract the sleeping. So when we eat those, we'll have less sleeping we can do. It's not the worst. It is kind of a priority. We've lost it twice. We're on our way to getting it the third time, I believe. As crazy as that is. We have teas for calories if we'd like, of course. Would love to use these more wisely as well. So we're kind of just trying to now optimize our amount of time while we wait for the guts, and we're just coming up with plans. We could leave it for next time guy to deal with, but boy, he's walking into a bit of a hornet's nest situation where he's going to have to deal with all this drama. Old Friday guy. I was hoping to get the bow made before this, but it looks like it's going to take a little bit of time, too. Alright, we're going to make some responsible notes.
I'm gonna need to rest soon. I could eat anything right now.
Okay, Will. Yeah, we're going to drink some tea, so we're not coming back red. Okay. So, cattails at Coastal Highway are safe to grab when you exit Ravine. Yeah, that's a far journey for us signs, I imagine. We'd have to go a pretty long distance to get back to Coastal. So, it might end up being a long trip that we take down to some place like the Lower Ravine or some crazy trip, because there's probably some food down there, too. It's going to be something wild, and we'll at least have time to come up with it if we do it on Friday. So I know that us making a note about it, and then we'll put our minds together with our week, and then come back on Friday with genius ideas in ways to spend these days while we wait for these guts to cure. So what I think we'll do now is kind of debrief with our stuff here in the dam, and just kind of get kind of a little information under our belts about what went down and what's going to happen next time. So here's what we got. This guy's got 10 Celsius over here. He's got his aviator cap and his Canadian toque. His beautiful ski jacket. This thing's 93%, man. It's pretty solid. These work boots have been absolutely killing it for his temperature. His jeans are pretty terrible. 11% and 0.1 Celsius of warmth bonus. -1 on durability here. or sprinting. We got all kinds of cool gear over here. We go ahead and drop that one. Got this goofball storm lantern we should shed. We got the stuff, baby. I don't know if we use the quality tools for the rest of the stuff. I think that's an arrow related thing. Those will go right there. So we'll come back. We'll grab this maple and these guts when they're done, and we'll make it right here. And hopefully we'll productively spend some time here in this little area doing some stuff and coming up with some ideas. So, he's got the outfit, and he's got something really cool. Check this out. 2 times the can opener. You never did do the overdue tapes, though. You never did find them. Yeah, where are those tapes, Lurby? We need to get to the bottom of this. And you are the best for absolutely going down to Dave's Cave video store, Lurby. I never knew. Bottom of the ravines, a decent idea. Cattails and a ravaged and rabbits. Yeah, so we'll probably be able to get the ravaged and the cattails, and then since we can't use stones, we'll keep the rabbits there. And that'll be the move most likely. Go ahead and take Aaron's idea. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you very much. Yeah, we were just talking about you. We were thinking we were going to go do your idea next time. Maybe go to the lower ravine. Let's go put that in our responsible notes as potentially one of our activities to wait. So gutsy, time to cure. Short on calories. 2.5. Good activity might be going down rope to lower ravine. Holy. Okay. And initiated the note. Probably in Timberwolf Mountain Bunker. Yeah, that's what I think too, Larrabee. We're going to have to go check. Those tapes need to be back on the shelves. Steven left me for the couch. Mario Lopez does rule. He's absolutely the best. AC sits backwards in the chair like a really cool guy. There's no question. Okay, so let's check our skills. Oh, okay, yeah, they saved it, right? All right, our skills. Cooking level 3. That's why empanadas are on the menu. Fire starting's on the way to 3. And archery is unfortunately growing up. We're actually hoping this thing stays at the beginning, but since we made a bunch of arrows, there's no way we can keep it there. You do get a little experience when you make the arrows. So we'll try to use the rest of that archery 1 to implement the John Candy strat on a bear in one of the cul-de-sac caves over there in Pleasant Valley. But look at the stat sheet. We've been around for 9 days, which is far too long when it comes down to making the bow. My min-max efficiency meter is down with that whole 9 days still haven't made the bow situation. We talked about it earlier. Check this out. 2 can openers found, baby. Holy crap. Listen, I barely even acted like I was finishing over here. And she already knows. How do you know? She's a genius, man. I'm telling you. Genius cat is what she is. So, we've checked out the skills. We got the responsible notes. We know which direction AC sits in the chairs. And we've detailed that we have 2 can openers. We've given everything we can to this 4th Will here. Bedroll Will. And he's surviving, but boy, he's got some issues. I gotta tell you. I really like his outfit, though. I think that if there's any guy that can get through that tough part of the hunt in Pleasant Valley, it's a guy with solid work boots and a good ski jacket and a hat game like this. He's doing well. Okay, let's get in here and save this thing, and let's get out. Oof. Well, that was pretty intense. Man. Very grateful to have spent this time with you guys. And, yeah, that one felt like quite an interesting journey, man. Thank you very much for your help. We got some solid stuff done. If this guy on Friday is going to have a chance of beating this thing, we're going to have to come with it with everything we got. Thank you, Lurvia. Thank you very much. I hope that you have a lovely evening and that you guys have a great rest of your Tuesday or Wednesday morning for some folks. What I'm going to do is go grab some food and make sure that this cougar over here is taken care of. You'll be happy to know she got like a rub down in between when I went and got chicken. You know, she finds her opportunities. She makes sure she isn't neglected. Been another great stream. Thanks, Larone. Gonna be a crunch next time. Looking forward to Friday, Versetti. You're just the best, Versette. Thank you very much. I hope that the taxidermy man didn't have that heart attack we mentioned when he saw what you brought him. But it's pretty good stuff, I'll say that. And you're the man, Rossetti. Please send my regards to the missus. And you guys have a lovely week as well. Thank you, Goblin. Thank you very much for hanging out. Man, I was trying to loot Goblin all those pointless desks in that damn Goblin. And all I found was an unlabeled book and a dusty old chocolate bar. But we're all going to split that chocolate, so your moldy piece of chocolate's in the mail. You'll be looking for that, Goblin. It's good to see you. I hope you guys do have a great week. We'll be back on Friday ready to storm the steeds. And you know what Aretha wants. Aretha wants you to go to the best website in the world. There's no other website she would want to go to than Larone.net. Larone.net's the best place where you can go over and see the YouTube link or the Twitch links and all our links. And you could follow the YouTube link and check out the great stuff we have. Our VODs will be there after the 2 weeks that they last on Twitch, so they'll be there for you to check out if you missed them. And there'll definitely be some other stuff like the highlight reels that we put up throughout the week of our TLD endeavors, and Aloni Jabroni, which takes place on Sundays, like Lurbia was mentioning, where we run a video store. It's pretty crazy. And it's Larone.net, the best website in the world. All right, I'm going to go see what's going on out here, and I'm going to make sure that I go and take care of my girl. I'll tell you that. Man, what a day that was. Can you believe those wolves? They were hitting me with the 300 strat. They had me pinched in, man. They were watching me. Yeah, it was a wild one. All right. I'm going to go check out. This is a TLD legend that's doing some other stuff right now, but he's an absolute legend. Thank you, Aaron. Yeah, there's some cool stuff going over there that's different than the stuff we do on Twitch. All kinds of shenanigans. Thank you very much. The wolves were minding that gap. They sure were. I hope you guys have an amazing week. We'll be back here on Friday, ready to pop off the weekend in great fashion. Usually what happens when I leave this part of it to the next guy is that I start off and I just blow it immediately. Everything we worked for, I'll come in on Friday, and that first hour, I'll go get mauled, miss a shot, make a scene. That's what's normally happening. But what if this time we come back responsible? We get food. We go to that lower ravine. We storm the steeds. And we use those last 3 days. It is going to be a crunch. We're going to use those last 3 days, go straight to the cul-de-sac bears, over to the pensive pond cougar, and it's on. I'm going to see you guys on Friday. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for hanging and supporting me. I'm very grateful. I'll see you guys very soon. Thank you very much. I'll see you guys soon. I'll be back. Be back Friday, ready to get responsible. And I'll think about what to do. Right now, the contender is to go to the lower ravine, get some calories, and get our act together. We just got to make sure we're prepared to go down that rope. See you in Aretha Friday. Okay, Bean, you're the best. I'll see you.
I'll see you guys soon. See ya!